Hi, welcome back guys. This is your sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What if Naruto was the reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The Valley of the End was an ancient battlefield for two shinobi gods, a place where ideals clashed. The valley resembled a great scar on the earth, a titanic collision that shook the very boundaries of the ninja world and beyond. Madara Uchiha faced his old friend and rival, Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage, in a battle to determine who would lead their village and fulfill the dreams they had shared as children. Armed with the power of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and the Kyuubi no Kitsune as his ally, Madara seemed poised for victory if only he were up against a typical opponent. Hashirama Senju, known as the god of shinobi, was recognized as the strongest man in the world. The Hokage possessed a powerful Kekkei Genkai, the wood release, which allowed him to create forests and jungles in barren landscapes by combining water and earth release. This ability also enabled him to restrain and control Biju, the tailed beasts, monsters of chakra, as they were often called. The Kyuubi no Kitsune, one of the most powerful Biju, was used as a tool by a human with remarkable visual prowess. The Kyuubi harbored a deep hatred for humans, particularly for the Sharingan, which it viewed as a cursed imitation of its own power. The combination of Madara and the Kyuubi was something the beast detested with all its being. The giant fox, with its massive 9 tails, could crush mountains and create tsunamis, and it would never submit, especially not to an Uchiha. However, that was precisely what had happened, leaving the Kyuubi trapped and helpless unless someone could free it from its chains. History repeated itself as the descendants of the two sons of Rikudo Sannin were once again spilling blood over their differing ideals. The elder son's belief that power ensured peace became the curse of hatred, a legacy most, if not all, Uchiha would inherit. Meanwhile, the younger sons believed that love was the true path to peace, which transformed into the Will of Fire, an ideal embraced by all in the Hidden Leaf Village. The two powers clashed with abilities that defied belief. They cut through mountains, divided landscapes, and wrought destruction that shaped the valley itself. Yet, despite wielding the power of the Kyuubi and the strength of the Sharingan, Madara ultimately lost the battle. Betrayed by a man who had once been his friend, he was struck down, feeling the cold metal of a sword pierce his chest. He had lost everything, branded a pariah by his clan and family, and he called out to the one who had taken his brother's eyes. In remembrance of the conflict that had transpired so long ago, 2 statues were erected, one of Hashirama and the other of Madara, marking the site of their confrontation. It was the place where Hashirama Senju had defeated the Kyuubi and where Madara had fallen, or so everyone believed. In the present day, the valley lay quiet, save for the strong calls of birds echoing from within. Sasuke Uchiha, the last loyal Uchiha of Konohagakure, had fled his village to seek power from Orochimaru, the treacherous Sannin. His goal was to grow strong enough to defeat his older brother, Itachi, and avenge his clan, which had been massacred by him. Aware that he could never defeat Itachi at his current level, even with the cursed seal of heaven, Sasuke sought greater strength. Sasuke's departure was also fueled by another reason. His teammate, Naruto Uzumaki, had become stronger than him in just a few months. Sasuke despised feeling weak compared to other fighters, especially after the years spent in the academy. Naruto Uzumaki was a hyperactive, unpredictable ninja with a bright blonde appearance, often clad in an eye-catching orange outfit. How he managed to evade the Chunin and Anbu of the village was a mystery to everyone. As the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, the enormous fox had been sealed within him as a newborn by the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Throughout his life, Naruto had faced exclusion, subjected to glares of hatred and fear, or ignored entirely, often enduring rare beatings from villagers. To cope, he created a psychological mask to hide his pain and anger, which eventually became his personality. Initially, Naruto's skills as a shinobi were lacking, as academy teachers would manipulate his tests and sabotage his learning. Only Iruka recognized Naruto's existence and saw him as a person rather than just the fox. Now, however, Naruto found himself at the mercy of a teammate who felt like a brother. When Sasuke left the village, Tsunade, the newly appointed 5th Hokage, assigned Shikamaru Nara to form a recovery team to bring Sasuke back. Though she would have preferred to confine the spoiled child or give him a good beating, Shikamaru assembled a capable team of genin, Kiba Inuzuka, an excellent tracker and fighter, Choji Akimichi, a well-rounded ninja though not particularly bright, Niji Hyuga, the prodigy of the Hyuga clan, whose Byakugan would prove invaluable, and Naruto Uzumaki, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. They pursued Sasuke relentlessly through the Land of Fire, where each team member sacrificed themselves to battle the Sound Four. Complications arose with the arrival of Kimimaro Kagaya, as Naruto found himself struggling against Orochimaru's subordinate and losing precious time. He needed to reach Sasuke. Fortunately, with Rock Lee's timely appearance, he was able to pursue Sasuke directly without interference. And so, they found themselves in the current moment. Sasuke held Naruto in his right hand, empowered by the curse seal. In his left hand, he formed a Chidori, the signature technique of Kakashi Hatake, the Sharingan user. Naruto was completely dominated by the Sharingan wielder, barely able to defend himself against the overwhelming speed and strength granted to Sasuke by the cursed power. So many emotions flooded Naruto's mind, with sadness and anger being the most prominent. He felt a crushing sensation in his throat as he thought of Sasuke. The Uchiha explained that the reason for his actions was simple: the village could not provide him with the power he needed to defeat Itachi. Sasuke recalled the words of Itachi about the Mangekyo Sharingan, which required the life of his closest friend. He believed that taking Naruto's life would grant him that power. With those thoughts, Sasuke moved his Chidori towards Naruto's heart. As the pain surged through him, Naruto's thoughts were consumed by memories of his teammate with pink hair. He reflected on how he had once thought of Sasuke as a brother, feeling joy at having someone like him in the world. He had admired Sasuke's strength and confidence, and he had longed for those eyes to acknowledge him. Their rivalry had once been filled with hatred, but Naruto had cherished the competition, hoping to earn Sasuke's recognition one day. As he closed his eyes, those memories faded. Sasuke withdrew his hand, emotionless, and cast Naruto into the water before turning away towards the land of sound. He took one last look at the valley, tears streaming down his face. Unbeknownst to him, his Sharingan had transformed into the Mangekyo, a symbol of the heavy price he had paid for power. Meanwhile, the Kyuubi lay in its cage, feeling the darkness enveloping Naruto's mind. It sensed its own life slipping away with each passing moment. The wound was too severe for it to heal with chakra, and it cursed the circumstances that had led to this moment. It lamented the fate bestowed upon it by the Yondaime Hokage and the village it had once called home, feeling that the price of Naruto's life was far too high. As Naruto floated on the river, a gaping hole in his chest, his final thoughts were of Sakura. He regretted not being able to bring Sasuke back and wished he could have expressed his feelings to her. Those were the last thoughts of Naruto Uzumaki before the Shinigami claimed him, taking his final breath. Unbeknownst to anyone, a third figure observed the scene. Dressed in a black cloak adorned with red clouds, this being had short green hair and yellow eyes. Its body was split in half, one side completely white and the other black, lacking facial features except for a single round eye. It commented on the fight, noting how one-sided it had been and how Naruto could have won if he had invoked the Kyuubi's chakra. The black half suggested that this situation could present an invaluable opportunity. It explained that although the Kyuubi's chakra had dispersed, the body of the Jinchuriki remained almost intact, possessing vast reserves of chakra due to his Uzumaki lineage. The white half inquired about the Uzumaki clan, and the black half elaborated on their powerful Fuinjutsu techniques and remarkable vitality. The black half continued, explaining that if the boy survived into adulthood, he would possess chakra reserves comparable to a Biju. It also revealed that the Uzumaki clan had historical ties to the Senju, having separated from them due to conflicts with the Uchiha. The two halves discussed the potential of using Naruto to achieve their goals, contemplating the possibility of combining the body and eyes of the sage. The plant-like figure moved towards the valley, walking across the water using its chakra, and retrieved Naruto's body from the surface. It headed to the riverbank, merging with the ground and disappearing along with Naruto. Meanwhile, Kakashi Hataki's prized student raced against the wind, desperation filling his heart. Accompanying him was his loyal pug, Pakin, who urged him on, sensing that they were getting closer to their destination. Kakashi hoped they would reach Naruto in time. Kakashi's voice trembled with evident fear as he approached the view of the Valley of the End. However, the rain began to fall, complicating matters for him. Pakin urged him to move faster, stating that they were losing Sasuke's scent. At their current speed, they would not be able to keep up. Emerging from the tree line, Kakashi and Pakin gazed down at the valley, descending into the basin between the two legendary shinobi. Pakin expressed his regret, explaining that the rain would wash away any trace of Sasuke's scent. Kakashi, however, was focused on searching the valley for any sign of another presence. He wondered aloud where Naruto was. Pakin, using his keen sense of smell, noted that Naruto's scent stopped at that very spot. Even with the rain, he could still discern a general direction, but warned that Naruto was likely near the river, where tracking would become impossible. Kakashi instructed Pakin to take the left bank while he took the right, commanding him to bark if he found any sign of Naruto. Having already lost one student, he was determined not to lose another. The shinobi and his canine companions searched along the river for hours, but they found no evidence to suggest whether Naruto was alive or dead. After 6 long hours, they decided to return to Konoha, hoping to find any news about Naruto's fate. That was Kakashi's hope, at least. Meanwhile, Sasuke, Kabuto, and Orochimaru, who had recently exchanged bodies, walked through their underground hideout. They passed by several individuals, men, women, and children trapped behind bars, miming and crying in pain and sorrow. Sasuke appeared unfazed by the suffering around him, his own pain overshadowing theirs. Orochimaru's voice, sweet yet sinister, expressed his pleasure that Sasuke had arrived at his base relatively unscathed. Sasuke, however, demanded the power he desired without delay. Kabuto, observing their interaction, felt compelled to remind Sasuke of the respect due to Orochimaru, but he shuddered at the intensity of Uchiha's chakra. Orochimaru, delighting in the prospect of Sasuke as his next vessel, anticipated the intriguing future ahead. Back in Konoha, Kakashi encountered Sakura at the village gate, just as he had before. When she inquired about Sasuke and Naruto, he replied that he did not know. He also noticed that the rain from the valley seemed to follow him into the village. As he made his way to the Hokage Tower, villagers rushed to find shelter from the downpour. Kakashi himself was cold and drenched, his silver hair, usually defying gravity, hung heavy and dark. Even though his face was hidden, it was clear that he was struggling internally. Upon reaching the tower, he hesitated before knocking. How would he convey Naruto's disappearance to Tsunade? He knew she had little regard for Sasuke, but Naruto was like a son to her. How would she take the news? Gathering his courage, he knocked twice. He heard Tsunade's voice instructing him to enter. Inside, he found her working at her desk, a bottle of sake nearby. Something seemed off. Dark circles under her amber eyes suggested that stress had taken its toll, and her appearance hinted that her usual transformation was slipping. Tsunade asked if he had anything to report, pulling Kakashi from his wandering thoughts. He explained that he had tracked Sasuke's scent with Pakin, but the rain had diluted it, making it impossible to follow. Tsunade sensed something was amiss in his report, as if something was gnawing at him. At her desk, contemplating her next question, but she needed to know. "What about Naruto?" she asked. Kakashi fell silent, a red flag raising in his mind. "What do you mean? Didn't Naruto arrive with the rest of his team?" he asked, his heart racing. Tsunade seemed to deflate at this. "He wasn't found with the others?" he asked, fearing the answer. "No. Please tell me, did you find any trace of him?" Tsunade implored. Kakashi shook his head, explaining that he and Pakin had searched the valley and the riverbank but found no sign of Naruto, only that his scent had stopped in the valley. He added that Sasuke was not there either, but he was alive. Tsunade's frustration boiled over as she shouted for him to tell her where Naruto was. Kakashi hesitated, struggling to find the words when a new voice interrupted. "He's dead." Kakashi and Tsunade turned to see Jiraiya perched on the windowsill, arms crossed, his expression a mix of anger and sorrow. "What?" they both exclaimed in shock as thunder rumbled ominously in the background. Jiraiya confirmed that Fukasaku had communicated with him, revealing that Naruto's name had been removed from the summoning registry in Myobokuzen. He was truly gone, and Jiraiya bitterly stated that he had been killed by Sasuke Uchiha. Kakashi stammered in disbelief, but Jiraiya silenced him, reminding him of their previous conversation on the hospital roof. He accused Kakashi of failing to prepare Naruto for the dangers he would face against Akatsuki, while teaching Sasuke lethal techniques instead. Jiraiya's words cut deep as he chastised Kakashi for neglecting to understand Naruto's potential and for handing him over to someone who openly despised him. He lamented that Minato had never shown favoritism, unlike Kakashi. Jiraiya's disappointment was palpable as he declared that Kakashi had proven himself an inadequate teacher, and now the legacy of Minato was lost. Jiraiya's words pierced Kakashi's heart like swords. He expressed his frustration about how little attention Naruto had received, attributing it to Obito's influence. Jiraiya pointed out that all Kakashi had taught Naruto was how to climb trees using chakra, a basic skill for all ninjas, alongside pointless teamwork exercises. The outcome was disappointing. Jiraiya claimed he was the only one who had truly taught Naruto anything significant, having passed on the cherished Rasengan, a technique belonging to Naruto's father. He felt angered that Kakashi reprimanded him for teaching Naruto what was rightfully his. Tsunade chose not to intervene, believing Kakashi needed to hear Jiraiya's harsh truths. She agreed with Jiraiya's assessment, recalling how Sarutobi had never shown favoritism, even toward Orochimaru. Jiraiya continued, listing Kakashi's failures. He had let down Minato, Kushina, Obito, and Rin. He paused, looking out the window, reflecting on how disappointed they would all be in Kakashi. He hoped Kakashi would have the courage to face them when the time came. Kakashi felt the weight of Jiraiya's words as he left the Hokage's tower, his heart heavy with regret. Tsunade, with her hands clasped, watched him go, tears silently streaming down her face. She mourned the loss of Naruto, a boy she had come to love like a son. The thought of never hearing his energetic voice or seeing his bright smile again filled her with sorrow. She blamed Sasuke and Kakashi, but no amount of blame could bring Naruto back. Kakashi made his way to the Memorial Stone, a place he visited daily to speak with his best friend, Obito Uchiha, the one who had given him the Sharingan. Jiraiya's words echoed in his mind. He had failed everyone he cared about, and now he felt he had failed Naruto too. As he approached the stone, he noticed his last student, Sakura Haruno, looking troubled. She seemed to have something weighing on her mind. Kakashi, burdened by sadness, acknowledged her presence. Sakura asked where Naruto and Sasuke were, her curiosity evident. Kakashi knew he couldn't tell her here, not in the middle of the street. He instructed her to follow him to the Memorial Stone, and she complied. Once they arrived, a heavy silence hung in the air until Sakura broke it. She shared her thoughts, reflecting on how she had treated Naruto in the past. She recalled waiting for Naruto and his team to return and how she had told Ino she was waiting for him, not Sasuke. As she spoke, Kakashi listened, feeling the weight of her guilt. Sakura continued, remembering how Naruto had defended her from bullies when they were younger. She recalled how her mother had intervened to stop the fight, and how Naruto had taken her hand, urging her to stay away from him. Kakashi felt tears escape his eyes as he understood the significance of that moment. Sakura admitted that she had been the one to hurt Naruto with her words, and now she regretted it deeply. As she reminisced about their time as a team, she realized that while she had once sought Sasuke's approval, it was Naruto who had always been there for her. She declared her love for Naruto, vowing to confess her feelings when he returned. Kakashi struggled with his own emotions, knowing he needed to tell her the truth. Sakura, filled with hope, asked when Naruto and Sasuke would come back. Kakashi's heart sank as he prepared to deliver the painful news. He explained that there had been complications during the recovery mission, and when she pressed for details, he reluctantly revealed the truth. Naruto was gone. The words shattered the moment, and Sakura stepped back, disbelief washing over her. Tears filled her eyes as she felt an unbearable pain in her chest, realizing the gravity of Kakashi's words. That was the final nail in the coffin when Sakura's hydraulic techniques began to flow. She ran out of the training field, leaving Kakashi alone. Kakashi did not look at the memorial stone, which was filled with guilt. He fell to his knees as tears began to flow again. He expressed his sorrow, feeling the weight of his failure to protect Minato's son. Shikamaru Nara was waiting in the hospital, having received no news about his teammates, and even worse, no news about Naruto. He had fought a powerful member of Orochimaru's elite followers, who had used a strange flute. If it hadn't been for the arrival of Gaara's sister, Temari, he would have been in serious danger. The only injury he sustained was a broken finger. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Tsunade, the fifth Hokage, walking toward him with visible streaks of tears on her face. She needed to talk to him, and he could sense the urgency in her tone. It was about Naruto. Hope filled Shikamaru momentarily, only to be crushed by the news she delivered. He felt despair wash over him as he reacted to the devastating information. Tsunade called for a council meeting, and soon the room filled with members seated in a semicircular arrangement. The Shinobi Council sat on one side, while the Civil Council occupied the other, with the elders in the center. Tsunade walked in slowly, her head down, awakening a sense of concern among the Shinobi Council and the elders. Koharu, one of the Hokage's advisors, asked why she had called them together. Tsunade informed them about the results of the recovery team assigned to capture Sasuke Uchiha and bring him back to the village. The atmosphere grew tense as she revealed the mission's failure, which resulted in one shinobi with minor injuries, another needing weeks of care, 2 severely injured, and 1 death. The council members pressed for details about the injured shinobi. Tsunade listed Shikamaru Nara as the one with minor injuries, Kiba Inuzuka as the one needing treatment, and Choji Akimichi and Niji Hyuga as the severely injured. When Hayashi Hyuga inquired about the death, Tsunade choked on the name, revealing that Naruto Uzumaki had been killed by Sasuke Uchiha. The civil council erupted in cheers, celebrating the loss of the demon, and praising Uchiha for saving them. In contrast, the Shinobi Council felt sorrow and rejection, mourning the loss of the blonde who they believed was a pure soul incapable of evil. They understood the difference between a kunai and the scroll in which it was sealed, and they were disheartened by the Civil Council's disregard for Naruto's life. The elders were worried, having lost their Jinchuriki, which significantly weakened their military power. If word spread to other nations that Konoha had lost its Jinchuriki, they could be vulnerable to attacks. Tsunade struggled to contain her anger at the civilians' foolishness until one of them made a ridiculous request. The council civil requested a statue to honor Uchiha for his actions. Tsunade's frustration boiled over as she declared that she would never create a statue for someone who had abandoned the village, joined Orochimaru, and killed a Konoha ninja. She officially labeled Sasuke Uchiha a rogue ninja. Shikaku Nara supported her declaration, and the heads of the shinobi clans nodded in agreement. Later, the village was informed of Naruto's death and Sasuke's desertion. Half of the village celebrated, throwing parties to mark the death of the demon, while the other half mourned, recognizing all that Naruto had done for them. When Gaara heard the news, he felt crushed. The first person who had treated him as worthy of existence was gone. He vowed to honor Naruto's legacy by becoming stronger. He would not let revenge consume him, but if he encountered Sasuke Uchiha, he would not hesitate to confront him. Iruka was filled with anger and sadness. The person he considered a younger brother was dead, and the villagers were celebrating. He understood Naruto's struggles and felt disappointed that Naruto's death had come at the hands of another of his students. He chose to isolate himself in his apartment, and no one saw the scarred Chunin for a week. When he finally emerged, he looked like a wreck, with dark circles under his eyes and swollen cheeks from crying. Among those who learned of Naruto's death, Konohamaru took it the hardest. He locked himself in his room for a week, only emerging for Naruto's funeral. Naruto had been like an older brother to him, and now he was gone, just like his grandfather, the third Hokage. The smell of ramen could not pull him from his depression, and even the mention of Naruto's name deepened his sorrow. He had not felt this way since his grandfather's death during Orochimaru's invasion. It seemed to rain endlessly after Naruto's passing, as if the heavens were weeping for the loss of such a pure soul. Everyone who had known or cared for Naruto attended the funeral, except for Kakashi, who was not invited, and Jiraiya, who found it too painful. The attendees included all the talented shinobi from Konoha's recent Chunin exams, along with their mentors and even the Sand siblings. The funeral lasted for hours, and as the crowd began to disperse, one person remained: Konohamaru Sarutobi. He stared at the gravestone, which held no body. He made a promise that Naruto's sacrifice would not be in vain. He would continue Naruto's legacy and become stronger for his sake. In Myobokuzen, the wise elder pondered deeply how someone as remarkable as Naruto could die so soon. He secretly knew that Naruto was the child spoken of in his prophecies. So why did the world believe he was gone? Unless another force could help Naruto return, the elder knew that whatever it was not good. In a dark place, a man with metallic purple eyes and concentric rings around his pupils stood. His body appeared distorted, resembling a rainbow, and images of others with different eyes but the same distortion surrounded him. They all shared one thing in common: they wore black cloaks adorned with red clouds. A tall man with bright eyes remarked on how long it had been since they were all together in this way. Another hunched figure noted that it had been 7 years since Orochimaru left the organization to pursue his foolish goals. A third member pointed out that Orochimaru possessed the Sharingan and reminded the others that Itachi was not his younger brother. Itachi remained unresponsive to this jab, saying nothing. The plant-like member among them stated that the Kyuubi Jinchuriki was dead. A member with eyes resembling waves demanded to know who had killed the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. Zetsu, the plant-like man, revealed that it was Itachi's brother, Sasuke Uchiha. Another member scolded Itachi, suggesting that if he had killed his brother the night of the massacre, the Kyuubi would still be alive. Instead, the chakra was now scattered, delaying their plans for years. Itachi remained silent, his thoughts diverging as he reflected on his brother's mistake. They would have to wait until the Kyuubi's reforms were complete, which would take about 5 years, before extracting the remaining Biju. Kyuubi had to be sealed in the end, otherwise, their plan would fail. The leader ordered them to use this time to train until they faced the Jinchuriki. One by one, the illusory bodies began to disappear, except for Itachi, who wondered where Naruto was, believing he could not be. A solitary, withered man sat atop a tree like a throne. His light gray hair reached his waist, with 2 strands framing his shoulders, one completely covering his right eye. He wore a black robe that concealed most of his body, except for his back, which had 3 tubes connected to a massive statue. He appeared emaciated, with a face lined with wrinkles and a single visible Sharingan eye. He also held the remnants of an old Kusarigama that served as a staff. He seemed motionless, and anyone observing him would assume he was not breathing. This man had witnessed and participated in countless battles, seeing death in every corner of his vision, yet it did not affect him. He had lost too much to war, too much to hatred. Once called a god, he was now merely a dusty scroll, with 1 foot in the grave but refusing to die. He had not seen the sun in ages, nor had he inhaled the scent of the surrounding forests. For him, time held no meaning or purpose. He was simply waiting for something unknown. He had not seen another person's face for what felt like an eternity. He was pulled from his thoughts as Zetsu rose from the ground. The first thing he noticed was Zetsu's trap, but he quickly realized that Zetsu was carrying a bundle of fabric in his arms. The package was large but not overly so, and it seemed small compared to Zetsu. Zetsu explained that he was there because of what he carried. He carefully placed the bundle on the ground before the elder, who narrowed his solitary eye in curiosity. The man picked up his Kusarigama and used the blade to unwrap the bundle. What he saw made his eyes narrow further with suspicion. It was a child, to be precise, a lifeless child with a large hole in his chest. The boy had wild, untamed blonde hair, and his eyes were closed. He bore 3 distinctive marks on each cheek and wore an orange outfit that the elder found distasteful. The elder asked Zetsu why he had brought him this corpse. Zetsu responded that the elder had always wanted someone to continue his plans and that he had found someone who could ensure that. The elder expressed a preference for someone whose blade had taken a life and whose heart still beat. Zetsu, undeterred, mentioned that the boy was a former Jinchuriki and descended from the Uzumaki clan. The elder's interest piqued, as he knew all about the Uzumaki clan, especially their blood ties to the Senju and their incredibly powerful chakra. Zetsu further revealed that the boy had been killed by an Uchiha using the Mangekyo. The elder's interest deepened. A member of the Uzumaki clan and a former Jinchuriki could become an extraordinarily powerful shinobi if trained correctly. This could provide him with the opportunity to continue his ambitions. He asked Zetsu if reviving the boy and convincing him to join his plan could yield an extraordinarily powerful asset. Zetsu nodded in agreement. The elder then turned his gaze back to Naruto's body, pondering the boy's skill level. Zetsu explained that Naruto knew the basic academy ninjutsu and had 3 powerful jutsu in his arsenal, but he would struggle with genjutsu due to his chakra levels. Zetsu was unsure about Naruto's taijutsu. The elder inquired about the specific ninjutsu the boy possessed. Zetsu mentioned that Naruto was familiar with the shadow clone technique and the multi-shadow clone technique, as well as a powerful A-rank ninjutsu that had taken 3 years to develop, which Naruto had mastered in just a week. The old shinobi knelt down to place his hands on the child, contemplating the possibilities ahead. No matter how much natural talent one possessed or how hard one worked, having the shadow clone technique meant that gaining a year of experience in just 6 months was possible, along with mastering an A-rank jutsu in a week. He had immense potential, as Zetsu had indicated. Zetsu had truly brought a gem among stones. The old man's faith was not easily given, but Zetsu had earned it. His solitary Sharingan transformed into a purple eye with multiple rings surrounding the pupil, resembling a ripple pattern. He performed several hand seals before stopping at the serpent seal, focusing his chakra intensely. The technique he invoked was the Rinne Tensei. A demonic head emerged from the ground, surrounded by a purple aura, with the kanji for king emblazoned on its forehead. It opened its mouth, releasing a small layer of green energy that enveloped Naruto's body, instantly healing the wound where his heart should have been. However, a scar resembling lightning radiated from the point of impact. Madara understood that if he was not directly connected to the statue, he would perish. Seconds passed, and Naruto's heavy breathing filled the air. He was alive but unconscious. The old man noted that Naruto would not awaken for several more days, prompting him to instruct Zetsu to begin a blood transfusion. Zetsu nodded and prepared the necessary items. Hours later, the transfusion was a complete success. The old man's blood now flowed through the boy's veins, granting him the gifts of the elder. The old man was curious and asked Zetsu about the Uchiha who had killed him, needing confirmation of his suspicions. Zetsu's white half eagerly pleaded to share the information, aware that the black half would interrupt. The black half allowed the white half to speak freely. The white half began to explain that the Uchiha was just, and that was how he had left the village to join a rogue ninja known as Orochimaru. The black half interjected with the name, having seen the man before during a meeting discussing his actions. The white half confirmed that Orochimaru was indeed the name. The old man inquired further about Orochimaru's identity. The white half started to explain, but was interrupted again. The black half elaborated that Orochimaru was the former student of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. During the Second Great Ninja War, he had significantly aided his village alongside his teammates, Jiraiya and Tsunade Senju. The old man frowned at the mention of Senju, as if someone had just kicked his puppy. Later, they had fought against a legendary figure in the shinobi world, Hanzo of the Salamander, who spared the 3 of them and granted them the title of Legendary 3 Ninjas. However, Orochimaru later conducted horrific experiments on children and fled the village, becoming a criminal. Despite his attempts to kill the old Hokage, Sarutobi had managed to seal away Orochimaru's 2 predecessors, limiting his power. The old man mused that Orochimaru had barely managed to defeat Tobirama's monkey, even as age had affected him, and he could not defeat Hanzo, even with the help of others, including a Senju. The old ninja was quickly gathering his thoughts. Orochimaru did not seem like a great shinobi. He acknowledged Sarutobi's strength, perhaps even greater than Tobirama's, but he was still far from the power of Hashirama or his own. He believed his future student would become a far greater threat than Orochimaru's Uchiha pet. Days later, Naruto awoke to nothing but darkness. He adjusted his eyes to the dim light in the dark space. He wondered where he was, questioning if he was dead. He whispered into the void, hoping for a reassuring voice to confirm his fears. Then, a voice sliced through the silence like a knife through butter. He looked up to see the oldest man he had ever encountered, surpassing even the third Hokage in age, standing over him like a statue. Naruto thought to himself that this man had Sasuke's eyes, wondering if he was an Uchiha like him. His entire body felt numb. He could not move and could only feel the air and dust on his skin. The old man explained that he was in a realm between the eternal. Naruto questioned what kind of place this was, observing the tired and numb man, noting that the realm was dark, too dark. The old man clarified that it was a realm of nothingness, a space between two superior powers. Naruto pondered where he was and how he had ended up in this place. He struggled to recall much, but memories flooded back. The mission to retrieve his friend, his promise to Sakura, and the pain of loss. He shouted Sasuke's name, suddenly sitting up, only to feel a strange sensation above his heart. He was surprised to find no pain and questioned where his wound had gone. Then he noticed a peculiar lightning-shaped scar on his chest, where his heart should have been. He realized he was naked and turned his gaze back to the old man. The old man informed him that he had healed his wounds and restored his life. If he could feel his heart beating, it was a sign that he was alive. Naruto stared wide-eyed at the man, who held an ancient scythe that glimmered slightly. In a panic, Naruto exclaimed that the old man was a Shinigami who had brought him back to life to take him to hell, pleading for his life. The old man chuckled softly, assuring Naruto that he was not a Shinigami and that he was not dead yet, although he did possess some Shinigami traits. Naruto examined the elderly man, who resembled a grumpy old bat arguing with his wife. Despite that, he felt grateful. He expressed his thanks, feeling generally happy to be alive. However, a troubling thought crossed his mind. He shouted in despair, tears streaming down his face, pleading for reassurance that he was not caught in some shinobi trap like Orochimaru's. The old man, with a hint of irritation at Naruto's rudeness, responded that he was not a trickster. Naruto, still in disbelief, demanded to know where his belongings were. The old man bluntly stated that he had burned them, which shattered Naruto's stupor, leading him to shed more tears over his beloved attire. He lamented the loss of his favorite underwear adorned with little frogs, which had been destined for the flames. The old man continued, noting that it was too soon for Naruto to express his gratitude. This piqued Naruto's interest, and the elder mentioned that he was sure Naruto had some nindo, or ninja way, that he respected. Just as Naruto was about to respond, the old man interrupted, claiming he already knew he was right. Naruto looked at him with curiosity, realizing he indeed had a nindo. The elder observed Naruto's determination, noting that he seemed like the type who would not keep his word. Naruto, still feeling weak but determined, expressed that he could not stay, as his friends depended on him, and he needed to fulfill a promise to someone important. He slowly attempted to rise from the bed, but as he tried to balance on his feet, he fell, the blanket still covering him. He insisted he had to return home and let his friends know he was alive. The old man sighed, watching Naruto struggle on the cold floor. He noted that Naruto's muscles and organs were just beginning to function again, and moving too much could lead to further injury or even death. Naruto, however, refused to give up, stating that he would return to Konoha no matter what. He grunted as he tried to lift himself off the ground, but his body was still too weak, and he felt a painful twist in his stomach. The elder continued to watch, acknowledging Naruto's determination but knowing he needed to rest. He questioned why Naruto kept repeating the same actions, expecting different results. He had to admit the boy's determination was admirable. Naruto declared that he would never give up and always kept his word, emphasizing that this was his nindo as a shinobi. The elder responded with wisdom, stating that words without conviction were empty. He explained that saying something was different from doing it, and Naruto needed to realize that this was his rebirth, waking up to the reality before him. Feeling helpless, Naruto lay on the cold ground, tears forming in his eyes. He accepted that he could not leave until he had recovered. The elder placed his staff beside the bed and carefully helped Naruto back onto it. Curious about the man who had brought him back to life, Naruto whispered to know his name. The elder sat down, clearing his throat to capture Naruto's attention. He introduced himself as the ghost of the Uchiha, revealing his identity as Madara Uchiha. As light filled the dark room, Naruto adjusted his eyes and saw a towering flower and a massive statue seated in a lotus position, hands together, with small tubes connecting the statue to Madara. Naruto looked at the legendary shinobi and laughed, doubting that Madara could be alive. Madara's sweat fell as he realized it was easier for Naruto to believe he was a Shinigami than to accept his true identity. Madara commanded Naruto to look into his eyes, revealing his Sharingan. Naruto recalled the times he had dismissed those eyes, realizing now the gravity of the situation. Stammering, he acknowledged Madara's identity, seeing the red eyes that reflected anger and hatred. Madara confirmed that he had granted Naruto the power of the Uchiha clan. Excited, Naruto asked if he could awaken the Sharingan. Madara affirmed that he could use the bloodline like any other Uchiha. With a small smile, Naruto expressed that Madara wasn't so bad after all, feeling a sense of excitement about the potential of having those powerful eyes and possibly mastering genjutsu. Madara, however, pressed Naruto about his views on reality, wanting to know if he would help him. Naruto's cheerful expression faded as he questioned what Madara meant. Madara elaborated, asking what Naruto hoped for in this world. Naruto responded that he desired love and friendship, a place where people could understand each other without fear or hatred. Madara scoffed at this notion, stating that in this world, people rarely got what they truly desired. He explained that reality was filled with suffering and hatred, where light could not exist without darkness, and pain and futility were the only constants. In this world there are only winners and losers, alongside the selfish desires to create lasting peace. However, peace cannot exist when the world is flooded with rage. The selfish desire for peace will only be temporary, and war will rise, with hatred born from the protection of love, followed by more hatred like vultures. All of this forms links, bound by an unbreakable chain that continues to add to its connections. Naruto murmured that there was some truth in what Madara said as he turned his gaze away. Madara expressed his disdain for the world, declaring it a hell he was condemned to live in. He believed that only the powerful decide fate, while the weak become slaves to those who are strong. Madara had cheated death too many times to know he was strong enough to decide his destiny, yet he felt he would soon be dead because immortality does not truly exist. He wanted to change the world, to create a realm of peace and love where there would be no hatred or pain. Naruto found this idea troubling. Madara assured him that he might have what he always wanted in this dream world. He knew how Jinchuriki were treated, expressing sympathy for Naruto, who had been seen as nothing more than a reminder of their pain. Madara guessed that the villagers had feared and hated Naruto, denying him the right to live and love, effectively ignoring his existence. Naruto admitted that he was right. Madara continued, stating that those people were foolish, allowing their fears to dominate them and their hatred to blind them. He concluded that as long as there were things in this world that people did not understand, they would always live in terror. Naruto, however, insisted that there were still people he cared about. Madara pointed out that his own clan member had tried to kill him, prompting Naruto to recall his memories with Sasuke, realizing that Sasuke's hatred had consumed him. Madara whispered that even if Naruto tried to escape, death would come swiftly due to his weak body. Naruto regretted that Madara was correct. He then asked what would happen in this dream world. Madara explained that anything Naruto had ever wanted could become a reality. He could create people, manipulate landscapes, and even revive the dead. The thought of meeting his parents took Naruto's breath away. Madara channeled chakra into his left eye and whispered, "Tsukuyami," transporting them to a white void. He explained that this would be the initial appearance of the dream world, and his own appearance began to change, making him look much younger and healthier. He clarified that this was a genjutsu but that he needed a stronger power to create it. Curious, Naruto asked what Madara needed. Madara informed him that to cast the genjutsu, they would need the power of the Jubi as a catalyst. He explained the history of the Jubi and the Sage of Six Paths and his sons. Naruto realized they needed to combine the 9 Biju and seal them within the Geto Mazo, with one of them becoming the Jinchuriki to cast the genjutsu on the world, forcing everyone to share the dream. Madara had given Naruto his blood to control the Geto Mazo but noted that he would need the Rinnegan to summon it. They emerged from the genjutsu, and Madara asked if Naruto would reward him for the second chance he had given him. Naruto's eyes were downcast, but he nodded, seeing this as the perfect opportunity for revenge against the villagers. Madara then inquired about Naruto's first name. Naruto introduced himself as Naruto Uzumaki, dropping his psychological mask. Madara acknowledged the strength of the name and pressed him on whether he had any regrets. Naruto proclaimed that he regretted not having killed Sasuke Uchiha, his eyes transforming from ocean blue to blood red, adorned with 3 tomo. The pattern around his pupil resembled a 3-pronged scythe, reflecting a desire for death and the need to harvest life. Madara accepted Naruto as his student, and Naruto declared that they would begin the plan of the Moon Eye and bring peace to the world. Meanwhile, a girl was crushed by the loss of the boy who had seemingly loved her, now gone. It had been less than a month since the explosion of golden energy, and she was not the only one suffering. Hinata was heartbroken too, having loved him but never finding the courage to confess. She felt useless, wishing she had been stronger to help Naruto. Instead, she had been busy idolizing someone who despised her, blind to the truth that the boy with ocean-colored eyes had seen her as the center of his world. Now, with him gone, the village felt empty and devoid of emotion. A dark gray shroud had fallen over the village, leaving everything dull and lifeless. The sun seemed to shine less on the buildings and people, and the light was no longer warm or gentle. It was simply neutral. She missed the warmth she used to feel every day, but the warmth she received when she was near him was almost like standing next to the sun. The sun had lost its heat, and the wind was cold. It seemed to rain more often since he had passed away, and what was once called the land of fire now felt like the land of sad rain. She understood how Amigakure must feel. But why was it raining more than ever? Was the sky weeping for someone whose spirit was as bright and carefree as the sky itself? He lived life to the fullest, unbound by the rules and laws of the world, creating his own rules, and no one would scold him. At times, Sakura felt fortunate not to have parents who would reprimand or punish her. But did she truly believe that? What would happen if she walked a week in Naruto's shoes? Perhaps she would understand how he felt. There was a saying she often heard in the village: one cannot truly understand someone until they walk a mile in their shoes. That statement resonated deeply with her. The village seemed to return to its usual routine, but sometimes wounds took longer to heal than others. Everyone seemed to have forgotten about the blonde, but Sakura could see that they still bore scars. It felt as if they had resented her for a time. Yet she couldn't comprehend why, and she often wondered about it, feeling that uncovering the truth would cost her more than it was worth. There was someone she saw every day, someone closer to Naruto than she was Konohamaru. After the loss of the beloved blonde, she checked on the heir of Sarutobi to see if he was coping with the pain in his heart. However, she was met with rejection and disheartened each time he claimed he was fine or just training. So, she left him alone to face his grief in his own way. But the one statement that struck her heart was, "I will carry on his legacy." That phrase seemed to awaken something within her, hinting at a glimmer of hope, yet it troubled her mind. What was she supposed to do? She had the potential to be something great, something he could look down upon with pride for her achievements. That was what she desired above all else. At times, she dreamt of ending her own life to join him in the afterlife. But would that truly solve anything? Naruto had dedicated all his time to making the village a better place, giving his money to orphans, the poor, and the oppressed, clearly understanding their struggles. That was one thing she loved about him, his selflessness, always willing to help others. Even though he was loud and exuberant, that was what made her laugh. She recalled when their team practiced tree climbing. He had nearly perfect chakra control. She couldn't remember the specifics, but she was sure it would come back to her. Tsunade Senju sat behind her desk, doing what she dreaded most, Paperwork, mission presentations, and approving D-rank missions tasks that felt insignificant. She wondered how she allowed a certain clever blonde to call her Bachan, even though she hated that nickname. Yet she let her do it. Like everyone who knew the sun-kissed blonde, she too was suffering inside. It felt like a horrible pain within her that refused to fade, like a parasite. She loved the orange-loving boy as if he were her own son. She had finally found someone precious to whom she could pass on the necklace, but it felt like a curse that had taken him away. She believed the stories were true, that the cursed necklace would only accept her as its bearer. She should have done more for him, perhaps provided better living conditions or more money for him to thrive. Apparently, Naruto had saved quite a bit from all the missions he undertook, but she heard he rarely spent it, only buying what he needed. Yet there were other things he needed: friends, family, and love. He spent his money on necessities, neglecting his own needs. He had plenty of money but rarely met with friends, claiming he never formed bonds with them or that they thought he was foolish and avoided him like everyone else. She thought he could have gotten better clothes than that jumpsuit. Naruto, whenever he earned money after becoming a shinobi, would give it to the orphans and the orphanage. But after his death, the orphans stopped receiving funds. Even the matron who ran the place came to tell her, always stating, it was signed anonymously. That boy truly had a heart of gold. He was nothing but a kind spirit, filled with positivity, and he had the purest soul one could know. She believed he would earn the village's recognition one day, but now or any day seemed unlikely. She turned her head to the left and picked up a photo. It was of her and the sun-kissed blonde on their way back to Konoha, where he would become Hokage. In the picture, she was hugging him, and they were both smiling widely. He had truly been like a son to her, but now he was gone. Thanks to Uchiha, she had issued a capture order if any ninja spotted him. She wouldn't kill him. That was not what he would have wanted. Yet, the civil council and elders had their own agenda, seeking the Sharingan for their purposes. What a burden, she thought angrily. The Sharingan was seen as a vital asset for Konoha's power. They claimed that since the Sharingan could control tailed beasts, they wouldn't even need the Kyuubi. But there had never been an Uchiha who could control a Bijuu's power since Madara Uchiha, making it unlikely. Tsunade was pulled from her thoughts when she heard a knock at the door. Wondering who it could be since she had sent Shizune on an errand, she allowed the person to enter. To her surprise, it was Sakura Haruno, Naruto's teammate. Now she was confused. What did he want? When Tsunade first laid her brown, honey-colored eyes on the pinky finger, her first thought was, fangirl, a notion that intensified when she saw Sakura embrace Sasuke as if her life depended on it. She also noticed the pained expression on Naruto's face as he held onto Sasuke, that spoiled brat. Tsunade had encountered many fans in her long life, all obsessed with their crushes, looks, talents, and coolness, most of which were irrelevant, and most of the time, the object of their affection showed no interest in them. Essentially, they were chasing reflections, and Sakura was no different. She was probably the biggest fangirl Tsunade had ever seen, and there was nothing special about her aside from Sasuke, who was an Uchiha. If he had the Mangekyo Sharingan, he would be worth something. Her thoughts were interrupted when Sakura's voice broke the silence like a crack of thunder. Tsunade could tell the girl was nervous. For one, her eyes avoided contact, and both girls' body language screamed guilt. Tsunade had only seen Sakura a few times around the village and with Naruto, but she would listen to the girl. Tsunade adopted her unyielding Hokage demeanor, her expression stoic as she scrutinized Sakura. She asked if Sakura needed something, her tone authoritative. Sakura took a deep breath, her heart racing as she stood before the woman. Why had she agreed to this? Why had she come before the Hokage, the leader of her village? Her courage felt like it was slipping away, like water through a crack, and she feared she would break at any moment. She felt as if she were walking on needles. But she had something to prove, something to make everyone proud of her, especially him. She wanted to stand tall as a kunoichi, strong and confident, which she did not feel at that moment. Tsunade was genuinely surprised. She never expected this question to come from Sakura. But still what? She understood the request. Easily, but there had to be a hidden motive behind it. By her, There were many other mentors in Konoha. Even Kurenai would be acceptable. But to be directly under the Godame Hokage, the strongest woman in the world, was no coincidence. Tsunade had a feeling it was connected to a certain person. Shizun. Tsunade called out in a commanding tone. Her assistant rushed into the room with several stacks of papers she had just returned with, and somehow, Tsunade knew she was there. Yes, Tsunade-sama? Shizun asked, knowing that her master was slightly annoyed whenever she used that tone. Please bring me Sakura Haruno's file, Tsunade ordered, still in her fierce phase. Shizun nodded and quickly left the room to retrieve the file. The two kunoichi left in the room remained silent as a tomb. Tsunade interlaced her fingers and placed her hands in front of her face, studying the girl before her. The first thought that came to mind was, fangirl, the nightmare of all true kunoichi. It was ninjas like this that gave the term kunoichi a bad name, which was why they were never taken seriously. Not only was her figure too slender with barely any muscle, was she on a diet? The girl needed to change that because in battle, it would drain her energy and make her an easy target. If she didn't develop muscle, how would she defend herself against enemies? Without a healthy body, a shinobi or kunoichi wouldn't be much use, even with strong ninjutsu and chakra. Sakura felt Tsunade's scrutiny. She didn't know the woman's thoughts or feelings, but she could tell they weren't good based on the look she was receiving. She couldn't back down now. She had something to prove, and if she crumbled in front of Tsunade, nothing would be accomplished. Shizun returned to the Hokage's office with the folder in hand and handed it to her master. Tsunade dismissed her, as what was about to unfold needed to be kept private. Tsunade examined the folder before opening it. On the page was a photo of Sakura shortly after she had recently become a genin. She scanned each page, every word within the file, absorbing every detail. Tsunade abruptly closed the folder and looked back at the girl in front of her. She stated that Sakura Haruno's records contained some truly unsatisfactory information. Sakura felt hurt but knew it was true, denying it would only make her foolish. Tsunade continued, noting that the records indicated Sakura did not take her shinobi training seriously, being too obsessed with personal affections that interfered with teamwork and focus. She also mentioned the reports on Sakura's missions and her preliminary battle in the Chunin exam against Ino Yamanaka. In the mission reports, it was noted that her first C-rank mission escalated to an A rank due to her reliance on teammates when facing a superior adversary, which clouded her judgment, causing her to stay behind without participating in the team's actions to save their sensei who was trapped. Then there was the report of her first match with Ino Yamanaka, where the words used were pathetic, according to Kurenai Yuhi. It stated that she barely had mastery of the academy's basic jutsu and showed no skills beyond below-average taijutsu, as noted by Asuma Sarutobi. Enko Mitarashi remarked that she was ashamed to all kunoichi, and Ibiki Marino questioned, who let her into the academy? Sakura's confidence was rapidly shattering. Everything Tsunade said was correct, and she could not deny it. But this isn't important. Tsunade said as she finished reciting the report. She asked why Sakura wished to become her apprentice, a question Tsunade was eager to know the answer to. Because I want to be a strong kunoichi. To serve the Leaf Village and become an admirable medical ninja, Sakura stated, attempting to sound confident. No, was all Sakura heard. She looked up to see Tsunade gazing at her with sympathy. Sakura, tell me the truth. Why do you want to be my apprentice? Tsunade asked. Sakura was breathless at the question. The Hokage knew she was hiding something, but she wanted to understand the true reason behind it. Sakura expressed her desire to become stronger, to learn medical ninjutsu to save lives. She was aware of the harsh reality that people die, but she believed they should be given a chance to live. She didn't want anyone, especially someone like Naruto, to perish. Overwhelmed with emotion, she began to cry. She wanted to be strong so that he would be proud of her, to give her life purpose, and to ensure that Naruto's death would not be in vain. She wished for his will to continue through her and others. With determination, she pleaded to be accepted as Tsunade's apprentice. Tsunade had anticipated this response, but seeing Sakura break down reminded her of her own past losses during the Second Shinobi World War. Dan and Nawaki had been her everything, and their deaths had left a lasting void. Very well, Sakura Haruno. You are now my apprentice. We will begin tomorrow, but do not expect it to be easy. My training will be tough and rigorous, Tsunade said seriously. Sakura steeled herself and faced her new teacher with resolve. She promised not to let Tsunade down. In a dark, cold place, an elderly man sat on a wooden throne, holding a kuzurigama instead of a cane. This man was Madara Uchiha, observing his only student, Naruto Uzumaki, endure a grueling physical regimen. It was technically an exercise, but it felt like torture. A week prior, after Naruto's rehabilitation, his muscles and internal organs began functioning properly. The first step was to address his physical condition. Naruto had started with excess baby fat and little muscle, which needed to be corrected quickly. Madara was determined to get the blonde into optimal fighting shape, pushing him to the limit with 1,000 push-ups, 1,000 squats, and 2 hours of continuous running. To Naruto, Madara felt like a relentless taskmaster, yet he never complained. After waking up, Zetsu provided Naruto with new clothes after his old ones were destroyed by Madara. His new outfit consisted of a leather vest, ANBU-style pants, fingerless gloves, and a pair of black ninja sandals. When asked how he acquired them, Zetsu remained silent, but the white half explained that the large flower was growing more in him and that artificial beings could transform into others and had purchased the clothes with counterfeit money. No further questions were asked. Surprisingly, Madara possessed extensive knowledge of Fuinjutsu. He quickly created gravity seals designed to enhance Naruto's speed, strength, and physical mass. This was a brilliant plan, as Madara could see the results of Naruto's training. There was a slight increase in muscle in the areas Naruto targeted, and soon his muscles would become as hard as wood. Throughout the week, Madara had come to know the hyperactive blonde, who was intriguing. Even after shedding his psychological mask, Naruto retained some of his quirks. He had a peculiar obsession with ramen, calling it the food of the gods, and despite Madara's verbal jabs about the color orange being foolish and useless, Naruto still found joy in it. They had debated for hours whether orange was indeed a silly color, but Naruto would smile faintly afterward. However, Naruto had transformed into a more reserved individual, rarely complaining about Madara and smiling less. He seemed to harbor bitterness toward the people of Konoha, which was exactly what Madara desired. A significant change in Naruto was his newfound perfectionism. He would not stop until he mastered what he was learning, reminding Madara of himself. What surprised Madara the most was Naruto's untapped potential, like a great flood held back by a wall of sticks. One did not need the Sharingan to see it. Even without the shadow clone technique, Madara was pleased that Zetsu had brought the boy to him. Now he had a powerful weapon to carry on his legacy and fulfill years of planning. One thing that offended Madara was the quality of shinobi in the current era, where the so-called elites failed to capture a boy in a bright orange jumpsuit in broad daylight. He contemplated whether to begin teaching Naruto elemental manipulation, but first, he needed to discover the nature of Naruto's chakra. If he was going to use the boy, he needed to make him as strong as possible, as he could not do much at the moment. In a way, Naruto reminded Madara of his younger brother, Izuna. They shared the same determination and calm demeanor, excelling in combat, focus, and quick thinking. However, what surprised Madara was Naruto's cunning nature. The boy was sly and deceptive, which Madara likened to a fox, ironic, considering Naruto was the host of the massive nine-tailed fox. Perhaps that was where his love for orange originated. This talent would undoubtedly be a blessing in the future. Madara sensed that Naruto was planning something, hidden behind a wall of words. Madara thought about the future. He knew he had limited time left, connected to the statue that sustained his life. He had about 3.5 years before the statue would cease to provide him with chakra. But one thing lingered in Madara's mind, causing him to pause. The attack of the Kyuubi, the beast sealed within the boy by the fourth Hokage, raised questions. Why would the fox randomly attack the village when it had the chance to escape and be free? By attacking the village, it risked being sealed away again. Unless someone controlled him, Hashirama could not have been Madara's enemy, as he was dead and Zetsu had informed him that he was sealed away. So, who could it have been? Another Uchiha. Madara called out to Zetsu, and within moments, he could see the Venus flytrap open to reveal Zetsu's head. The Black Half inquired why Madara had called him, recalling their last meeting when he had given Naruto his new clothes. Madara ordered Zetsu to investigate everything he could about the Kyuubi attack that had occurred 13 years ago, looking for its cause and who had been controlling it. The White Half was puzzled about why the Kyuubi attack mattered to Madara, but the Black Half understood completely. The Black Half agreed to check on it just as the White Half cheerfully presented the papers Madara had requested. He handed the papers to Madara, who examined them with satisfaction. Madara then called out to Naruto, who paused during his 924th push-up and looked at his sensei with curiosity. Madara began to explain the natures and affinities of chakra. He held up a piece of paper and told Naruto to look closely. Naruto stared at the papers, unsure of their significance. Madara explained that these were chakra papers, cultivated from a tree infused with chakra. They could reveal a person's affinity with one of the basic elements: fire, water, wind, earth, and lightning, each with its own strengths and weaknesses. Madara expressed his belief that Naruto had a fire affinity, partly due to the Uchiha blood flowing through him. Curious, Naruto asked how one could determine their chakra type using these papers. Madara was ready to demonstrate. He handed Naruto one of the papers and held another in his own hand. After channeling a small amount of chakra into the paper, the first half ignited and turned to ash, while the second half split in two. Madara explained that the paper was sensitive to chakra, and when even a small amount was channeled, something would happen. He asked Naruto what he had observed. Naruto recalled that the first half had burned away while the second half had split. Madara confirmed that this meant he had two affinities: fire and wind. Naruto nodded, pleased to have a master skilled in fire jutsu. Madara continued, explaining that 5 outcomes could occur when Naruto tested his own affinity. If his affinity was fire, the paper would burn. If it was wind, it would split. If it was water, it would become damp. If it was earth, it would turn to dust. And if it was lightning, it would crumple. Madara emphasized that his primary affinity was fire, as it was the first to manifest. Naruto focused on his paper, channeling his chakra into it. 3 things happened. The paper split in two, one half ignited and turned to ash, while the other crumpled. Madara observed the results, noting that Naruto had 3 affinities: wind, fire, and lightning. He praised Naruto for this rare achievement. Excited, Naruto asked when they would begin elemental manipulation, feeling weary from the exercises. Madara responded that they would not start just yet. Confused, Naruto protested, wondering why he was enduring all these punishing exercises. He pointed out that he had the Sharingan, which allowed him to predict enemy attacks. He failed to notice the crumpled hand approaching him, which made contact with the back of his head with a loud thud. Madara reprimanded him, asserting that he should not question his master. Naruto fell to the ground, rubbing the back of his head. This was the first time he had been rebellious in front of Madara, and in a moment of impulsiveness, he made a foolish remark about Madara being an old goat. Madara's face showed signs of irritation. While he didn't mind being called old, being compared to a goat was intolerable. He grabbed his Kusarigama and playfully struck Naruto with the blunt end multiple times as Naruto repeatedly apologized. Around this time, Zetsu tuned in, finding the scene quite amusing. Madara was playfully hitting Naruto with the blunt side of his weapon. Although the strikes did not truly hurt Naruto, he wanted to avoid being hit by an old man who was ruining his reputation. Both halves of Zetsu laughed at the sight, as it was rare for Madara to be so animated. After several minutes of playful d'espionage, Madara settled into a chair-like throne and addressed Naruto again. He explained that there were limitations to the Sharingan. Even though they could see all their opponents' movements, it did not mean they could intercept them all the time. Naruto needed to train his body to overcome threats, and the Sharingan would serve as a tool to overwhelm his opponents. He emphasized that even if Naruto could track movements, his body needed to keep pace. Madara clarified that he had given Naruto weighted seals to enhance his speed and strength during attacks, while the other exercises were meant to build his endurance. Now understanding the purpose behind the training, Naruto wished Madara had explained it sooner. Madara expressed that he wanted Naruto to figure things out for himself, especially since he would face powerful opponents like the Kages when implementing the Moon Eye plan. He warned Naruto to return to his training or face another playful strike. Naruto nodded and resumed his exercises. Madara turned to Zetsu, commenting on how quickly things had progressed. Zetsu remained impassive, observing his creator. "That's why I found it quite interesting," Zetsu explained. Madara raised an eyebrow at his subordinate, intrigued. Zetsu continued, revealing that he had discovered a note from the fourth Hokage to the third, stating that someone claiming to be Madara Uchiha had taken control of the Kyuubi and attacked the village. He noted that the village had become rather complacent if it could be infiltrated so easily. However, he returned to the topic of the Kyuubi attacker. "Impossible," Madara growled. "I was here 13 years ago, and even then, my body was not capable of extracting the Kyuubi and attacking Konohagakure with the strength I possess now. Some Uchiha must be posing as an imitator. We need to find this person and eliminate them. They could pose a threat to me and my plans, potentially ruining everything." Zetsu nodded, pleased to have Madara's attention. He revealed that whoever had attacked the village had been manipulating the Akatsuki while disguising themselves as Madara Uchiha. Although he couldn't pinpoint a name, he had discovered that this individual had captured Nagato and ordered him to gather the Biju to seal the statue. Madara pondered Zetsu's words. Someone was influencing Nagato to execute the very same plan he had in mind. This person must be an exceptional imitator or simply enjoyed using a name that could not be measured. They were controlling the only other person capable of summoning the decrepit statue Madara's pawn. "When the time is right, I will have Naruto deal with the imitator. I would love nothing more than to unleash the infinite Tsukuyomi, but this person is controlling my pawns, and if there's one thing I despise, it's people meddling in others' affairs. The Moon Eye plan was my idea. Only I or my heir, Naruto, will deploy it. No one else. This pretender must be eliminated," Madara thought darkly. 2 months had passed since Madara received information about the instigator of the Kyuubi attacks. He had told Naruto that he hoped he would become even more loyal to him, and it had worked perfectly. Naruto had grown increasingly devoted, vowing to eliminate the false Madara who had turned his life into a nightmare, the source of all the hatred and loneliness he had suffered. Soon, he would have the power to confront him with mutual hatred. But one thing was missing. Naruto reflected that the false Madara was responsible for the attack on the village and may have even participated in the Uchiha massacre. He realized that it was because of this person that the village despised him, but the fourth Hokage had also played a role in it. However, the false Madara might have been responsible for the deaths of his parents. "Zetsu!" Naruto called out. If anyone could uncover the identities of his parents, it was the man made of plants. Zetsu emerged from the ground, only his upper body visible. He acknowledged Naruto's call. "Yes, Naruto?" Zetsu replied. This was the first time the blonde had asked him for something. "I want you to conduct a DNA test at the Konoha hospital by infiltrating the village to find out who my parents were," Naruto said quickly. Zetsu was taken aback. He had never expected such a request. "All right. But first, I will need some of your blood to compare it with anyone in the Leaf Village," Zetsu declared. An hour later, they began a blood extraction, watching as the red liquid filled a small container, ready for testing at the hospital. "I'll be back in a few hours," Zetsu said before disappearing. Night fell over Konoha, and everything was quiet. Not a single soul moved, even in the hospital. Zetsu transformed from the ground into the reception area. Black Zetsu was a powerful sensor, capable of feeling the signatures of everyone in the hospital, and he sensed nothing but patience. "Did you know Naruto hates hospitals?" White Zetsu remarked. "Yes," Black Zetsu replied simply. "Oh come on, I wanted to surprise you." They made their way to a wing of the hospital, where they found various equipment, including machines used for scanning DNA. "Oh, this is the place, isn't it?" White Zetsu asked. "No, not quite," Black Zetsu replied as they gathered the necessary hospital equipment for the procedure. Zetsu had no fingerprints, so he would leave no trace. Zetsu typed on the computer keyboard, comparing the DNA results between Naruto and his parents, hoping to find some clue about their identities. The first image that appeared on the screen was of a beautiful red-haired woman with violet eyes and a round face. "Oh, she's lovely," White Zetsu commented. "This is Naruto's mother. Her name is Kushina Uzumaki, birthday, July 10th, blood type, B, Jonin, status, deceased," Black Zetsu stated. "Oh, poor Naruto. Now for the father, quickly," White Zetsu urged with excitement. The second image that appeared was of a handsome man with blonde hair and blue eyes. White Zetsu was astonished. The fourth Hokage was Naruto's father. It all made sense to the artificial human. Of course, the fourth would seal the QB within his son. How had they not realized this sooner? Minato Namikaze's birthday, January 25th, blood type, B, Kage, status, deceased, Black Zetsu announced. Now this is a surprising turn of events. Who should we tell first, Naruto or Madara? White Zetsu asked. "Let's tell them both," Black Zetsu decided. "Oh, I can't wait to see Naruto's reaction," White Zetsu exclaimed. The plant man transformed back into the ground, ensuring to erase any evidence of his presence. "Wait," White Zetsu said. "There's more." Zetsu observed the new information that appeared on the computer screen. He was tracing other relatives, but since Naruto's parents had no siblings, he quickly moved on to grandparents and great-grandparents. "What do we have here?" Black Zetsu inquired. The sun shone brightly over Kanahigakure, birds sang, rivers flowed, leaves danced in the wind, and two figures dressed in green shouted about the power of youth. It was one of those rare occasions when the sun truly shone, yet it still lacked the warmth that usually accompanied it. Sakura Haruno was heading toward the Yamanaka flower shop. The village seemed happier, more joyful than ever. Sakura was just an ordinary girl, and in truth, she wasn't particularly happy about being Tsunade's apprentice. She didn't know why, but she hoped to find the answer during her training. As she approached the flower shop, she spotted her best friend, Ino Yamanaka, examining her nails for the umpteenth time that day. Sakura sighed at the sight. Some people never changed. Ino used to do that all the time when they were younger. Sakura opened the door to the Yamanaka flower shop, and the bell chimed as she entered. Ino snapped out of her daze upon seeing her friend. Ino greeted Sakura with enthusiasm, and Sakura returned the greeting with a smile. Ino then attempted to start a conversation, mentioning she had heard some news. Curious, Sakura asked what news Ino was referring to. Ino informed her that it was rumored a certain pink-haired genin had become the apprentice of the Godame Hokage, Tsunade Senju, but she dismissed it as gossip, joking about Sakura's prominent forehead. Sakura, feeling a surge of anger, reacted fiercely, while Ino shot back with her own playful insult. Their banter was interrupted when Kiba entered the shop, blissfully unaware of the tension between the two girls. Kiba greeted them with a cheerful smile, but both girls shouted at him to leave, throwing bouquets of flowers in his direction. The force of their combined outburst sent him stumbling out of the shop, a bit dazed but unharmed. As Kiba lay on the ground outside, Shikamaru walked by and noticed him, along with the commotion caused by Sakura and Ino. He muttered to himself about the chaos, stepping over Kiba as he continued on his way. Ino turned her attention back to Sakura, expressing her envy over Sakura's apprenticeship with Tsunade, noting how many would do anything for such an opportunity. Sakura, however, revealed that her motivations were not for herself or anyone else, but tied to a promise she had made. Ino sensed the weight of Sakura's words and decided to change the subject, asking what kind of flowers Sakura wanted. Sakura requested some white roses, and Ino began to prepare a bouquet, commenting on their symbolism of purity and love. When Ino inquired about who the lucky recipient was, Sakura quietly admitted the flowers were for Naruto. Ino gasped, realizing she had ventured into sensitive territory. Sakura left the shop, and Ino watched her go, reflecting on her own regrets regarding Naruto. The walk to the cemetery was quiet and swift. Sakura was lost in thought, her mind occupied with everything she wished she could have done with her former teammate, but now it was too late. Upon arriving at Naruto's grave, she noticed Hinata was there as well. It was clear to everyone that Hinata had feelings for Naruto, yet he had never noticed. Sakura approached the grave and placed the white roses down. Hinata seemed unaware of her presence, having withdrawn into herself after hearing about Naruto's death. After a few moments of silence, Hinata left, perhaps to give Sakura some time alone. Now that she was alone, Sakura began to speak to Naruto, sharing her thoughts and feelings. She mentioned visiting regularly and how much she missed him, his smile, his competitive spirit, and even his loud voice. Sakura expressed her regret for how she had treated him in the past, wishing she had taken the time to know him better. As she struggled to find more words, she finally said her goodbyes and turned to leave, casting one last melancholic glance at the grave. Unbeknownst to her, Kakashi was watching from a distance, feeling a deep sense of regret. He felt responsible for Naruto's absence in life and the love he could have experienced. Kakashi approached the grave, staring at it silently, lost in his own thoughts. He stood there for hours, unwavering and silent, lost in memories of his time with his sensei's son. Believing he had spent enough time at the cemetery, he stepped away, offering a silent prayer for his student. Just then, a loud voice broke through his thoughts, announcing a challenge. It was Guy, full of enthusiasm, ready to initiate another one of his notorious contests. Kakashi felt his shoulders slump. He knew he would be pestered by Guy until he accepted the challenge once again. Meanwhile, Tsunade sat behind her desk, buried in the paperwork that plagued all Kages. She opened her drawer and pulled out a bottle of sake, fully aware that Shizun would disapprove of her drinking at work. But she craved the alcohol, and it was her favorite pastime. Taking a sip, she leaned back in her chair, savoring the taste and the moment of peace. The emotional wounds of the village seemed to have healed after the departure of her beloved teammates, but some still bled. As she took another sip, an ANBU agent suddenly appeared before her, kneeling, causing her to spit out her drink in surprise. The agent informed her of a security breach in the village that had occurred less than 24 hours ago. Tsunade quickly regained her composure, demanding to know how this had happened. The agent explained that a Chunin stationed at the hospital had reviewed the surveillance footage and spotted an intruder wearing a black cloak adorned with red clouds. Tsunade's mind raced. Akatsuki had infiltrated the hospital. She inquired if there was anything else the cameras had captured, and the agent, now identified as Bird, nodded. He revealed that after the Chunin reported the disturbance, an ANBU team was dispatched to investigate, but what they found was for her eyes only. Determined, Tsunade ordered Bird to gather Shizun, Shikaku, Kakashi, and Jiraiya, knowing the pervert could be lurking in the hot springs. Bird vanished in a swirl of leaves, and Tsunade rose from her desk, heading toward the hospital. Upon her arrival, an ANBU team awaited her. They bowed respectfully and led her to the security room where the footage was stored. Inside, Shizun was already present, cradling her master's pet pig, Taunton, while Shikaku nodded in acknowledgement. Though she expected Kakashi to arrive late, Jiraiya was still absent. Just then, the door opened, and Jiraiya trotted in, a serious expression on his face. He questioned what was so important that it interrupted his research, slightly annoyed. Tsunade felt a vain throb on her forehead at his words. Even after Naruto's passing, he remained focused on his inappropriate writing. She informed them that the village had been infiltrated overnight and that they would soon review the footage, but she wanted Kakashi present for this. Jiraiya, Shizun, and Shikaku were taken aback. Konoha was one of the most secure places, as difficult to breach as Amigakure. It required mastery of stealth to bypass the sensory barriers surrounding Konoha, making it nearly impossible for someone to walk in wearing a black cloak with red clouds without drawing attention. An hour passed, and Kakashi had yet to arrive. Tsunade felt irritation grow as she marked the time. Another hour went by, and she was now visibly frustrated with Kakashi's tardiness. By the third hour, her patience wore thin, and she had 3 marks on her face, each pulsing with her rising anger. Finally, the door opened to reveal Kakashi, casually reading his orange book. He greeted the others with a casual wave and a smile, but instead of a warm welcome, Tsunade delivered a punch to his face. Thankfully, it was not infused with chakra. Kakashi picked himself up, dusting off his clothes, surprised by Tsunade's sudden attack. Once everyone was present, Jiraiya attempted to ease the tension. He explained to Kakashi that the Leaf Village had been infiltrated by an unknown assailant. The intruder had managed to penetrate the sensory barrier with relative ease, but they had been careless upon reaching the hospital, where they were caught on video. The footage revealed the intruder wearing a black cloak with red clouds. Kakashi's attention sharpened. If this was related to Akatsuki, it was serious. Shizune activated the monitor and selected the recorded footage. As the video played, they saw the reception area transform, revealing a figure in the unmistakable black cloak with red clouds. Shizune and Tantan expressed their concerns, noting that there was nothing special about the hospital. Shikaku pointed out that Akatsuki had previously entered the village while searching for Naruto, but those were Itachi and Kisame. He questioned why another Akatsuki member would return, sensing something was off. He noted that Akatsuki typically worked in pairs, prompting the question of where the partner was. The situation grew increasingly perplexing, leaving them with more questions than answers. Tsunade rubbed her temple, pondering why the hospital was the focus of their discussion. Kakashi drew everyone's attention with his remark, suggesting that perhaps the hospital wasn't the main interest. Just then, a new voice interrupted, hinting that the matter might not be related to the hospital at all. The room's occupants turned toward the door, their expressions shifting to frowns as an elderly man with spiky black hair, bandaged in several places, leaned on a cane. Jiraiya recognized him immediately, muttering Danzo's name under his breath. The darkness of the shinobi stood before them, his expression unreadable, accompanied by two other advisors to the Hokage, Hamura Mitokado and Kohir Udatane. Shikaku questioned Danzo's presence, his body tense, a common reaction around the man. Hamura announced that they had received word of an infiltration by an Akatsuki agent. Koharu sought confirmation from Tsunade, who confirmed the news, her anxiety palpable. Danzo seized the moment to criticize Tsunade's judgment regarding Konoha's security, pointing out the recent loss of the Sharingan and the Jinchuriki, along with the troubling presence of missing nin within the village. Shikaku defended Tsunade, asserting that the decisions made by Uchiha were beyond her control and that they had no knowledge of the Akatsuki's capabilities. Danzo remained unfazed, aware that this was not a battle he could win at that moment. The group's attention shifted to a screen where a peculiar figure appeared, half black and half white with green hair. Hamura found the appearance strange, particularly the appendage resembling a flytrap. As the figure moved through the hospital, Shizune and Tsunade recognized the area as the blood analysis room. The figure extracted a small vial of red liquid, examining its contents on the monitor. The next image froze everyone in place, a photo of Kushina Uzumaki, known as the hot-blooded red habanero. They couldn't hear the figure's words, as the video lacked sound, but they paused the footage to discuss the implications. Jiraiya questioned why the Akatsuki would be interested in Kushina, given that she was deceased. Shikaku suggested it might relate to her being the former Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. Tsunade, biting her finger, sensed there was more to the story. They resumed the video, revealing yet another shocking image, Minato Namikaze. Tsunade's frustration peaked as she exclaimed her confusion over the Akatsuki's interest in the deceased. She scrutinized the images of her predecessor and Jiraiya's former student, realizing the striking resemblance between Naruto and Minato. Jiraiya and Kakashi pondered the connection to Naruto, with Kakashi noting that Naruto was dead and questioning why the Akatsuki would care about him now that the Kyuubi's chakra had dispersed. Jiraiya echoed this sentiment, expressing disbelief that the Akatsuki would be concerned about Naruto's family. As they continued to watch the recording, the situation only grew more perplexing. The answers lay with the Akatsuki, and with confusion clouding their minds, everyone left the room except for Jiraiya, who remained transfixed by the monitor, questioning the significance of Minato and Kushina in the Akatsuki's plans. Meanwhile, in Myobokuzen, the great sage of the Toad contemplated whether to inform Jiraiya that Naruto was still alive. He had debated this for hours, recalling his prophecy of a great savior or a destroyer emerging in the world. Ultimately, he decided to withhold this information from Jiraiya until it was truly necessary, opting instead to observe how events unfolded. Suddenly Shima, a wise toad from Myobokuzen, interrupted his thoughts, demanding attention. Fukasaku, another sage, reprimanded her for her disrespectful tone. Their argument about dinner drew the elder's focus, and he instructed them to summon Jiraiya. Fukasaku performed the necessary hand signs for a reverse summoning, calling forth Jiraiya. The Sannin was taken aback, never expecting to return to Myobokuzen. Upon arrival, he was greeted by Fukasaku, who informed him that the great elder wished to speak with him. Shima's impatience was evident as she urged them to hurry, eager for dinner. The elder, however, seemed unfazed and asked Jiraiya to identify himself. Everyone seemed to deflate at this news. Shima wanted to end the discussion and start preparing dinner. The sage spoke, explaining that he had summoned Jiraiya because he had another vision, another prophecy. Jiraiya inquired about the vision, wondering if it would be good or bad. In his dream, the sage had seen a great beast, a grotesque creature that created countries, swallowed oceans, split the land, moved mountains, and with its breath spawned hurricanes. Its mere presence would plunge the world into terror, yet this creature was part of nature, and nature was part of it. Jiraiya felt a chill at the thought of such a beast. The sage warned that this creature would soon arrive in their world, likely bringing destruction with it, a harbinger of the end days. When the howl was heard, they would know it had come. However, the sage continued, there was someone else in his dream. Jiraiya listened carefully, needing to find this person to possibly save the world. The sage could not reveal the identity of this being, as it was obscured from him. He described this individual as forged from darkness and fire, bearing the scars of war, with the tides of sorrow crashing against him. He carried the hatred of 1,000 men and the love of none, holding the pillars of the earth, igniting hope and fear in the world. This person would rise and subdue the beast. Jiraiya felt a sense of relief at the sage's description. But then the sage added that when this individual enslaved the beast, it could either bring salvation or despair, depending on the path taken. To find this person, one must stare into the eyes of the abyss and shadows, and they would be found. Jiraiya asked for confirmation, and the sage affirmed it, but warned that this person could be an even greater threat than the beast. With that, Jiraiya was sent back to where he had been summoned. He found himself in the Hokage's office, startling Tsunade with his sudden appearance. She demanded to know what had happened and where he had gone. Jiraiya, feeling the weight of her gaze, began to recount everything the sage had shared about the great beast and the person of fire. Tsunade was perplexed by the description of a beast that swallowed oceans and a man marked by the scars of war. She questioned whether this beast could be the Kyuubi, but Jiraiya dismissed the idea, believing this beast to be an even greater threat. Tsunade then asked about the mysterious individual with eyes like the abyss. Jiraiya admitted he did not know much more, but he recalled the sage's warning that this person could pose an even greater danger than the beast. Silence enveloped them as they absorbed the gravity of the situation. Meanwhile, in a dark hut, Madara was napping, being quite old, while Naruto was resting deeply. Suddenly, Madara woke and struck Naruto on the head with the blunt side of his Kuzurigama. Naruto yelped in surprise, questioning the reason for the sudden wake-up call. Madara explained that they would begin the first part of Naruto's true training, focusing on elemental manipulation. Naruto felt excitement at the prospect, having grown tired of physical exercises, and he realized his body had adapted well. As Naruto removed his black vest, Madara noticed the necklace around his neck, which had a green crystal in the center with 2 accessories on either side. Madara recognized it from before and asked where Naruto had obtained it. Naruto explained that he had won it in a bet from an elderly woman who used a genjutsu to appear young. Madara inquired if the necklace had belonged to the first Hokage, to which Naruto confirmed, albeit confused. Madara contemplated the implications of this necklace. He then informed Naruto that since he had 3 natural chakra natures, they would start with the one Madara was most familiar with, fire release. The ancient Uchiha struck his scythe, summoning a random Zetsu. The Zetsu knelt before Madara like a loyal dog, ready to obey. Madara channeled chakra through his weapon, swiftly decapitating the Zetsu, which then transformed into a tree. He explained that these Zetsu were essentially clones made from the first Hokage's DNA. By channeling his yang chakra through his scythe and using the flying swallow technique simultaneously, the Zetsu had turned into a tree upon contact with his yang chakra. Naruto expressed confusion, prompting Madara to clarify that there were two types of chakra in the world, yin and yang. Yin chakra brought imagination to reality, while yang chakra gave life to form. Naruto began to understand that when Madara had defeated the clone, he infused it with life, resulting in the tree. Madara emphasized that to strengthen Naruto's fire jutsu, he needed to elevate his fire manipulation to the highest level, which involved converting a certain amount of chakra into fire to completely burn a leaf. He then plucked 2 more leaves, explaining that the same principle applied to wind and lightning, noting that each element had distinct personalities that reflected their chakra nature. Curious, Naruto asked what the personalities of fire, wind, and lightning were. Madara instructed him to envision his chakra as a ball, compress it, and release all that energy at once. Although he did not possess the nature of lightning, Madara assured Naruto that he could still teach him. He explained that for lightning, one should imagine their chakra as quick arcs that bend at irregular intervals. For wind, he instructed to split the chakra in 2 and then refine it as if sharpening a blade. Madara emphasized the importance of these elements, stating that they were the most offensive and combative of the 5 basic natures, a concept Zetsu referred to as the triple threat. Naruto questioned whether he would need to learn any defensive jutsu, to which Madara clarified that they had the Susanoo for that purpose. When Naruto expressed curiosity about the Susan, Madara explained that it involved using Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi simultaneously to create the perfect defense. He then encouraged Naruto to begin his training in fire manipulation, suggesting he needed more DSPLN. Just as Naruto was about to start, Zetsu appeared between them, cheerfully announcing that since they were not napping, they could share their discoveries. Madara, irritated, urged Zetsu to get to the point, while Naruto thought to himself that Zetsu seemed unpredictable. Zetsu revealed that what they had discovered was quite entertaining. He produced 2 folders from his cloak, handing one to Naruto. As Naruto opened the folder, he was taken aback by the image of a stunning red-haired woman with striking violet eyes. Zetsu informed him that this woman was his mother, Kushina Uzumaki. Naruto's breath caught in his throat as he noticed the resemblance between them. Zetsu continued, explaining that during their infiltration of the hospital he had been seen by security, leading to a later viewing by the Hokage and several high-ranking shinobi. He had uncovered that Kushina was the previous Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi before Naruto. Madara reflected on this, suggesting that while Kushina carried Naruto in her womb, he may have unconsciously absorbed or inherited some of the Kyuubi's chakra, which explained the whisker marks on his face. This revelation presented an opportunity to feed the Geto Mazo with the Kyuubi's chakra, but it could also mean losing Naruto's remarkable recovery abilities and other inherited powers. As Naruto processed this information, he realized that his mother had been the vessel for the Kyuubi, and now they had a chance to advance the Moon Eye plan, albeit at the cost of the powers the Kyuubi had bestowed upon him. The folder indicated that his mother was deceased, adding to his turmoil. Zetsu then shifted the focus, stating that the most surprising revelation was about Naruto's father. He handed Naruto the second folder, which, upon opening, revealed a photo of the Yondaime Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Naruto's voice turned cold as he processed the information, confirming that this man was indeed his father. A surge of emotions flooded through him: anger, resentment, and hatred. Madara observed Naruto carefully, noting the turmoil within him. Unbeknownst to them, Naruto began channeling chakra into his right eye, manifesting the pattern of his Mangekyo. The 3-bladed pattern emerged, and as Madara witnessed it, the air around them thickened, darkening the light. Naruto's left eye began to bleed as he activated the first of his Mangekyo abilities. He whispered the name of the technique, and instantly, the folder containing his father's image was engulfed in black flames, reduced to ashes in mere seconds. Consumed by rage, Naruto felt betrayed by his father, who had condemned him to a life of misery and loneliness. He recalled how the Sandaime Hokage had claimed ignorance about his parents, realizing now that it had all been a lie. Jiraiya and Kakashi must have known too, as well as Tsunade. They had all cared for him, not as a mere orphan, but as the son of the Yondaime and the Kyuubi's vessel. The realization that everyone had known his true identity while keeping it from him struck deep. In a moment of anguish, Naruto unleashed a primal scream, activating both of his Mangekyo. A skeletal white ribcage formed around him, protecting him like armor, followed by 4 skeletal arms bound together, and finally, the head of his Susanoo emerged. Naruto's Susanoo was entirely white, with 4 skeletal arms and a ribcage adorned with curved spikes. Its skull featured 4 glowing yellow eyes and 2 forward-facing bull horns, along with sharp teeth. Once Naruto ceased his scream, he examined his Susanoo with a sense of awe. Before turning to Madara, he declared with gravity that he was the curse of hatred, his dark gaze intensified by the presence of his Susan. The Susanoo echoed his sentiment with a howl, resembling a wolf's cry. Madara smiled, recognizing that he now had Naruto's loyalty and devotion, and he found Naruto's Susanoo quite impressive. Madara commanded Zetsu to prepare for the transplant of his eyes, and Zetsu complied without hesitation. Madara contemplated leaving his legacy to Naruto, promising that one day he would repay him for his assistance. Naruto had been training for the past 2 years to become stronger, enduring the harshest training that left him with no visible scars, only a single mark on his skin that resembled a lightning strike. He was ready for whatever challenges lay ahead. Since that moment 2 years ago, he had become a changed person, devoid of remorse or hesitation, with no trace of forgiveness in his heart. There was nothing left in his heart. He could not recall how the trees or the sky looked. He had not breathed in the scent of flowers for what felt like an eternity, nor could he remember the sound of leaves rustling in the wind. He had not felt the warmth of the sun on his skin, nor could he picture the shapes of clouds. The glory of the mountains was a distant memory, and he could not remember the faces of those he once called friends or family. The only thing he could remember about the place he was now was the blood-red hue of his eyes and the grip of his katana. At that moment, all he felt was the sweat on his body and the katana in his hand. The spiky-haired blonde had transformed into a man. At 15, he could easily pass for 19. He was shirtless, his lean muscles visible even through his clothing, a result of intense training routines that many believed would be his undoing. His hands were wrapped in bloodied bandages, signs of having struck something until it broke. His attire consisted of black pants with armor covering his thighs and calves, fitted black boots with claws on the toes and pointed spurs at the heels, and a light blue rope belt with the end hanging between his thigh and groin, ending just below his knee. The blade of his katana was a shimmering blue-silver, lacking a guard which suited him perfectly. Instead of the usual grip, it was entirely metallic with a gray handle, finished with a long 23-inch blue cord attached to the hilt. He pondered how strong he truly was, having no one to compare his power to except for the old man, who was now too frail to fight. Time was the enemy of all shinobi, ticking away for everyone, including him. He believed he was extremely powerful, given the amount of chakra he possessed and how he could wield it. His control over chakra had improved significantly. Once lacking, it had become impeccable. He had practiced daily, creating shadow clones until he mastered his chakra control, whether it was scaling waterfalls while balancing kunai on his fingers or floating leaves around his body. Some might think it was excessive, but he needed that training. Now, he could resist the great strength of the Hokage if he wished, yet he preferred quick and silent takedowns over brute force. That was why he chose to study Kenjutsu, as it complemented his wind nature perfectly. His skill in manipulating nature had advanced tremendously. He could now slice through furious infernos 3 times his size with his wind nature, ignite a waterfall, and dispel tornadoes with lightning. His genjutsu, once impossible for him, was now within reach due to his increased intelligence and control. He could cast genjutsu without even using the Sharingan, driving his victims to madness with his vivid imagination. He also had some proficiency in medical ninjutsu, though it paled in comparison to Tsunade's expertise. Still, it was sufficient for him to escape from dire situations if needed. Alongside all his other skills, his weapon proficiency was commendable. With the Sharingan, he could aim and throw kunai with pinpoint accuracy, demonstrated when he struck a buzzing fly midair, severing its wings. Now, he was testing his reactions and senses. With his eyes covered, he relied solely on his hearing, smell, touch, and taste. He faced multiple white Zetsu, armed to the teeth with weapons such as swords, kunai, and war fans, or simply their fists. As they approached him, he remained still, not even flinching. He channeled chakra into his katana, designed to absorb energy. His weapon became enveloped in wind, enhancing its cutting power and lethality. One Zetsu attempted to sneak up on him from behind, but he swiftly turned and cut down the artificial human. He blocked a flying kunai aimed at his side with the flat side of his katana, deflecting it and sending it crashing into another Zetsu, piercing its skull. He struck another Zetsu, the wind around his katana making each blow more efficient and deadly. He sealed his katana into a portable seal on his right wrist, performed a series of hand signs, took a breath, and unleashed his technique. He summoned a massive head of a dragon made of slicing wind, 4 times his size, that flew toward the Zetsu with overwhelming speed, tearing through everything in its path. The Zetsu had no time to react before being cut in half, leaving the ground stained. He drew his katana from his wrist and intercepted a kunai aimed at a brave Zetsu, channeling wind chakra into his sword, slicing through the kunai effortlessly and eliminating the Zetsu. Hearing movement to his left, he delivered a swift kick to the face of an unfortunate Zetsu, sending it crashing into others like bowling pins. He heard footsteps rushing toward him and, as before, sealed his katana. He went through a few hand signs and named his jutsu. He unleashed a barrage of dragon-shaped fireheads that flew at astonishing speeds, incinerating 5 Zetsu in a blaze of flames. The man unsheathed his katana and began to slice through the ranks of the Zetsu. His taijutsu was captivating, resembling a dance as he combined agility with strength to deliver powerful blows to his enemies. One Zetsu let out a battle cry as it charged at him, blinded by rage upon witnessing the destruction of its brethren. However, the surroundings shifted, and the Zetsu glanced back to see all the others transformed into the blonde man with blindfolded eyes, each wielding a katana. Enraged, the Zetsu attacked its comrades mercilessly, hoping to uncover the true target. Unfortunately, it fell victim to a genjutsu, believing it was slaying its friends as if they were the blonde. In a swift motion, the man plunged his katana into the ground where an unsuspecting Zetsu attempted to crawl toward him, only to be met with a blade piercing its skull. The blonde then swiftly moved past several more foes. He unleashed a powerful technique, channeling electricity through the ground, causing a wave of energy to surge and incapacitate all caught in its path. They fell to the ground, lifeless, with sparks crackling around their bodies. The man retrieved his katana and began to channel chakra into it. Without turning, he stabbed a Zetsu behind him, having sensed the Hashirama clone trying to sneak up on him. He took the kunai from the Zetsu's hand, infused it with lightning chakra, and threw it at another Zetsu, piercing through its skull and emerging from the other side. He then dispatched another Zetsu with a swift motion, knowing he had scored some hits when the chakra signatures faded. 3 Zetsu leaped at him from behind, and the 4 combatants engaged in close combat. The man dodged a kunai thrown by one Zetsu, allowing it to pass, then delivered a kick that incapacitated it. He finished the Zetsu off with a kunai charged with light, which he had drawn from the seals on his wrists. He then took out the other 2 with a sweeping motion, cleaving them in half as their torsos fell to the ground, oozing a white sludge. A large group of Zetsu charged at the lone man, their faces twisted in anger. In response, he drew a Fuma shuriken from his left wrist. Channeling wind chakra into the large shuriken, he added an extra layer of spinning blades made of wind and whispered a technique that transformed the single shuriken into 100, all enhanced by the wind. They sliced through the Zetsu like a knife through flesh. The man turned to face another wave of Zetsu. He unleashed a technique that summoned 1,000 crows from behind him, utilizing the jutsu that lingered in the area. The crows distracted the Zetsu from the real threat, the man and his katana. In the blink of an eye, he passed through them, severing their heads with a single strike. A final surge of Zetsu rushed toward him, desperate to end the ongoing battle. The man sealed his katana and extended his right hand. Instantly, the Rasengan materialized, which he infused with wind chakra, transforming it into a spinning white shuriken with a light blue sphere at its center. He hurled the shuriken at the Zetsu, and upon impact, it expanded into a dome of small wind blades that attacked the Zetsu at a molecular level, ultimately eliminating them as their chakra networks were severed. The technique acted more like a poison than a series of attacks. When the dome dissipated, a crater was left behind, with the Zetsu lying motionless on the ground. The man did not celebrate or cheer. He stood resolute until his attention was drawn to someone applauding. An extremely old man, wielding a kusarigama, clapped while observing the scene with a small smile, though a dark look lingered in his one visible eye. He praised the man, noting how far he had come, acknowledging that all the Zetsu had at least a high Chunin level, yet he made them appear as if they were mere students. He remarked on the man's power, comparing it to his own in his youth, but pointed out that he still needed refinement, as he was not yet as strong as the elder. The old man noted that the young man had not even used his Sharingan against them, which was even more impressive. The blonde removed the cloth from around his eyes, revealing a pair of blood-red Sharingan, fully matured and capable of killing with a mere glance. However, these were not his eyes. They belonged to the elder, who had transplanted them from his original pair. In exchange, the young man gifted his own eyes to the old man. He had silky blonde hair, sun-kissed and spiked, with strands framing his face where sideburns would typically be. Some locks fell between his eyes and parted at the bridge of his nose. Over time, his once wild and untamed hair had become smooth and soft, losing some of its spikiness. He stood at a height of 5 feet 9 inches, a stark contrast to his previous 4 foot 11 stature. The man had once sported whisker marks on his cheeks, but they were no longer visible. The young man declared that the Sharingan was merely a tool. Possessing it did not make him powerful. Unless he trained his other skills, using the Sharingan in battle would be meaningless if he were to be defeated. He spoke with a sense of understanding while looking at the elder. The old man responded, acknowledging him with a nod. Very well. Naruto. The elderly man began to cough, bringing a hand to his mouth as he coughed into his palm. The 15-year-old, who was on the cusp of adulthood, felt a twinge of concern for his mentor, though he did not show it. He walked slowly toward his teacher and stood before him. He expressed that Madara should not overexert himself with his labored breathing. Madara acknowledged this with a remark about how Naruto would find himself in a similar situation in due time. The legendary Uchiha was now frail, unable to perform the skills and techniques he once possessed, yet he had managed to train Naruto to fulfill his ambitions. However, there was still the issue of the false Madara, who was manipulating the Akatsuki and Nagato. Naruto then made his way to the bed positioned directly in front of Madara. Initially, he felt uneasy sleeping in front of his mentor, sensing that he was being watched, which was partially true. However, he eventually overcame his discomfort and managed to rest beside the legendary figure. He sheathed his katana in its holder next to the bed and drifted off to sleep, dreaming of nothing in particular. Madara observed his apprentice as he slept. The past 2 years had been intriguing, to say the least. Naruto's potential and power surged when he utilized the shadow clone technique alongside his training. He had become a shinobi of S rank, one that even the 5 Kage would struggle to contend with. Although facing all of them at once was another matter, Naruto was a clever shinobi who devised ways to overcome his weaknesses. His latest technique, the wind release, Rasen Shuriken, had initially posed a challenge, as he struggled to incorporate his chakra natures into the Rasengan without it backfiring. However, he discovered a method to overcome this limitation using his clones. He initially found it impractical, but with his Uzumaki blood and creativity, he devised a solution. He created 2 seals on his palms that gathered and stored his chakra. Whenever he wanted to form a Rasen Shuriken or an enhanced chakra Rasengan, he would activate the seal and convert his chakra into any nature he desired. Neither Madara nor anyone else had conceived such a versatile application of seals. It took Naruto about a year to perfect the seals, requiring precise chakra control and proficiency in sealing techniques. Later, as Naruto neared the end of his daily training, Zetsu and Madara extracted a small portion of the Kyuubi's chakra from Naruto's body. This resulted in the disappearance of the whisker marks on his cheeks. However, he retained his extraordinary healing abilities, much to Madara's displeasure. One surprising development for Madara was the remaining folders that Zetsu had brought him years ago. He would never have guessed their contents, but they explained a great deal about Naruto's immense potential. Zetsu appeared before Madara, his Akatsuki cloak contrasting sharply with the dark surroundings. He delivered unfortunate news, stating that he could not ascertain the identity of the individual claiming to be Madara. To uncover this person's identity, he would need to return to Konohagakure. Madara questioned the difficulty of this task, not understanding the extent of the challenge involved in gathering information. Zetsu explained that the best ninjas in the village had seen him on their surveillance. He noted that it was likely the Hokage had informed the Jonin about his appearance and infiltration, leading to increased ANBU operations around the village. Madara suggested sending more white Zetsu, but Zetsu elaborated that while the clones could mimic appearances to avoid detection, they lacked the strength necessary to face a ninja village, requiring an army to succeed. Madara fell silent, turning his gaze away from Zetsu. Curious, Madara asked if he believed Naruto was ready for the task of capturing the Jinchuriki. He needed to be certain that Naruto, no matter how powerful, could face a Bijuu without hesitation. He and Hashirama were among the few who could do so, and he commended the Yondaime Hokage for confronting the strongest of the 9. Zetsu expressed no doubt that Naruto was more than ready. Madara reflected on his earlier miscalculation regarding the statue's ability to provide him chakra for 3 years, noting that 2 years had already passed. Even with a portion of the Kyuubi's chakra sustaining the statue, it would not be enough to save him. The jutsu he used to bring Naruto back to life would cost the user's life in exchange for others' return, and despite the statue being a massive source of life, it still could not save him. He realized he had only 3 months left before the statue ceased to provide chakra, and until then, he would train Naruto to become strong enough to eventually confront him. Zetsu melted into the ground, and Nagato, disguised as Pain, gazed down at Amigakure from the tallest tower in the village. The highest tower in any city was typically the villain's lair, a rule of thumb for supervillains, not to mention Pain himself. A voice called out to him from behind, but he did not turn to face it, believing there was no need. It was his beautiful companion and longtime friend, Konan. She regarded him with an impassive expression, her face neutral as always. The tragedies of life weighed heavily on her, but Nagato understood that this was merely her way of concealing her pain, which could also be used against her. His thoughts were on the new candidate for the Akatsuki, Ryu Yokeis. An S-ranked shinobi who had recently infiltrated the Hidden Leaf Village. He had injured many of Konoha's top ninjas and had nearly taken down the Hokage, Tsunade Senju. He also possessed the Sharingan, one of the most powerful Kekkei Genkai in the world, and might even have the Mangekyo Sharingan. Zetsu was correct in his assumptions about Yokeis. He was indeed a formidable shinobi. Although Zetsu did not know which village Yokeis hailed from, it did not matter. As an S-ranked shinobi, he was welcome among the Akatsuki. Zetsu had advised Kazu not to pursue the bounty on Yoke's head, which was set at 700 million. Kakuzu, the Akatsuki's treasurer, would stop at nothing to claim that reward. However, there was the issue of Yoke's current status within the organization. He lacked a partner and was missing one of the rings that connected him to the demon statue. Orochimaru possessed the Heaven Ring, and without it, Ryu Yokeis could not become a true member of the Akatsuki. Zetsu had already envisioned the perfect partner for him. Despite not knowing the man personally, he trusted his choice and believed it could eliminate a thorn in his side. Tsunade was massaging her temples as a migraine began to settle in. Ryu Yokeis had caused quite a stir in the village, particularly among the ANBU, the Rookie 9, and Team Guy. Well, now they were the Rookie 7 since Sasuke had defected and Naruto had perished. She had contacted Jiraiya immediately to discuss the successful infiltration. What she had heard and seen about Yokeis needed to be discussed behind closed doors to keep Danzo and the elders in the dark. Yet, despite all the information she had gathered, it seemed that what Yokeis had displayed was just the tip of the iceberg, and she had a nagging feeling that he was merely toying with all the ninjas he fought. One question lingered in her mind. Who was Ryu Yokeis? Hopefully, Jiraiya had the answer. As if summoned, the old pervert entered through her window. He greeted her cheerfully, saying he assumed she wanted to talk. He then jokingly suggested that she had come to confess her love for him. Tsunade sighed, rolling her eyes at Jiraiya's antics, which were inappropriate given the serious matter at hand. That was not the reason she had called him. Jiraiya quickly adopted a serious demeanor when she inquired about the training of the young shinobi. He mentioned Konohamaru and how, if he had known the boy could be such a genius, he would have reacted differently. Jiraiya noted that the training had been good, and while it was a great way to reward a sensei by training his grandson, Konohamaru's current power level was still that of a low genin. With another year, he might reach the level of a low chunin. Tsunade nodded, recalling when young Sarutobi had barged into her office 2 years ago, demanding someone train him so he could seek justice for Naruto's death. Flashback. A month had passed since Naruto's death, and Tsunade had been working tirelessly since taking on the heavy responsibility of Hokage. Konohamaru Sarutobi was an interesting case. Once one of the village's biggest jokers, he was now determined to seek justice against Sasuke Uchiha for killing his surrogate brother, Naruto. Ebisu, his personal trainer, had come to discuss his training and expressed relief that the demon brat was gone, believing Naruto had been a bad influence on Konohamaru. Tsunade had listened to this and spent 3 months in the hospital. She was barely approving a B-rank mission when the boy she referred to as Monkey Brat entered her office. He shouted at her, and although Tsunade tried to keep her temper in check, she had 2 prominent marks on her forehead. There was only one person allowed to call her old, and any imitator of that person irritated her even more. Konohamaru Sarutobi was undoubtedly a second Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, as that was the true name of the blonde. She responded to him with his nickname, stating she was busy and had no time for his antics. He insisted he needed a new sensei since she had put Ebisu in the hospital. Then an opportunity struck her like a bolt of lightning. Tsunade informed him that there was a certain shinobi who could take him on as a student. When Konohamaru asked who it was, she told him he could find the shinobi at the hot springs and that he couldn't miss him. Konohamaru left her office, heading for the hot springs. End of flashback. Jiraiya took Konohamaru on a training trip, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The hot springs were safe from the world's biggest pervert, and it got an annoying brat out of his hair. Returning to the main reason he had been summoned, Jiraiya was about to respond when the last people he wanted to see entered Tsunade's office, Danzo and his personal advisors. Tsunade thought to herself that she had enough to deal with already. Danzo stated they needed to talk, and Tsunade braced herself for what was to come. Reports had come in that the village had been infiltrated once again. In Danzo's mind, he did not believe Tsunade was competent enough to be Hokage, unlike her predecessor Hiruzen. He thought the third should have given him custody of the QB container the moment the beast was sealed and should have trained the last Uchiha to become a loyal tool for the village. Tsunade confirmed that was why she had called Jiraiya as well. Jiraiya asked if someone had infiltrated the village, and Tsunade nodded, beginning to elaborate. A week prior, an assailant had breached the defenses of the Leaf. His name was Ryu Yokase. He had managed to bypass the detection barrier and eliminated 2 Chunin stationed at the village's main gate, wandering through the village as if he were a citizen. Currently, they did not know if he had ulterior motives, but they believed he was searching for what they thought was the Hiraishin no Jutsu of the 4th Hokage. Danzo inquired if Yokase had managed to obtain the 4th's jutsu. Tsunade replied that they believed he had, but they were uncertain, as no one had entered the 4th's property since the Kyuubi attack 15 years ago. The only person allowed to enter was the declared heir of the 4th Hokage, Tsunade explained. Danzo scoffed at her, insisting that the 4th had no heir and that her claims were nonsense. The old Warhawk had been trying for years to obtain the Hiraishin for his root program, but Sarutobi had always denied him access, and he couldn't even enter the estate. Jiraiya interjected, reminding them of the incident at the hospital 2 years prior when an Akatsuki member had a blood test done. That blood belonged to Naruto, who was recognized as the heir of Minato. Koharu exclaimed in disbelief, unable to accept that the demon brat could be the son of the 4th. Jiraiya pointed to the image of the 4th Hokage on the wall, and while the elders noticed the resemblance between Naruto and Minato, they still refused to accept the evidence before them. Jiraiya continued, stating that they had undeniable proof, including a birth certificate and a recording from 2 years ago. The elders had to confront the reality that Naruto was indeed the son of the 4th Hokage. He explained that Minato's will declared that Naruto would inherit everything from his father upon turning 18, including the Hiraishin. If Naruto had children, they would receive the same benefits. However, since Naruto was deceased, there was currently no one to claim the inheritance, leaving it in limbo. Danzo seized the opportunity, suggesting that he should be granted the inheritance to utilize it within the library of the 4th Hokage. Tsunade firmly rejected his proposal, noting that the will did not mention any jutsu belonging to the 4th Hokage going to the village, meaning the estate and all its contents would become nothing more than a relic. Tsunade then shifted the conversation back to the reason she had called Jiraiya, rather than the elders. She informed them about Ryu Yokeis, who had infiltrated the village, taken down several ANBU operatives, injured various clan heirs, and even the top jonin. They were uncertain whether he had been hired for this or acted on his own accord, but what they discovered was troubling. Jiraiya, curious, asked who Ryu Yokeis was. Tsunade expressed her expectation that he would have some information about the individual. Jiraiya admitted he had never heard of him before and requested an update. Tsunade explained that Ryu Yokeis was now a wanted S-rank ninja, with an unknown history and age. They had not seen any headband indicating his allegiance, nor had he used any skills known to the samurai. He was a complete mystery, but they had gathered some details from his attack on their shinobi, advising Jiraiya to check the bingo book for more information. Tsunade continued, explaining that he had entered the village and eliminated several high-ranking ANBU members, possibly possessing the Hiraishin. It was as if he had fallen from the sky, leaving them puzzled. Jiraiya warned that they needed to be cautious of this Ryu Yokeis. Tsunade added that he also possessed the Sharingan, which shocked Jiraiya. Only 3 individuals in the world were known to have that Kekkei Genkai: Itachi, his brother Sasuke, and Kakashi, who had received a transplant. Jiraiya quickly recovered from his surprise and asked what they should do about Yokeis. Tsunade expressed her uncertainty, noting that he was elusive, having vanished as quickly as he appeared. They had sent Inuzuka to track him by scent, but he lost the trail almost immediately. The Hyuga clan also failed to locate him within the village, suggesting he had already escaped. Tsunade concluded that if they encountered him, they should capture him to extract any information he might have. If they were unable to do so, they would have to eliminate him and dispose of his body. Meanwhile, Danzo was scheming as usual. He contemplated persuading Yokeis to join the Leaf and serve under him as a root agent, envisioning the powerful asset he could gain if he learned what Yokeis was capable of. In the Rain Village, Ryu Yokeis had received his invitation to join the Akatsuki. A week had passed, and Pain had yet to receive a response. Zetsu materialized, revealing only his torso, and informed Pain that Ryu Yokeis had entered the village and officially accepted the invitation. Pain remained emotionless but felt satisfaction at Ryu's acceptance. Pain decided to call the other Akatsuki members to introduce them to Ryu and await his companion. He expressed his eagerness to see what Yokeis was like. Meanwhile, Naruto, now using the alias Ryu, walked through the hidden village under the rain, his expression stoic and emotionless. He kept his gaze fixed on the path ahead, his hood drawn low. Although he had no need to hide his face from the people of AIM, something unusual was happening. Out of the corners of his eyes, enhanced by the Sharingan, he noticed several women glancing at him, giggling and blushing. Having had little interaction with women for over 2 years, Naruto was taken aback. He realized that their attention was likely due to his appearance, which had changed recently. His face had become more angular, and the shape of his eyes resembled those of his parents. His hair framed his face, accentuating his features, and he noticed that his physique had developed from rigorous training, making him appear more muscular, especially in his chest and arms. Where teenage girls and women of various ages blushed furiously, some even experiencing chronic nosebleeds, their funds were taken to the hospital in aim to address the blood loss. For Naruto, all of this seemed strange, Yet he felt a sense of amusement within him that he couldn't quite explain, which made him laugh. When he received an invitation to join Akatsuki, a letter delivered by Zetsu explained that he was to meet at the tallest tower, hidden beneath the rain. This was where the leader of Akatsuki was supposed to reside. Naruto had already had the pleasure of meeting other Akatsuki members, including Itachi Uchiha, Sasuke's older brother, and Kisame Hoshigaki, the monster from the hidden mist. He hadn't met any other members yet, but he suspected that many, if not most, were fans, as most S-ranked shinobi tended to be. He wondered who he would be paired with, his mind racing with a million guesses. He hoped it would be someone calm and not overly eccentric, someone who wouldn't engage in pointless debates about which ideals were superior. He had neither the time nor the patience for that. As he approached Pain's tower, he noted that it truly was the tallest structure in the village, easily overshadowing the other skyscrapers. It was quite fascinating in Naruto's opinion, featuring 4 faces on each side with numerous pipes protruding from them. He could barely make out a silhouette on one of the faces but shrugged it off and continued onward. Upon reaching the base of the tower, he found it surrounded by a wire fence. He jumped over it and walked toward a door beside the tower. Opening the door, he was met with a long flight of stairs. He groaned a little and began to ascend the tower. Zetsu was waiting alongside Pain and Konan for Ryu's arrival. Konan felt a bit anxious, uncertain about what this person Yoke's would be like. What if he enjoyed violence like Sasori and Haiden? What if he was as psychotic as Kisame and Kuzu? She hoped he wouldn't have a foolish obsession with art or money. Pain, however, didn't care about Ryu's personality as long as he fulfilled his ultimate goal. Nothing else mattered. Zetsu was just Zetsu. No one knew what he was thinking except for Naruto, who only had a partial understanding. They heard footsteps approaching from the door behind them, accompanied by the faint sound of armor clinking. White Zetsu smiled, thinking that Ryu would struggle to adjust to having a partner, but he believed that all those years of training would have to count for something, making it interesting, to say the least. Black Zetsu couldn't smile, yet he felt a sense of excitement about Ryu's reaction to working with a partner. The door swung open, revealing a man dressed in black. He wore form-fitting black leather armor, with black spikes on his shoulders and black clawed gloves. His unique boots had silver claws on the toes and sharp spurs at the back of the heels. He sported a light blue rope belt, with the ends hanging between his legs and stopping just below his knee. His sleeveless black coat had torn edges adorned with bright red flame motifs, and the kanji for Kuro Ryu, Black Dragon, was emblazoned on the back. The coat also featured a hood and a long collar with 6 silver magatama beads. His face was sharp, with spiky golden hair tied in a low ponytail and strands framing his face. He had slightly rounded, narrowed eyes, each containing a pair of blood-red Sharingan. Overall, the man was strikingly handsome. If he weren't a shinobi, he could easily be a top model. Konan felt herself blushing slightly as her gaze traveled down his form, finding him quite impressive. Neither Zetsu nor Pain noticed the faint pink on her cheeks. Pain turned to face Ryu, his first impression being that the man carried himself with confidence and pride in his abilities. However, the blonde hair was something he had never imagined. He welcomed Ryu Yoke's to Akatsuki and Amigakure. Ryu didn't physically register Pain's greeting, but his eyes conveyed the truth. Konan stepped forward and handed him an Akatsuki cloak. Naruto was momentarily taken aback by Konan's beauty. She had a perfect heart-shaped face, stunning blue hair styled with a blue origami flower, captivating amber eyes, and a unique piercing beneath her lip. He could tell she had an incredible figure beneath her cloak. Magnificent was the word that came to mind. He took the cloak, which was the usual black adorned with red clouds. As he removed it from Konan's hands, he didn't notice their gloved hands briefly touching, where a spark seemed to ignite between them. Konan blushed slightly while Naruto concealed his expression. Naruto slipped the cloak over his body and adjusted his katana sheath. The cloak fit him perfectly, still allowing the tips of his coat to show beneath it. Pain then explained that he would teach Ryu a jutsu that would enable them to communicate with the rest of Akatsuki. All he needed was the ram seal and to say the name of the jutsu. Everyone in the room formed the ram hand sign and focused their chakra. Pain didn't need to tell Naruto the name of the jutsu, as he could read lips thanks to the Sharingan. They all chanted the name of the technique together. Suddenly, they found themselves in a dark cave-like room illuminated by a lantern in the center. Naruto noticed that his body appeared to have an astral rainbow hue. The only things that didn't match were his eyes and the red clouds on his cloak. He also saw that Pain, Zetsu, and the unknown blue-haired woman were with him, and then 6 other astral bodies appeared. 4 of the bodies were unrecognizable to him, but 2 stood out even with the celestial bodies obscuring their appearances: Itachi and Kisame. All eyes turned to the leader. Zetsu had told Naruto that he should refer to Pain as Leader-sama, but he had no idea that Itachi aligned himself with Pain. Itachi was incredibly strong, one of the most powerful Uchiha to emerge from the clan, excluding Madara and his brother Izuna. The other S-rank criminals bowed before their leader. "Welcome. I have gathered you all here to introduce the new member of the Akatsuki," Pain announced. Everyone in the room, except for Konan and Zetsu, focused on the newcomer. The strongest reactions came from Deidara and Itachi. Deidara grumbled, recognizing the eyes he despised the most, the Sharingan. He would always remember the humiliating defeat Itachi had handed him before joining the organization. Itachi raised an eyebrow, the most expression anyone could expect from him. However, thoughts raced through his mind. Why did this man possess the Sharingan? Was he an Uchiha? "This is Ryu Yoke's," Pain continued, about to say more when Kakuzu interrupted. "I've heard of you, Kuro Ryu, Black Dragon, all the bounty on your head and the trouble you've caused." Kakuzu remarked. "It's a shame I can't kill you yet. I would have loved to collect that reward." Now, Kakuzu, he could be a fellow follower of Jashin-sama. Haiden chimed in. "So, tell me, Yokes, do you follow the laws of Jashin-sama?" "Who?" Ryu replied with his usual blank expression. Haiden's face fell at what Naruto had said. "He's some kind of wandering clown who uses his hands as feet and can't tell the difference between his backside and his head," Ryu continued. Haiden's anger flared. This blasphemer was insulting his god, and to make matters worse, he wore an annoying smile that seemed to say, "I'm superior to you." The Jashinist looked ready to lash out. Kakuzu simply smiled, already enjoying this new arrival. Itachi's expression tightened slightly, finding the situation amusing, while Kisame chuckled. Sasori's face remained unreadable, Dara laughed a little, and Konan wore a small smile. "Hey, I dare you, blasphemer." Haiden brandished his 3-bladed scythe, pointing it at Ryu. "Maybe I should offer you to Jashin-sama," he said. "I'm sorry, but I don't swing that way, and I don't like clowns," Ryu replied, his annoying smile still in place. Smoke seemed to billow from Haiden's ears. Nothing would please him more than to wipe that grin off Ryu's face. Kakuzu laughed along with Sasori, while Deidara and Itachi chuckled a bit, and Konan let out a few giggles. "Now, threaten me again, and I'll stab your eyes out and make you relive your worst fears," Ryu warned, releasing a hint of murderous intent. Haiden froze in fear. Since he couldn't die, Ryu must have been serious. Kisame wore a twisted smile, Itachi remained expressionless, and Sasori laughed at Haiden's reaction. Deidara whistled, and Kakuzu grinned at the potential chaos Ryu could invoke. Yet there were still questions that needed answers. "Hey, tell me something, Ryu, my man, how did you get those hellish eyes?" Deidara asked, despite his hatred for the Sharingan. He found himself liking Ryu, even after just a few minutes. "They were a gift," Ryu responded. "You asked how I got these eyes, not who or when I acquired them, so no more questions about my Kekkei Genkai," he threatened darkly. Deidara seemed to shrink under the intense gaze he received from Ryu, making a mental note not to provoke him. "I can ask Ryu," Sasori interjected, gaining Naruto's attention. "What do you think of art?" he inquired. Before Naruto could respond, Deidara interrupted. "Why would Ryu, my man, be interested in your art, Sasori, my man, Deidara protested. "True art is a momentary thrill, dazzling the sky and gone in a flash. That's true art." "I don't think I asked what your version of art is, Deidara," Sasori replied. "Besides, true art is eternal beauty, lasting through the ages," preserving it for future appreciation. Ryu coughed, drawing the attention of the two artistic fighters. My version of art? Is that what you asked, Sasori? Ryu queried. Yes, what is your art? Sasori pressed. Ryu contemplated this for a moment. He had never thought about anything beyond training and his ultimate goal. Then he glanced at Konan and found his answer. Art is enjoying passion in the company of another. This kind of art is fleeting but much more enjoyable and pleasurable, he replied. Madara and Sasori were intrigued, as were the others in the room, especially Konan. Now that we've introduced ourselves, it's time to discuss the missions that the Akatsuki has contracted. I will relay those later, Pain stated, turning to Yosuke. Ryu, I am aware that you do not have a partner within the organization, so you will be paired with Konan. Konan's eyes widened at this. She never expected to be separated from Nagato. Ryu didn't mind. If they could work together, he had no objections. Your first mission as partners will be to retrieve the Akatsuki ring from Orochimaru. Killing him is secondary and only if the opportunity arises, Pain continued. Nagato knew of Ryu's skills as a master of stealth. If he could infiltrate Konohagakure, Orochimaru's base would not be too difficult. Now go. Naruto found himself back in the somber tower. He saw Zetsu standing around being Zetsu. I'll try to locate Orochimaru's base. The only thing I know is that he's hiding near the outskirts of Kusagakure, Zetsu said as he moved into the ground. Ryu looked at Konan and noticed her fidgeting uncomfortably. She hadn't expected this. Konan felt conflicted at that moment. She understood why Pain paired her with Ryu, but she felt a bit uneasy around him and didn't want to be separated from Nagato. Then her mind settled, and she adopted a neutral expression. I'll meet you at the village entrance in half an hour, Konan said. Ryu nodded and left the tower heading toward the entrance. He arrived at the village gate, and there was no one around. Until Zetsu appeared. You've got a good catch, Naruto, Zetsu joked. White Zetsu would have continued with his thoughts on how incredibly attractive he found someone if it weren't for the deadly glare he received from the blonde he was sharing the moment with. He hated when Zetsu acted this way. Naruto addressed White Zetsu, causing the half that was white to tremble slightly under the intense gaze. Ryu then asked how he imagined his demise. Zetsu stammered, caught off guard by the question. Naruto, with a curious expression, offered to choose Zetsu's fate for him, suggesting he could easily arrange it. White Zetsu shrank back while Black Zetsu chuckled quietly, enjoying the discomfort of his counterpart. Black Zetsu then mentioned that he would try to locate Orochimaru near Kusagakure, but it would take 3 days before he could provide the exact location. Moments later, Ryu noticed Konan approaching him, wearing a conical straw hat adorned with tassels and a small bell attached to a red cord. She handed him the hat, which he placed on his head, finding it quite comfortable. He thanked her, and she blushed slightly, quickly forcing herself to regain composure. They began walking toward Kusagakure, which was not far away geographically. After a few hours of silent walking, Ryu decided to break the silence by asking if she had ever met Orochimaru in person. He knew it was a risky question, as Konan likely never expected him to engage her in conversation. However, she chose to respond, stating that she had never met Orochimaru and didn't particularly want to. Naruto remained silent, realizing there was no point in questioning her further. Ryu suggested they rest at an inn located 25 kilometers away, to which Konan agreed, noting that they wouldn't be able to follow Zetsu's instructions at night. Naruto was surprised by her cooperation, expecting her to challenge his authority instead. He found it amusing and let out a small chuckle, which Konan noticed. She inquired if he found something funny, and he replied that he was amused by her unexpected demeanor. Konan raised an eyebrow, curious about his expectations of her. Ryu explained that he had anticipated a strong and confident woman, which she indeed was, but he also expected someone who would challenge his authority and make decisions independently. Konan was unsure how to react to his comments. Soon, they spotted the inn and entered, hearing a bell chime. A middle-aged woman with dark brown hair and brown eyes greeted them. Ryu removed his hat, holding it in his hand, causing the woman to blush slightly, wondering if he was a model. Konan approached and also took off her hat, requesting rooms for the night and some food. The woman, slightly jealous, wondered if they were a couple. She informed them that they had some rooms available and asked if they preferred a queen or king-sized bed. Both Naruto and Konan blushed at the implication, and Naruto stammered that they were merely colleagues and requested 2 queen-sized beds. The receptionist handed them a key, commenting that they would make a cute couple with their matching outfits. Konan blushed even more, acknowledging her attraction to Ryu, while Naruto managed to suppress his nervousness. After thanking the woman for the room, they wandered around the large inn until they found their room, which was humorously numbered 69. Konan felt annoyed, thinking about how it implied a connection with yokais, while Naruto viewed it as just a number, having become somewhat detached from certain things during their journey. Inside the room, they found 2 queen-sized beds, a coffee table surrounded by chairs, a small bathroom, and a kitchenette. A phone for room service was located near the door. Ryu asked if she was hungry, and Konan was about to respond when her stomach growled, prompting him to take it as a yes. He picked up the phone and placed an order for food, asking if they had roasted fish. After confirming the order, he sat on one of the beds, informing Konan that the food would arrive in half an hour. She took a seat on the opposite bed, and Ryu suggested they get to know each other better. He explained that while they didn't have to like each other, understanding each other's fighting styles and fostering teamwork was essential to their survival. He shared that he utilized various combat ranges, preferring close quarters, and often relied on ninjutsu and genjutsu to distract opponents and exploit their mistakes. Konan was surprised by his willingness to share such personal information. Ella sighed, knowing he was right. Konan explained that she was a long-range fighter who would assist him since he preferred close combat. She could transform her body into paper and harden it with her chakra, making it more resilient than steel. She could also create weapons from the paper and use it to restrain and incapacitate opponents. Additionally, her chakra-infused paper would be resistant to fire techniques, and water ninjutsu would have a similar effect against her. Naruto, emotionless, acknowledged that if she wanted to know him personally, she should ask. Konan hesitated, feeling uncertain about what to inquire, as she hardly knew anyone in the Akatsuki besides Nagato and Itachi, with whom she had barely spoken. Their food arrived, and they ate in silence. The next morning, Naruto woke up early and noticed Konan still sleeping in her cloak on the bed. He got up and created 10 shadow clones, instructing them to learn the Hiration technique he had inherited from his father. He understood that mastering such an advanced jutsu would take weeks or even months, despite the help of shadow clones and the Sharingan. While meditating for a few hours to organize the memories of his clones, Konan woke up and noticed Ryu Yokei's meditating on the bed. His chest armor was off, revealing his impressive muscles, and she observed his long ponytail falling between his shoulder blades. To her surprise, he had no visible scars, except for a small mark that resembled a lightning strike over his heart. She had initially thought his hair was black, but now saw it was blonde. Deciding to take advantage of his meditation, she quietly walked to the bathroom and undressed. After showering and ensuring she removed her origami flower and Akatsuki ring, she dried off and got dressed again. When she returned, she found Zetsu and Ryu conversing, both looking at her. Naruto informed them that they had located Orochimaru's hideout. Konan became intrigued, learning that their primary goal was to retrieve his ring and eliminate him as a secondary objective. His base was situated 17 kilometers southwest of their hidden location, making the journey more challenging. Konan inquired about the entrance to Orochimaru's hideout, and Zetsu explained that it was surrounded by trees and was a metal hole in the ground. With that information, Zetsu melded into the earth, and both Naruto and Konan prepared to leave. However, Konan remembered to pay the receptionist, a detail Ryu had overlooked. As they walked toward their destination at a leisurely pace, Konan recalled Ryu's suggestion about getting to know each other better as partners. She asked him what he liked, and Ryu, taken aback by the question, struggled to remember. He eventually replied that he enjoyed training, expanding his arsenal as a shinobi, and fighting strong opponents. This was a step forward in their character development, which Konan hoped would lead to more meaningful exchanges. Continuing, she asked what he disliked. He expressed his aversion to fools, arrogant people, ignorance, and snakes, the last of which Konan realized referred to Orochimaru. She commented that he likely wouldn't like Orochimaru, receiving a confirming nod from Ryu. Soon, they arrived at the metal hole in the ground that Zetsu had mentioned. Ryu remarked that this was it, though Konan noticed his Sharingan spinning rapidly. She thought of her technique, Shikigami no Mai, as her body transformed into paper and then into paper butterflies. Naruto watched in surprise, wondering where the paper had come from. Using Maisegekure no Jutsu, Naruto became invisible, and both Akatsuki members dove into the hole, one invisible and the other a flurry of paper butterflies. They found themselves in a dark hallway lit by flickering candles. Naruto whispered to the butterflies that they should inform each other if they found Orochimaru or his ring, and one of the butterflies transformed into a paper airplane. Understanding the signal, Ryu nodded. Konan had a way to contact him, but not vice versa. She then opened a brush and chakra ink, drawing a seal on the paper airplane. She explained that the seal would heat up when she channeled her chakra into it, indicating she had the ring. The airplane seemed to flutter around, as Konan realized she couldn't communicate while in paper form. They split up to search for the ring, exploring numerous empty rooms, questioning why there would be so many if they weren't used. Naruto pulled up the hood of his cloak, knowing Orochimaru had seen him before and could recognize him despite the absence of his whisker marks. Although Kabuto and Orochimaru couldn't see them, Sasuke could identify Naruto by his Sharingan, as could any other user of dojutsu like Neji. He opened a door to find a sterile room, then opened another, which was not empty. Beside a desk in the room was someone he despised, Kabuto Yakushi, Orochimaru's assistant, fiddling with medical bombs. Remembering that he had never been ordered to spare Orochimaru's puppets, Naruto slowly drew his katana from its sheath, moving at a normal pace to avoid alerting Kabuto too soon. Now, Ryu stood right behind Kabuto, gripping his katana in a reverse hold, ready to strike the traitor's skull. He was about to deliver the final blow when Kabuto turned and began to exit the room. Naruto barely had time to step aside, but fortunately, the blade was only a few millimeters from Kabuto's head. Thanks to his Sharingan and Madara's influence, he managed to evade Kabuto's path. He watched as Yakushi moved away from the desk, seemingly lost in thought. Ryu sheathed his katana and left the room. He continued searching, but there was no sign of Orochimaru's ring. He knew that if Kabuto was here, the serpent couldn't be far behind. Opening another door, he was met with a horrifying sight. In cages, innocent people were locked away, looking thin and malnourished, and Ryu even spotted some children among them. The old Naruto would have done everything possible to free these individuals, regardless of the cost, even his own life. But the true Naruto was different. He dropped his invisibility, revealing himself to the prisoners. Most of them, if not all, seemed relieved to see him. A man reached out, pleading for help, but instead of grasping Ryu's cloak, he grabbed his boot. Realizing too late, the man's hand was crushed beneath Naruto's heel. The man cried out, and Naruto did not silence his screams. The other captives looked at him with anxiety. Ryu performed a series of hand seals, ending with the tiger sign. A small girl with tears in her eyes asked if he would save them. He replied with a firm no and unleashed a powerful fireball toward the imprisoned people. Their cries echoed through the base, but due to Orochimaru's cruel experiments, no one came to investigate. Naruto watched the flames consume the innocent with a faint smile. He imagined the ignorant people of Konoha and all those who had hurt or ignored him, feeling a twisted sense of satisfaction in their demise. Yet he had freed them in a way. Their suffering at Orochimaru's hands must have been terrible, and they had likely wished for death after enduring such torment. Activating his invisibility, Ryu exited the burning room and continued his inspection. He soon found himself in an enormous chamber where he spotted someone he was eager to confront, Sasuke Uchiha. The young Uchiha practiced with his Kusanagi sword, his movements swift and precise, clearly a testament to his training under a skilled kenjutsu master likely Orochimaru himself, who had nurtured the boy's potential. Ryu observed Sasuke with a scrutinizing gaze, sensing the significant improvements he had made over the past 2 years. Then he witnessed Sasuke perform a variation of Chidori, a clever adaptation of the technique that had once nearly claimed his life. Sasuke turned his gaze toward the door, sensing Ryu's presence thanks to his Sharingan. He declared that he knew someone was there. Naruto, unfazed, revealed his Akatsuki cloak, which stood out clearly in the dim light. Sasuke was taken aback but maintained his usual stoic expression, thoughts racing through his mind. He considered that defeating an Akatsuki member like Ryu would prove his readiness to confront Itachi. He noted the hood obscuring much of Ryu's face, adding to the intrigue. Ryu smiled, acknowledging Sasuke's ambition. He stated that by testing his skills against Sasuke, he would prepare himself for Itachi, hinting at the deadly confrontation to come. Naruto chuckled softly at the comparison between Itachi and Madara, knowing that despite Itachi's power, he was no match for the legendary Uchiha. Sasuke's belief that he was ready to face a shinobi who could rival Madara was utterly absurd. Sasuke, irritated by the laughter, attempted to assert himself, claiming that only an Uchiha could defeat another Uchiha. Ryu merely laughed again, reminding Sasuke of the many defeats his clan had suffered at the hands of the Senju. Frustrated, Sasuke engaged Ryu in taijutsu, employing the Uchiha signature, Interceptor Fist. However, Ryu evaded or blocked Sasuke's attacks as if they were moving in slow motion. Strangely, he refrained from counterattacking. Sasuke prepared to unleash his strongest punch aimed at Ryu's head, but to his shock, Ryu caught the blow effortlessly. Sasuke jumped back, stunned, and Ryu taunted him, questioning the Uchiha's strength. Sasuke retaliated by launching a massive fireball, but once again, Ryu sliced through it with his wind-enhanced katana. Ryu mocked Sasuke, asking if that was all he had. He noted that Sasuke had killed the container of the Kyuubi and expected more from him. Anger surged within Sasuke as he drew his own sword, but he found himself unable to land a single hit on Ryu, who effortlessly parried or dodged his strikes. Sasuke channeled lightning chakra into his sword, increasing its cutting power, but Ryu merely infused his katana with wind chakra. The enhanced lightning blade proved ineffective against Ryu's wind-infused weapon. Frustration boiled over as Sasuke realized that nothing he did seemed to affect Ryu, who was supposed to be an elite Uchiha. "Stop playing around," he shouted, swinging his sword at Ryu, only to find himself striking at empty air. Ryu had vanished. "Behind you," a voice whispered. Ryu stood with his back against Sasuke's. He remarked that the fight, if one could call it that, had been quite disappointing, expressing his hope for better from Itachi's younger brother. Sasuke, enraged, attempted to turn and face Ryu, but before he could react, Naruto delivered a swift elbow to Sasuke's head, nearly knocking him off balance. Sasuke knelt under the force of the blow, feeling as though a brick had struck his face. Ryu leaned close, whispering that it was disappointing after all that training. If Sasuke couldn't defeat him, how could he expect to defeat Itachi? He grabbed Sasuke by the back of his neck and lifted him off the ground. Naruto, looking Sasuke in the eyes, remarked that he wasn't the only one with the Sharingan. He called Sasuke weak, stating that if he couldn't defeat a member of the Akatsuki, he had no chance against Itachi. With a swift motion, Naruto threw Sasuke a considerable distance away. Sasuke was left wondering how this seemingly insignificant person possessed the Sharingan. Ryu smirked, saying he had been easy on Sasuke but reminded him to train harder. Sasuke watched as the Akatsuki member moved away from him. He called out, asking who Ryu was, feeling exhausted. Ryu introduced himself as Ryu Yokais. Naruto contemplated how much trouble he could avoid if he eliminated Sasuke right then, but instead, he knocked Sasuke out with a genjutsu induced by his Sharingan. As Naruto continued to explore the base, he noticed a paper airplane with a small seal on it fluttering nearby. Ryu asked if Naruto had the ring, and the paper seemed to nod in response. Just as Naruto was about to leave the underground hideout, he sensed a presence behind him. A sickly sweet voice spoke, revealing that the Akatsuki had finally tracked him down. Turning around, Naruto came face to face with the man he despised the most, Orochimaru. Naruto, confused, acknowledged Orochimaru. The legendary ninja inquired if Naruto was new to the Akatsuki and what his name was, clearly displeased by the thought of encountering former colleagues. Naruto confirmed his new status and name, allowing Orochimaru to gaze into his eyes. Orochimaru was taken aback to see a pair of Sharingan that did not belong to either Itachi or Sasuke. Orochimaru expressed a twisted desire to take Naruto's eyes for himself, noting that he was stronger than Sasuke, but he doubted Naruto would leave the encounter unscathed. He unleashed a jutsu, summoning snakes from his sleeves to attack Ryu. Naruto swiftly drew his katana and cut through the snakes, but when he looked up, he realized Orochimaru had used the distraction to vanish underground and strike with his snake sword. Orochimaru dodged Naruto's lightning-infused blade and lunged from behind, spitting a snake that connected with the sword. Ryu formed hand seals and prepared a jutsu, channeling lightning chakra into his palm, creating a dark blue sphere surrounded by a small, crackling black orb. He hurled it at Orochimaru, resulting in a brilliant flash of lightning that vaporized a significant portion of the building's structure, leaving remnants of flickering electricity. As Ryu turned to escape, he heard a dark laugh behind him. Orochimaru emerged from the ground, his mouth stretching inhumanly wide. Thousands of snakes poured forth, each one ready to strike. In a moment of clarity, Naruto decided to confront the oncoming snakes rather than flee. He stood firm, and as the snakes descended upon him, it seemed they pierced his body. Orochimaru smiled, believing he had taken down a member of the Akatsuki. However, his expression shifted to one of fear as he beheld a skeletal figure with 4 arms, 4 glowing yellow eyes, and 2 forward-facing bull horns. Orochimaru's mind raced in panic, questioning what he was witnessing. Naruto, seemingly reading his thoughts, declared that this was the perfect defense, the Susanoo. He vowed to finish what Itachi had started. The Susanoo began forming numerous white magatama in its hands, bound by a chain of chakra, and hurled them at Orochimaru like shuriken. Orochimaru barely managed to dodge the projectiles, which collided explosively with the walls of the room. Realizing his initial attack was ineffective, Ryu decided to change his strategy. He formed a new set of hand seals, preparing a jutsu suitable for the confined space. With a powerful shout, he unleashed a wind-based jutsu, summoning a dragon's head that flew toward Orochimaru. Channeling a vast amount of chakra into his right eye, he whispered the name of another jutsu. The dragon's head ignited with black flames, tearing through the air as it advanced, burning and scorching everything in its path. Orochimaru had little time to react before being engulfed by the devastating flames of the dragon's head. The room filled with black fire, leaving deep scars on the walls. Ryu deactivated his Susanoo, surveying the damage he had caused. The once vibrant space was now a smoldering ruin, and he began to retreat toward the entrance of the hideout. Orochimaru lay on the ground, severely burned and bleeding, having underestimated the new Akatsuki member. The combination of Susanoo and blaze techniques had proven formidable, but he had more pressing concerns than reflecting on his mistakes, as pain coursed through his body from the burns and deep cuts. Orochimaru opened his jaw wide like a serpent, and a pair of pale hands shed their previous skin. The new Orochimaru escaped from his former self just before the black flames could engulf him. He bore no more wounds, but the amount of chakra he had used, combined with his injuries, forced him to exert far more than he had anticipated. Now, he was panting heavily and coughing. Ryu Yokeis had now risen to the top of his list of successes. Naruto was walking back to the entrance of the hideout, wondering if he had truly defeated Orochimaru. Regardless, it didn't matter. He found Konan waiting for him at the entrance, a ring held between her fingers. She offered him the ring, and he responded with a nod of thanks. She inquired about the sounds of fighting echoing through the corridors, asking if it was Orochimaru. Naruto confirmed that he had fought with him but was uncertain if he had killed him. He likened Orochimaru to a cockroach, suggesting that no matter how many times one threw them down the drain, they always found their way back. Konan nodded in agreement, knowing that it was a sentiment that could easily apply to Orochimaru. They left the hideout and began their journey back to the hidden rain, where they would receive their next orders. Naruto reflected on his fight, which he perceived as one-sided. It was the first time he had experimented with a combination involving blaze release, and he was immensely pleased with the results. He thought about trying more combinations with his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, incorporating wind release for added devastation and power. An idea struck him. One of his goals within the Akatsuki was to eliminate the false Madara. He knew that Pain would not believe him since he had joined, even with Zetsu backing his claim. He understood that the impostor operated solely through Nagato. To establish himself within the ranks, he would need to convince Konan to join him, as her word would carry more weight than his. The thought of getting Konan to ally with him seemed easy, but the reality of making it happen was far more challenging. He sensed a close bond between Nagato and Konan. They were not lovers but rather great friends. He believed Nagato would be more inclined to trust her than Zetsu any day, but he also needed proof that Madara was not who he claimed to be. However, conspiracies like these would take time to unfold. Now was a good moment to put his plan into action. Naruto asked Konan what she liked, lowering his hood. She blinked, surprised by the question. When she asked for clarification, he explained that since she wanted to know him better, he wished to extend the same courtesy. She shared her interests in origami and pressed flowers, as well as her desire to assist Pain. Naruto understood her passion for origami, given her paper-based ninjutsu, but the pressed flowers were new to him. Helping Nagato was no surprise. Her loyalty to him was something Naruto could potentially exploit. When he inquired about what she disliked, Konan expressed her aversion to feeling useless and witnessing the death of friends. These dislikes fueled Naruto's determination to have Konan as an ally. He complimented her, stating that those were admirable and beautiful qualities. Konan blushed at his praise, never expecting such a reaction from him. Being called beautiful only intensified her embarrassment. It would take another day to reach Amigakure, and they were moving at a pace that would not allow them to reach the village before nightfall. They passed the inn where they had stayed a few days prior and decided to camp in the forest for the night. Unfortunately, neither of them bothered to set up a proper camp, so they had to make do with sticks and branches for a fire and the ground as their beds. Naruto was unfazed by the cold. Having spent 2 years in a dark, chilly hut had prepared him well. However, Konan was a different story. She tried to sleep, but the cold wind brushing against her face made it difficult. Suddenly, she felt something warm against her back. When she touched it, she realized it was Naruto, his clothes and muscles pressed against her. He reassured her that he had noticed her shivering and had come to help. Konan snapped back, stating that she hadn't asked for his assistance. Naruto remained expressionless, but he insisted that it didn't matter. She was cold, and now she was warm. Reluctantly, Konan accepted his help and fell asleep in the comfort of his presence. When Konan awoke, she was surprised to find herself in Naruto's arms. Their faces were only a few centimeters apart, with her hands resting on his chest. She looked at his face, which was calm and serene, yet still bore his usual expression. Her cheeks flushed a deep scarlet as she attempted to free herself from his embrace, but that only caused him to hold her tighter, resulting in her chin resting on his forehead. She realized that the only way to escape his hold was to wake him, but the warmth radiating from him was incredibly soothing, and a part of her wanted to stay there a little longer. As she shifted slightly, she looked up to find a pair of Sharingans staring back at her. It was an intimidating sight. Naruto released her from his embrace and stood up. He asked if she had slept well, to which she nodded, unaware of the blush adorning her cheeks. He suggested they continue toward Amigakure. However, Konan stopped him, extending her hand with Orochimaru's previous ring. She urged him to take it, stating it was now his. The ring was slate blue with the kanji for sky in the center. Naruto accepted the ring from her hand and placed it on his right index finger. They resumed their journey back to Amigakure. Upon arriving, they walked toward the tallest tower. Konan used her signature paper jutsu, transforming into paper butterflies that fluttered through the village, while Naruto utilized his invisibility jutsu to make his way to the tower. They found Pain in his usual spot, surveying the village. He turned to Naruto and asked if he had succeeded. Ryu showed him the ring on his finger, prompting Pain to inquire if Orochimaru was dead. Naruto replied that he was unsure, as Orochimaru had a habit of escaping death. Ryu stated that it didn't matter as long as he had the ring. Pain informed them that Zetsu had reported on their cooperation and the success of their task, leading him to decide to make them 2 permanent partners. Konan felt a twinge of sadness at this news, while Naruto smiled internally, thinking that Nagato was making things easier for him. Konan quickly overcame her moment of sorrow and maintained a neutral expression, knowing it was better for everyone if she cooperated. Pain announced that he would contact Akatsuki to share the news of a new confirmed member. He performed the hand sign for the Gentashin no Jutsu, and both Naruto and Konan completed the necessary seals. They found themselves back in the same dark room with the lantern lit in the center. The astral images of the other Akatsuki members became visible. Pain declared that Ryu Yokeis was now a full member of Akatsuki. Kisame smiled, appreciating Ryu, while Deidara respected his artistic version. Sasori's expression was unreadable, but Kakuzu smiled, enjoying the trouble Ryu caused for Haiden. Itachi remained inscrutable, and Haiden hoped Orochimaru would meet his end at Ryu's hands. Pain continued, stating that Ryu would be permanently partnered with Konan. He outlined their plans to begin capturing and extracting Biju within a year, with the goal of capturing the Kyuubi in 2 years. Until then, they would gather funds for Akatsuki. All members nodded in agreement. Pain mentioned that he would relay the missions and assignments, or Zetsu would if he couldn't. The astral bodies began to fade away. Naruto and Konan returned to their original positions, exchanging glances of red and amber. They left the room to gather the supplies they would need for their upcoming journeys. Pain approached them, informing them that they had received several missions from Kirigakure, directly from the Mizukichi. He would send 2 of them to complete any missions requiring their skills and attention. Ryu acknowledged Pain's orders and sealed some items in his wrist seals, ensuring he hadn't forgotten anything. Naruto had never been to the Land of Water and was curious to see how it differed from the Land of Fire. He wanted to meet the Mizukichi, whose beauty was said to rival that of Tsunade, and he was eager to see if the rumors were true. He strapped his katana to his back, dusted off his cloak, and he and Konan set off from Amigakure toward the Land of Water and Kirigakure, wondering what unexpected surprises awaited them. Meanwhile, Pain gazed at Amigakure, silently hoping that Ryu would keep Konan safe, as she was his last friend. He felt uneasy about Ryu, having never heard of him before. He seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. Zetsu had claimed he would be a valuable asset to the organization, and Nagato hoped he was right. He also wished for Ryu to eliminate Orochimaru, the traitor who had meddled in their plans and might still be alive. Ryu possessed the Sharingan, and all Uchiha corpses from the massacre had been destroyed to prevent anyone from obtaining that precious Kekkai Genkai. Nagato knew what happened when someone outside the Uchiha clan transplanted Sharingan. Kakashi Hatake was a prime example. He questioned whether Ryu was an Uchiha or merely an imitator. Suddenly, a swirling distortion appeared behind Pain, revealing a figure wearing an orange spiral mask with a single eye hole, spiky black hair, and an Akatsuki cloak. The masked man remarked that he had heard about the new member. Nagato introduced Ryu Yokeis as a powerful young man who might be responsible for Orochimaru's supposed death. The masked man expressed admiration, noting that not many could match the strength of the Sannin of the Serpents. He mentioned hearing that Ryu possessed the Sharingan, prompting Pain to frown at the masked man he was working with. Nagato confirmed that he was unsure if Ryu was an Uchiha, but the masked man could speak with him when he arrived in the Land of Water with Konan. The masked man hoped that their first meeting would not be as awkward or catastrophic as he had anticipated. He bid Nagato farewell and vanished into a swirling vortex, leaving no trace of his presence. The masked man reappeared in a strange dimension surrounded by white cubes. He pondered whether Ryu could be a survivor of the massacre, but quickly dismissed the thought, recalling that he and Itachi had eliminated everyone, even the children, except for Sasuke. He realized that Ryu must be strong enough to join Akatsuki, especially with Itachi in the organization. He considered the opportunity Ryu presented, as another lieutenant alongside Kisame could help forge a weapon from Biju Chakra. He resolved to learn everything he could about Ryu Yokeis, his family, goals, and ambitions so that the world would come to know pain and hatred. Elsewhere in the Land of Water, 2 hooded figures walked along the path to Kirigakure. They wore black cloaks adorned with red clouds and conical straw hats that concealed most of their faces except for their eyes. One had honey-colored eyes, while the other had blood-red eyes with 3 concentric tomos surrounding the pupil. They were engaged in a friendly discussion. One of them questioned if they were heading in the right direction, tilting his hat to reveal his Sharingan. His companion, whose voice sounded feminine, assured him that they should be nearing Kirigakure in a few hours. However, the other suggested that they should rest for the night before meeting the Mizukage, as the approaching night would bring a fog that could be disorienting. The other traveler nodded in agreement, noting that they would not repeat the mistakes of their last journey. They had brought tents, sleeping bags, and food this time. Both retrieved scrolls from their cloaks and opened them, readying themselves for the night ahead. Whatever lay ahead, 2 tents appeared out of nowhere. The larger companion went to gather firewood while the other headed to a nearby lake to fish. 2 hours later, they returned to camp, one with wood and the other with fish. They built a campfire, and the larger one ignited it using his chakra. They cooked the fish for dinner, and after enjoying their surprisingly delicious meal, they decided to rest, uncertain of what the Mizukage wanted. Speaking of the Mizukage, Mei Terumi, the 5th Hokage, was dealing with her greatest adversary, the paperwork. She lamented the burden of her responsibilities, wishing someone had warned her about the overwhelming amount of paperwork that accompanied the position. If she had known, she would have boarded the first ship to Kumo. Suddenly, she heard voices outside her office door. One voice stood out, stoic yet noble. It belonged to her 2 favorite shinobi, Ao and Chojuro. Mei inquired about any news or sightings of the organization they had hired. Chojuro hesitated before responding, indicating that they had no sightings of the 2 men they had contracted but had detected their presence in the land of water. However, the Mizukage misinterpreted their words. Mei pondered the implications of their conversation, misunderstanding Ao's comments about meeting the 2 men as something more personal. Ao, mistaking her silence for agreement, continued to express his reluctance to meet them, voicing his distrust of the younger generation. Mei's mind wandered further, misinterpreting his words about marriage and hearts. As Ao concluded his thoughts, Mei's frustration boiled over. She stood up from her desk, a dark look in her eyes, and approached Ao, whispering a warning that sent chills down his spine. Ao's face turned pale, and he hoped she took her threat seriously. Meanwhile, Naruto awoke in the middle of the night, haunted by yet another nightmare. Ever since he became Madara's student, these dreams had plagued him. He woke up once a week, either with a new nightmare or a recycled one. They never seemed to fade, so he referred to them as night terrors. Despite the turmoil within, he never woke up screaming or kicking. He would simply lie in silence, knowing that seeking comfort would be futile. He stepped out of his tent, leaving behind his Akatsuki cloak for his armor and hooded coat. Standing outside, he gazed at the bright stars above. He mused about the notion that light could be found in the darkest places, reflecting on the irony of the night sky dotted with stars, yet overshadowed by darkness. Zetsu appeared before him, emerging from a Venus flytrap. The white half congratulated him on his philosophical musings, while the black half expressed annoyance at being summoned. Naruto explained that he wanted to discuss the Yandere Mizukage, which puzzled Zetsu, as they were unsure why he was interested in a deceased Kage. Naruto recounted his past encounters with Zabuza Momochi, a rogue Kiri shinobi who had attempted to assassinate the Yandere Mizukage. He shared how Zabuza had fled the village after failing and how he had once taken down an entire class of aspiring ninjas as a child. Intrigued, Zetsu listened as Naruto continued, revealing his research into the Yandame's tyrannical rule over the village. He spoke of Yagura, the Sanbai Jinchuriki, who had once been a kind and friendly leader before his transformation into a cruel Mizukage. Naruto painted a picture of a man who had once inspired loyalty and hope but had become a figure of terror, executing anyone who opposed him and turning the village against bloodline users. As Naruto reflected on Yagura's tragic fall from grace, Zetsu's interest grew, eager to hear more about the complexities of the past and the implications for the present. "Don't stop there," Naruto proclaimed, recalling the public displays of bloodline users being tortured and killed, even children. "But one thing leads me to believe otherwise." He noted that someone like Yagura didn't go from happy and gentle to cruel and cold overnight. He wasn't a psychologist, But he understood that a case like Yagura's was not that simple. Zetsu pondered this, questioning if Naruto believed Yagura was being manipulated by Genjutsu. Naruto explained that while Genjutsu typically didn't work on Jinchuriki who had control over their Biju, it could be different for someone with the Sharingan. Zetsu realized the implication that the false Madara was controlling Yagura and had plans to annihilate the bloodlines while weakening Kirigakure. Naruto's eyes narrowed as he considered their next move. They could use this opportunity to locate Obito and eliminate him before he disrupted Naruto's plans or broke his pawns. He instructed Zetsu to head to Kirigakure and gather information about the Yondaime, the bloodlines, the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, the Sanbai, and any connections to the Uchiha clan. The hunt was on. As Zetsu nodded and vanished into the ground, Naruto was left alone with his thoughts. He considered how Kiri had weakened Konohagakure, suggesting that they had played a role in Obito's life after his supposed death. He recalled a lesson from Madara. Understanding one's enemy was a form of power, and taking their life would be as easy as taking his own. Neither Naruto nor Zetsu noticed the shadow observing them, a figure with blue hair and amber eyes. Orochimaru was brooding in his chamber, contemplating whether to eliminate Ryuyoke's or seize his Sharingan. He had underestimated the Akatsuki, which had cost him dearly. The Black Fire and Skeletal Warrior were jutsu he had never encountered, and the Wind Dragon jutsu was no small feat either. The door to his chamber opened, revealing his apprentice, Sasuke Uchiha. Orochimaru greeted him, but Sasuke remained focused, expressing his need for more training to confront Itachi. Orochimaru smiled, recalling his recent battle with an Akatsuki member that had shown Sasuke he wasn't ready. He then pressed Sasuke about the secret of his Mangekyo Sharingan. Sasuke's eyes widened in fear and surprise, knowing he had to respond. He explained that using the Mangekyo would cost him his vision, and he was saving it for Itachi. Orochimaru nodded, understanding the wisdom in Sasuke's decision to reserve it for stronger opponents. They both rose and headed to the training field within the base. Sasuke's recent defeat would only serve to strengthen him for his eventual confrontation with Itachi. In a nearby forest engulfed in flames stood a man clad in black armor. He was unfazed by the heat and destruction around him, reveling in the devastation. He envisioned a world reborn from the ashes, free from impurities, where hatred and fear no longer consumed nations, and innocents were not harmed by paranoia. As he lowered his hood, golden spikes of hair were revealed, and his Sharingan scanned the desolation. His expression was blank, his thoughts empty. The wind whipped through the flames, but he felt no pain or discomfort. He then heard a familiar voice in the distance and walked toward its source. With each step, ash clung to his boots, shifting into forms and faces of people he once knew, whispering his name. Among the apparitions were a wild-looking child with a puppy, a masked ninja, 2 children with white eyes, an elderly man wearing a hat with the kanji for shoot, a chubby boy with swirls on his cheeks, and a girl with pink hair, among others. He continued walking, ignoring the whispers as they clawed at him. Their attempts to grasp him and make him listen were futile. As soon as their hands touched him, they turned to ash and fell away. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the ghosts crumble into nothingness, but his steely gaze remained fixed on the path ahead. The fires still burned, consuming the trees but not destroying them. He looked up at the sky, seeing neither sun nor moon, only gray clouds matching the ash below. Finally, he emerged from the burning forest into a barren, lifeless gray desert. There were no mountains, rocks, or vegetation, only the gray, flat ground. He continued walking toward his destination. What felt like hours for the blonde was merely a few minutes. He kept moving, heading toward where he would finally stop. Then he found it. A boy with spiky blonde hair, dressed in an orange jumpsuit, sat on the ground staring at a dirty gray puddle. He held a necklace in his hands, featuring a green gem and some accessories. When the man with red eyes looked at the boy, he noticed fresh streaks of tears on his face and a lifeless gaze. He stepped closer, standing in front of the boy, and sat down across from him. The boy's eyes were red and swollen, and his entire body seemed drained of color. The man also stared at the puddle, but there was no reflection. He looked back at the boy, who was now watching him with dull blue eyes. "You used to be like me," the boy said wearily, fiddling with the necklace in his hand as if playing with it. The blond man regarded the boy with a calculating look. Was he a threat? Or a messenger? I was never like you, he replied sharply, already disliking the boy after just a few words. No, you used to be different, less than what you are now, the boy declared. The man narrowed his eyes at the boy in orange. What a foolish color. You don't know me, so don't pretend that you do, the man growled, feeling increasingly irritated by the child. I know you better than you know yourself, the boy said casually. You used to be happy, always smiling, no matter the situation, no matter how much pain you faced. You always knew things would get better. I miss that smile, he said sadly. The man clenched his fist. This child claimed to know him better than anyone else. What nonsense. Look in the puddle, the boy suggested. Ultimately deciding to swallow his pride, the man glanced at the puddle, which was dark and dirty, revealing nothing. What am I supposed to see in this? He grumbled, gesturing toward the puddle. Just keep looking and then you will see, the boy replied. Complying, the man focused on the puddle. At first, all he saw was murky water, but the image began to shift and swirl. An image of himself appeared, wearing a Konoha headband, being thanked and praised by the citizens around him. The scenes looked as if they had been drawn by an artist. Then the image changed to a different scene. He saw himself enjoying time with friends at a bar, celebrating his birthday and being showered with wonderful gifts. It was an incredible party. The man squinted at the puddle. What did this mean? The painting shifted again, showing him in white and red robes, alongside a blonde woman wearing a large hat with the kanji for fire on it. She turned to face the crowd, where she was met with thunderous applause. The final image showed him holding something. Next to him stood a pink-haired woman with emerald eyes. This image, above all, left him confused. What did these images mean? What was he holding? It was a baby, a blonde child with emerald eyes. Both he and the pink-haired woman wore the most beautiful smiles anyone could see. The image changed again, showing the parents teaching their baby to walk and feeding him, both wearing the same smile as the baby laughed joyfully with them. Somehow, this image left him feeling empty, bitter, and melancholic. What was the significance of these images? They confused him endlessly. What do these images mean? And who is that man in the painting? The man in black asked sadly, his eyes never leaving the baby, realizing how much influence such a small being had over him. They are lost opportunities, the boy replied. What? The man snapped. If you hadn't stayed with that man, this is what would have happened instead of what you are today, the boy answered thoughtfully. Still staring at the baby, the man felt disgusted by what he saw. He channeled a large amount of chakra into his right eye, activating his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. The shuriken pattern appeared, and with it, black flames ignited in the dirty puddle, consuming it. His eyes never left the boy until the flames engulfed the water. He turned his gaze back to the child. There is nothing in my heart but hatred, the man declared. He stood up, and the boy did the same, now facing each other. Who are you? The man growled, clenching his fist and gritting his teeth, his anger beyond mere words. I was you, the boy replied, the man's eyes still holding a steely gaze. The boy extended his hand, placing the necklace into the right hand of his counterpart. I miss that smile, the boy said. The man tightened his fist around the necklace. His left hand reached over his shoulder, drawing the katana from his back, and in a swift motion, he struck the boy diagonally. The impact caused a sudden burst, and the boy fell, blood spilling from the wound and staining the man's face and hair. The boy's blood pooled on the ground, creating a large red puddle. I was never like you, and I never will be, the man stated. Naruto jolted awake, sweat dripping down his forehead. What was that? He wondered. It was yet another nightmare, the same one he had experienced the night before. Everything about these dreams left him confused. This was something entirely different. What did it mean? These were just a few of the questions racing through his mind. He had never experienced a dream so vivid before. He was the one holding the sword, and he could almost hear whispers as if someone were speaking directly to him. He buried his face in his hands, trying to calm his breathing. The old goat had subjected him to the worst kind of torture, so for something to affect him like this was significant. He believed that a mere dream could have such an impact, and that thought made him feel truly pitiful and weak. If there was one thing Naruto hated, it was feeling weak. As he prepared to move and begin his journey to Kirigakure, Naruto donned his black armor and tattered black coat, draping the Akatsuki cloak over his shoulders and securing the katana sheath to his back. He stepped out of his tent and surveyed the camp he shared with Konan. The campfire had long since died down, and they had disposed of their food scraps. Returning to his tent, he retrieved a scroll, performed a couple of hand seals, and pressed his palm against the scroll, sealing the tent within it and tying it with a piece of thread. He glanced over his shoulder at Konan's tent, wondering if she was awake or if she had stepped out. Remembering the beatings he had received from women in the past, Naruto decided to exercise caution. Despite his power, he knew that nothing was more fearsome than an angry woman. He called out softly but received no response. Calling her name again yielded the same result. Thinking quickly, he created a shadow clone, which opened the tent for him. The clone peered inside but found nothing but an empty space. It vanished, and memories flooded back to Naruto. Where could she be? He deduced that since her tent was still there, she must be nearby. Slipping back into his persona as Ryu, he set out to find Konan. After a few minutes of searching through the forest, Ryu found the same lake where Konan had gone fishing for food. However, instead of spotting a fish, he discovered his beautiful companion bathing. Her back was turned to him, and she had yet to notice his presence. A deep blush crept onto Naruto's cheeks. Beneath that cloak was a figure that many would envy. He took a moment to admire her before deciding to leave before being caught. He was caught off guard when Konan's emotionless voice broke the silence, acknowledging his presence. Naruto knew he was in trouble but refused to show it. He had learned that revealing fear was a weakness, and he despised being vulnerable. He asked how she knew he was there, confused since he had made no sound and she hadn't seen him. Was she a censor, and had she not masked her chakra signature? She replied that she hadn't known until he spoke. Realizing he had inadvertently revealed himself, Naruto felt a mix of embarrassment and admiration for her perceptiveness. She acknowledged his cleverness but requested privacy while bathing. Naruto turned on his heel and left, promising to meet her back at the camp. Back at the camp, Naruto waited for his blue-haired companion. It had been 15 minutes since he left Konan, and he found himself wondering why women took so long to bathe a mystery of the world that remained unsolved. Suddenly, Zetsu emerged from the ground in his usual form. He asked if Naruto had found anything during his search. Zetsu confirmed that Naruto was right about something. Naruto raised an eyebrow, eager for more details. Zetsu explained that the yondaime was being controlled. According to a report from an Oinin with a transplanted Byakugan, Yagura was under the influence of Genjutsu, and the puppet master supposedly possessed the Sharingan. Naruto smiled, pleased to have been correct. Zetsu continued, revealing more information about the Mist Swordsman. It turned out that one of the swordsmen, Fuguki Suikazan, had been selling the secrets of his village and aiding the bloodline rebels until his death. Kisame Hashigaki had killed him and was later contacted by the yondaime to commend him for his loyalty. Naruto contemplated the implications. If Kisame had been in contact with Yagura, he could be one of Obito's lieutenants, possibly knowing the whereabouts of the false leader. However, years had passed since the yondaime's death, and Kisame might be a loyal follower, making recruitment more challenging. Zetsu mentioned that he couldn't find any information linking the bloodline purges to the false Madara, aside from Obito's attempts to weaken the village. Naruto then inquired if Zetsu had discovered anything connecting Kiri, the Uchiha clan, and the three-tailed beast. Zetsu revealed an intriguing piece of information. During a mission in the Third Shinobi World War, one of Obito's comrades was captured by Kiri and turned into the Jinchuriki of the three-tailed beast. They had planned to unleash the beast in the midst of Konohagakure, where it would cause destruction. However, the Oinin pursuing them managed to release the beast, but Kakashi discovered their presence, forcing them to flee. The Jinchuriki, Rin Noara, was later killed by Kakashi, causing the chakra of the beast to disperse. When Kiri attempted to recover their possession, They found all the Oinin and Rin's body in a gruesome scene. Naruto reflected on the information, understanding why Obito would want to weaken Kiri. He thanked Zetsu for the knowledge, feeling closer to his goal. However, Zetsu was taken aback by Naruto's smile, which was not his usual mischievous grin but rather a chilling and deadly expression that promised pain. As Konan returned a few minutes later, they packed their gear and resumed their journey to Kiri. At the gates of Kirigakure, Ao awaited the arrival of the Akatsuki. The challenges faced in Kirigakure required a high-level shinobi, and such shinobi were in short supply. Ao, a Kiri ninja, spotted something through his binoculars and alerted his comrades. He instructed one of them to report to the Mizukage. The shinobi, slightly trembling, hurried to the Mizukage's office. Ao activated his Byakugan and observed the incoming shinobi, noting their chakra levels. The first had chakra levels comparable to a mid-level Kage, which surprised him, but he quickly recalled that the Akatsuki were S-rank shinobi for a reason. However, it was the second shinobi that truly unsettled him. This second Akatsuki member possessed enormous chakra levels, surpassing even those of a Kage, possibly rivaling a Biju. Ao had heard of shinobi with chakra levels akin to Biju, like the Yondaime Reikage and Kisame Hashigaki, the monster of the hidden mist, but this chakra was different. It radiated like the sun on a grassy field yet felt as cold as a merciless winter. Just by observing it, Ao felt as if his blood was freezing in his veins. Who was this Akatsuki member? Meanwhile, Ryu and Konan approached the gates of Kirigakure. Konan was lost in thought, her body moving on autopilot. She pondered why Zetsu would meet with Ryu, recalling the events of a few nights prior. Questions swirled in her mind about Obito Uchiha, Ryu Yokeis, and the discussions surrounding the Yondaime Mizukage. The idea of the Kage being controlled surprised her, especially with Kisame and another ninja swordsman involved. As they entered Kirigakure, they were greeted by Ao, who wore an eye patch. He welcomed them to the Hidden Mist Village and explained that he had been ordered by the Mizukage to guide them to her office. However, he warned them to behave, as any trouble would not be tolerated. Konan replied that as long as the village was cooperating with the Akatsuki and paying them, there would be no issues. Ao nodded but continued to scrutinize Ryu. He instructed them to remove their hats when meeting the Mizukage, and they proceeded to the Mizukage's tower. As Naruto walked through the village, he took in the unique architecture and shops. Kirigakure was different from Konoha, with its cylindrical towers and thick fog. Upon reaching the Mizukage's tower, Naruto felt a sense of déjà vu. It resembled the Hokage tower he remembered. They entered the tower and climbed the stairs to the office. Maiterumi was seated at her desk, engrossed in paperwork. When she heard a knock, she gestured for them to enter. Ao arrived with Ryu and Konan, both cloaked in black with red clouds and wearing conical straw hats. Mei kindly requested them to remove their hats so she could see their faces. Both complied, and Mei examined them closely. She first noted Konan's beauty, which could rival her own and that of Tsunade. However, it was Ryu who truly took her breath away. He was tall, with a well-defined face, round yet slightly narrow eyes, and golden hair that framed his face, cascading down his back. His Sharingan eyes added to his striking appearance, making him a figure of beauty. Mei had to compose herself to speak coherently. She welcomed them to Kirigakure, her gaze lingering on Ryu. Konan introduced herself and Ryu, stating they were assigned to any missions Kirigakure had. Before she could continue, a muffled gasp escaped Ao, who was trembling and biting his lip, clearly unsettled by Ryu's Sharingan. His fear was palpable, reminiscent of past encounters with Sasuke Uchiha. Naruto, too, felt a dark aura emanating from Ryu, which only added to Ao's discomfort. Mei, noticing Ao's reaction, politely urged him to leave, and he hurriedly exited the office without a backward glance. Mei turned her attention back to Konan and Ryu, maintaining a professional tone. She explained that their first mission involved reports of Taki shinobi within the Land of Water. Several of their own shinobi had encountered them over the past 2 weeks, resulting in casualties, and these Taki shinobi had a knack for evading capture. Mei tasked them with eliminating the Taki ninja. Konan inquired if there were any additional requests. Mei mentioned that if they could bring back one alive, it would be appreciated for information gathering, offering extra rewards for that. She also noted rumors of IWA shinobi among them, which could potentially be true. With their mission set, both Akatsuki members departed the village, aware that their task would be challenging. Ryu captured Konan's attention. She asked how that was possible. Naruto explained that the land of water consisted of a large group of islands, and at that moment, dividing their forces was not the best decision. Instead of splitting up, they would come together. Konan was confused about what he meant. Naruto made a unique hand sign and called upon a powerful jutsu, his most cherished technique. Instantly, 1,000 Ryus surrounded him. Konan understood his intention and overcame her astonishment at the sheer number of clones. She thought of her own jutsu, Shikigami no Mai. Her entire body began to transform into numerous sheets of paper, which then turned into butterflies that fluttered around Naruto's clones. She instructed Ryu to have one of his butterflies stay with her while another paired with a clone to disperse and search for the Taki shinobi teams. Konan found no fault in this clever plan. When one of the clones located the camps, it would disperse, relaying the information back to her, and they would deal with the foreign ninja upon reuniting. Each Naruto activated his invisibility jutsu, and the paper butterflies followed their own paths. An hour later, Naruto meditated in the same spot where he had created his army, waiting for one of his clones to return. The paper butterflies rested on the shoulders of the clones, also waiting patiently. It wasn't long before Naruto felt the memories of 3 of his copies dispersing. One clone reported finding camps on the island to the southwest of the center. There were 3 camps, one to the southwest, one to the southeast, and another to the north, forming an evenly spaced triangle. Naruto decided to take the southwest camp while Konan would handle the southeast. They agreed to meet at the northern camp once they had dealt with their respective targets. Ryu activated his invisibility jutsu, and Konan's butterflies flew toward the southeast. It took Naruto a few hours to reach his designated camp. He would have arrived faster if he had learned the Hiraishin, but that jutsu was complex, even for a master of seals like him. He had studied the scrolls and understood that Hiraishin was a space-time ninjutsu combined with Fuinjutsu, a true masterpiece of shinobi arts. Now, Naruto was nearing his target camp. Since the blood transfusion from Madara, he had become a censor, though he rarely used his abilities, sealing them away like the Hyuga clan did with their branch members. He released the seal, allowing his sensory skills to activate. He detected 23 chakra signatures in the camp, some small and others quite large, at least at the low Jonin level. Deciding to take action, Naruto drew his katana and prepared for confrontation. He leaped into the center of the camp and deactivated his invisibility. The Ki ninjas, who were milling about, jumped at the sight of the stranger in the black cloak adorned with red clouds. Taking the initiative, Naruto threw a kunai that struck one of the Taki ninjas. Instantly, the others went on high alert and charged at him. However, 3 of them were swiftly cut down by Naruto's blade. Seeing their fallen comrades, some of the remaining ninjas hesitated, fear creeping in. Out of the corner of his eye, Naruto spotted a shinobi tying what appeared to be a flare to a kunai. He decided to let the ninjas launch the flare, knowing that he needed to eliminate all of them regardless. A warm-up would be beneficial before the rest arrived. The flare exploded in the sky, alerting patrols that trouble was brewing in the camp. Ryu sealed his katana in his right hand and performed a series of hand signs. The other 90 ninjas in the camp braced themselves for what was to come. With a powerful shout, Naruto unleashed his jutsu, summoning 2 wind blades that appeared in his outstretched hands. He hurled them at the shinobi, and the blades spun through the air, striking down those who could not evade them. When the wind blades dissipated, only 7 shinobi remained. Fueled by rage at the sight of their fallen comrades, they charged at Naruto, abandoning all caution. Naruto opened his katana in his right hand, blocking an incoming strike with the flat of the blade. He surprised his opponent by flipping the blade and using the edge to sever the attacker's arm before swiftly decapitating him with a flick of his wrist. He then deflected a kunai strike and executed an upward slash with his katana, delivering a deep cut across the shinobi's neck, continuing until he reached the base of the skull, akin to a butcher slicing through meat. Grabbing the body in front of him, he used it as a shield against incoming kunai, which embedded themselves into the corpse. He faced the ninja who had thrown the kunai, using the body as a projectile, piercing the chest of the other ninja, who succumbed to blood loss. Hearing the incantation of a jutsu, Naruto saw small fireballs racing toward him. He channeled chakra into his katana, creating a wind aura that sliced through each fireball as he advanced toward the ninja. However, he did not realize that the fireballs were a distraction. Another ninja attempted to sneak up behind him for a surprise attack. Sensing the approach, Ryu executed a graceful leap into the air, performing a backflip to evade the flames, which then soared toward the ninja, engulfing him in fire. The shinobi creating the fireballs halted his actions. Naruto landed and quickly sealed his katana, performing a series of hand signs. He prepared to unleash his next move. Ryu shouted as he pulled a flickering lightning spear from his hand, aiming it at the ninja who had been struck in the right lung. The lightning coursed through the ninja's body, causing him to lose control. Naruto then yanked the lightning spear to his right, creating a gruesome wound that suggested someone had attacked the Taki ninja with a chainsaw. Naruto turned to confront another ninja who attempted to stab him, seemingly unaware of the fate that had befallen his comrade. The shinobi rolled on the ground before coming to a stop, his face buried in the dirt, but he was not dead. The other ninja began performing a series of hand seals to complete his jutsu. Unfortunately for Naruto, the camp was near the ocean, allowing the Taki ninja to summon water for his next attack. The ninja called out the name of his technique, and a massive water dragon emerged from the nearby ocean, crashing through any trees in its path toward Ryu. Being quick-witted, Ryu performed a series of seals for a jutsu he had learned to copy with his Sharingan while in Konoha. Naruto shouted out the name of his technique as a wall of earth rose before him. However, he noticed it lacked the bulldog heads and was less sculpted than he had hoped. The water dragon struck the earthen wall, but since water was weak against earth, it did little to budge the barrier. Naruto unsheathed his katana and channeled lightning chakra into it, enhancing its piercing power and overall sharpness, though it was not as potent as wind chakra. He tossed his sword into the air and kicked it at the base of the hilt, sending the katana effortlessly through the earthen wall and toward the Taki ninja, who had no time to react before the lightning blade pierced his spine. The other Taki ninja, struggling to rise from the ground, attempted to flee, but his efforts were in vain as he felt an unseen assailant grip his throat. The man gasped for breath, pleading for his life, mentioning he had a family and a child. But Ryu, with his red eyes, coldly replied that he had nothing to offer. With a swift motion, he crushed the ninja's throat, ending his life in an instant. Naruto discarded the body to the ground and went to retrieve his katana. He approached the fallen shinobi, placing his foot on the chest to apply pressure as he pulled the sword from his body, cleaned the blade, and sheathed it. Now, he awaited any patrols that might have been alerted by the kunai flare. He heard a voice behind him, unmistakably male. Turning to face the source, he saw an IWA ninja observing the carnage. Bodies lay scattered, many cut into pieces, while others had been stabbed or slashed, blood staining the ground. In the center of this devastation stood a man cloaked in black with red clouds. When the IWA ninja looked closer, he realized the man bore an uncanny resemblance to the Yondaime Hokage. The ninja whispered in disbelief, recognizing Naruto and pointing a finger at him. Naruto's eyes transformed into his eternal Mangekyo, and a fierce expression of anger crossed his face. The IWA ninja barely had time to react before he felt a hand on his chest, gripping his heart. He coughed up blood, his body racked with pain. He bravely told Naruto that if he was going to kill him, he should do so as he had done to the other IWA shinobi who had died valiantly. But Naruto wore a bloodthirsty smile. The words left Naruto's lips, suggesting that the IWA ninja was mistaken in thinking he was the Yondaime Hokage. Instead, he claimed to be someone much worse. As he contemplated how to end the ninja's life, he decided that crushing his heart was too cliché. Instead, he began channeling wind chakra into his palm, creating tiny blades of wind. The IWA shinobi screamed in abject pain as the wind sliced through him, each cut unbearable. Eventually, he succumbed to his injuries and fell lifeless to the ground, and Naruto tossed his body aside without ceremony. Looking at his blood-soaked hand, Naruto smiled at the crimson liquid that covered him. As he glanced at his handiwork, he saw a heart that had been carved and cut, bleeding from every opening. He felt no remorse for the killing. It neither thrilled nor disturbed him, he was simply content. Sitting on the dirty ground, he began to meditate, waiting for any other Taki or IWA shinobi to arrive. It wasn't long before he heard footsteps approaching his position. A large group of Taki ninjas, along with some IWA ninjas, surrounded him. It was clear to them that he was responsible for the deaths in the camp, and his bloodied arm indicated he had indeed killed. One Taki shinobi shouted that he was just a man they could take down, while another IWA ninja called out the name of the Yondaime Hokage. A third IWA ninja declared their intent to kill him and avenge their families. Naruto rose from the ground and shook his cloak. He warned them never to mention that man in his presence again, though they did not take his threats seriously. They were unaware of how true his words were. With a swift series of hand seals, he ended on the dragon seal. The air around him filled with wind as he unleashed his technique, forming a semi-sphere of wind needles that surrounded him like a shield. The needles then shot outward, piercing every ninja in close proximity. Meanwhile, Konan had just finished dealing with the shinobi in her camp, having taken down about 20. In the midst of the battle, a flare shot into the sky to the west, signaling others nearby. Realizing that Ryu was involved with the flare, she felt a sense of relief as some pressure was lifted. However, she now stood amidst the fallen bodies of the Taki ninjas, wondering how Ryu was faring against the shinobi. But he quickly reassured himself that there was nothing to worry about. He activated his signature paper jutsu, transformed into butterflies, and headed toward the northern camp. Ryu stepped over the fallen bodies that lay on the ground. The last jutsu had been impossible to block or dodge. Even hiding behind obstacles was futile against the sharp blades of wind. Their penetrating power was so great that even the earthen walls proved ineffective. The ninja on the ground had no time to scream before life left them, and their blood stained the ground beneath Naruto's feet. As he walked away, he stepped on something and looked down to find a photo of an IWA ninja, whose body was not far off. The picture showed the ninja with a woman, her hand resting on a rounded belly, both smiling affectionately. Naruto noted that their smiles were strikingly similar to the ones he and the pink-haired woman had shared in his dream a few nights ago. He frowned at the image and continued toward the camp. He felt no sympathy for those caught up in love. Yet, love was something he had longed for in his past life, and perhaps he could love someone like the family in the picture. Perhaps. He walked for a while, heading toward the camp. The earlier warm-up had invigorated his body, filling him with energy, and he felt the need to unleash a powerful jutsu soon. Finally, he arrived at the camp and sensed Konan not far away. Konan was waiting patiently behind a tree near the northern camp. Fortunately, there were no sensors, so no one had seen her. She caught sight of her blonde partner out of the corner of her eye. Now that he was here, she assumed that his assigned camp had been dealt with. Ryu's neutral tone indicated that he sensed her doubt. Konan's expression was devoid of life, and Ryu's eyes narrowed. He didn't appreciate her questioning his abilities. Did she think it was an insult, or was she merely teasing him? She also assumed he had let the flare go off. He explained that he had been completing his assigned mission while also having a bit of fun. He admitted that he had a bad habit of holding back his power during battles, making the fight more enjoyable for himself. He was a censor but often restrained that talent to give his opponents an advantage. Konan warned him not to let his confidence turn into arrogance. He insisted that it was confidence, not arrogance, and explained that if a battle became boring, he would get serious and end it before he lost interest. She remarked that it sounded like he enjoyed fighting for the sake of it. He corrected her, stating that he never claimed to enjoy killing, only combat. Konan's eyes widened slightly at his response, but she chose to focus on their objective instead of continuing the conversation. They still needed to deal with the remaining Taki ninja. Konan suggested they at least try to keep one alive for interrogation by the mist. Ryu confidently stated that he could keep one alive. revealing that he had a jutsu he wanted to test out. With a fierce shout, he unleashed a fire jutsu, sending streams of flames toward the enemy camp. The fire curled around the shinobi and the tents that housed them, moving like flickering tails. Konan could hear the cries of the shinobi. Having witnessed death many times, even at a young age during the Second Shinobi World War, she recognized the emptiness in Ryu's eyes, which mirrored her own experiences. He sensed a few still clinging to life, but there was an underlying animosity in him, as if he wished they wouldn't suffer. His expression quickly returned to neutrality as he instructed her to choose a Taki ninja to bring back to the village while he reported their mission's success to the Mizukichi. Ryu then began to walk away, heading back to Kirigakure, leaving Konan to watch his back. She felt a sense of sympathy for him. He had clearly lost someone dear to him, just as she had. As Naruto returned to Kirigakure, he reflected on his dream or nightmare filled with visions and the small child in orange. He had experienced the same dream before, and they were identical. Was he losing his mind? Was the stress of the Moon Eye plan affecting him? No, he dismissed the idea of visions. He didn't believe in such things. But why did the child claim to be him? Was it a reflection of his psychological mask? That Naruto never existed. He was a false self, and now he was truly himself. Yet, those visions left him feeling melancholic. But he knew they would never come to pass. He would always be hated, whether for being the Kyuubi's container or for reasons beyond his control. It wouldn't matter if the village knew he was the son of the Yondaime. In his past life, he had been a sheep in a world of dogs, but he knew he was a wolf. Especially the images of the pink-haired woman and the baby stirred something within him. His love for such a small being. The concept of love was an illusion to him. Nothing could justify love. Could one even see love? Could it be wielded as a weapon? He didn't truly understand the feeling of love, or at least he thought he did. Like the Sandaime and Irika, they loved him out of pity. Yet, even now, he hoped that one day he could love someone as they loved him, just to have a chance. The Sandaime likely viewed him as a nightmare for his existence, fearing that if his tool broke under the villagers' hatred, the village would lose a valuable weapon. Most villages didn't care for their Jinchuriki. Why should he? And Irika, why would he bond with the thing that had killed his parents? He was one of those who hated him, with those eyes. But the eyes he would give to people would be like windows, transparent yet empty, depending on what lay on the other side. His body moved on autopilot as he climbed a set of stairs, unaware that a pair of soft mounds brushed against his face. He felt a slight disappointment that she had never looked at him when they met in her office. A sultry voice spoke, suggesting that if she had known he needed her greatest assets, she would have used them earlier with a handsome man. Naruto looked up from his position among the glowing balloons to see the beautiful face of the Mizukichi smiling at him. He quickly regained his composure, distancing himself from the situation and adopting a neutral expression. However, a hint of pink colored his cheeks. Interacting with women was not something he excelled at. Ryu stood at the same height as Mei, ready to report on the success of their mission. He stated that he and his partner, Mizukichi-sama, had successfully eliminated any Taki nin in the vicinity, detailing how they had taken down 3 camps, with Konan capturing a hostage. Mei inquired about the time it would take for Konan to return with the hostage. Naruto estimated it would be at least a day before she arrived. Mei acknowledged this, expressing that it presented a perfect opportunity for them to get to know each other on a more personal level. She commented on how surprised she was by his strength, especially given his youth, and noted that she had wanted to meet him for some time. Naruto responded neutrally, unsure of how to react to the attention, having spent years isolated. Mei blushed at his words, enjoying the compliment. She suggested they discuss their business with the Akatsuki over dinner at her home, to which Naruto raised an eyebrow, recalling his limited interactions with women before his time as Madara's student. Ryu agreed to dinner, and Mei insisted he call her by her name, stating that tomorrow would work for her. As she left her office, she brushed her hand against Naruto's cheek, adding a sway to her hips that caught his attention. Ryu contemplated the opportunity presented by the Mizukichi, considering the potential for future plans. Hours later, Konan returned with a Taki ninja, bound and covered in papers that only allowed him to breathe. The Kiri shinobi took him to an interrogation room filled with various tools and stains, ready for questioning. Behind polarized glass, Mei, Konan, and Ryu observed the proceedings. 4 hours, they watched as Ao attempted to extract information from the Taki ninja, but his efforts were in vain. Ao reported his lack of success, suggesting that the ninja would not speak under his methods. Mei bit her finger, pondering the situation, when Ryu offered to take over the interrogation. Both Mei and Konan were surprised by his confidence. Ryu entered the room and introduced himself to the bound ninja, who responded with curiosity. The ninja mocked him, noting that at least he wasn't using a cliché line. Ryu dismissed the comment, focusing on the task at hand. He assessed the ninja's appearance, noting his average looks, and prepared to employ his own strategies. Meanwhile, on the other side of the glass, Ao took notes on Ryu's approach, impressed by his handling of the situation. Konan observed with calculating eyes, while Mei felt a sense of apprehension about what Ryu might do next. As Ryu's Sharingan focused on the ninja, the bound shinobi remained unfazed, taunting him about what he would do differently. Ryu asked if he knew what pain was, but the ninja simply stared back, confused. Pain can signify many things, such as the suffering or discomfort caused by an illness or injury, or the mental and emotional anguish stemming from stress or significant trauma experienced in life. Konan continued to observe, recognizing that even today, she still felt the weight of Yahiko's death. Her companion was also enduring his own struggles. Ryu presented 2 options for obtaining information. The first option was his way, and the second option was also his way. The shinobi spat at Naruto, landing just below his eye. Naruto wiped the saliva from his cheek with the sleeve of his cloak and accepted the challenge, determined to do things his way. Channeling chakra into his left eye, he activated his eternal Mangekyo pattern. A shuriken resembling a scythe and a red pinwheel appeared around his pupil as he whispered the name of his technique. The Taki ninja found himself trapped in a strange world. The landscape transformed, revealing a red moon casting its light over a crimson sky filled with dark clouds, devoid of mountains or trees. Ryu materialized from thin air, declaring himself a god who controlled everything within this reality. Chains erupted from the ground, wrapping around the ninja and restricting his movements. Ryu announced that he would torment him for 3 days without pause, with the pain only ceasing when the ninja was willing to provide the information sought. What appeared to be embers formed on the ninja's body, which quickly ignited into flames. The shinobi screamed in agony as the flames seared his flesh. Naruto recognized this as one of the training methods Madara had used against him if he were ever captured. After 2 hours within the illusion, the shinobi finally spoke. He stubbornly refused to divulge any information, gasping for breath. Naruto sighed, contemplating whether this was incredible willpower or mere foolishness. He decided to take a different approach. The ninja, engulfed in flames, began to cough violently. At that moment, Naruto informed him that his lungs were filling with icy water. He shared an interesting fact about lungs. If cold water entered them, it would burn more than fire. The ninja struggled to scream, instead choking on the water, yet he was not dying. Naruto urged him to nod and provide the information, assuring him that everything would stop if he did. Time passed, and Naruto grew impatient in a world where he controlled the flow of time. The ninja remained resolute, leading Naruto to suspect he was a high-ranking jonin from his village, which explained his endurance. Naruto remarked that the ninja had forced this upon himself. The chains binding the shinobi grew hooks at their links, and in a mechanical fashion, they began to move. The hooks stripped away the ninja's skin, exposing muscle beneath the burning flames, intensifying his suffering. The pain consumed him, leaving him unable to scream as he battled the choking sensation and the burning in his lungs that expelled all oxygen from his body. Unable to endure any longer, he nodded in espimen to Naruto, and suddenly he found himself back in the real world, drenched in sweat and overwhelmed by the remnants of his torment. He cried out, tears streaming down his face as he experienced an agony unlike anything he had felt before. Eventually, he stopped screaming, and the tears that fell from his eyes soaked the table. The Taki ninja confessed that they had been hired by the Sandame Tsuchikage to smuggle weapons and other items to the Land of Water, preparing to invade and establish a base. The Sandame had sent Iwa Nin as assurance, and they had only encountered minor skirmishes with Kiri Nin. Ryu stood up from his chair and exited the room, followed by the Mizukage, Ao, and Konan. Ao re-entered the room and began to strike the ninja again. Mei was impressed by the effectiveness of the genjutsu used by the blonde member of Akatsuki, as it had quickly reduced the Taki shinobi to a weeping wreck. As Naruto walked through the streets of Kirigakure, he felt an unsettling sensation of being followed. His suspicions were confirmed when slender arms wrapped around his neck. A familiar, sultry voice thanked him for his help with the interrogation. Turning his head, he saw Mei smiling at him, embracing him from behind. A thought quickly crossed his mind. He requested access to her files on the Yandere Mizukage. Mei was taken aback by his request and released him from her hold, asking why he needed them. Naruto explained that he was hunting the person who had been controlling the Yandere. When Mei inquired about his motive, he revealed that the individual had killed his mother. Mei was left breathless by his revelation, and Naruto chose not to mention his father, as he held no affection for the man. She reluctantly agreed to let him access the reports, informing him that they were located near her office, where few guards were present. Naruto nodded and made his way to the Mizukage Tower. Mei watched him depart, her gaze lingering on his Akatsuki cloak billowing in the wind. Upon reaching the report room, Naruto closed the door behind him. The dim light barely illuminated the dust-filled space, creating an eerie atmosphere. He would have continued exploring the room if not for a distortion that appeared behind him. The first thing he noticed was an orange mask with a single eye, spiky black hair, and an Akatsuki cloak. The stranger greeted him. Naruto's eyes revealed no emotion as he regarded the newcomer, viewing him as a mere annoyance. Ryu greeted him, and the man introduced himself as Madara Uchiha, claiming fame for having taken down numerous ninjas and Kakashi during the infiltration of Konoha. Naruto smiled with a hint of arrogance, his gaze widening in surprise as he observed the distortion of space, deducing it to be an advanced space-time teleportation ninjutsu. Madara Uchiha, as he identified himself, seemed pleased that Naruto had heard of him. Ryu, however, interjected with a smirk, revealing that he had met Madara recently. Madara narrowed his single eye at Naruto, questioning what he meant by that. Naruto clarified that he had met Madara, not him, and urged him to drop the pretense, revealing the man behind the mask to be Obito Uchiha. Obito frowned, demanding to know how Naruto knew his name. Naruto shrugged off the importance of the question. Obito removed his mask, revealing a scar on the right side of his face while the left remained unblemished, adorned with 2 Sharingan. Ryu noted that Obito must have retained the Sharingan after the Uchiha massacre. Obito acknowledged this, expressing disbelief that Itachi could eliminate the entire Uchiha police force in one night. Ryu pointed out that Obito was complicit in Itachi's actions that night. Obito recounted how Itachi had sought his help to eliminate the clan, but he shifted the focus back to Ryu, acknowledging that he likely had questions. Naruto confirmed this, stating that Obito's presence saved him the trouble of searching for him. He inquired how Obito had escaped being crushed by rocks during his mission to destroy the Canopy Bridge. Obito explained that he had been blinded when the rocks fell, losing his right eye and giving his left eye to Kakashi. He had felt a glimmer of light through a crack in the rocks and, driven by determination, managed to crawl toward it. He reached his kunai holster and cut off his remaining arm to free himself. Afterward, he encountered a strange pale man with yellow eyes and green hair, whom he killed, only to discover he was not bleeding. Using his basic medical ninjutsu knowledge, he grafted the man's arm onto his own. Naruto remarked on Obito's luck, to which Obito agreed. Naruto then asked why Obito had never returned to Konohagakure, expressing a desire to hear the reason directly from him. Obito remained silent, his eyes narrowing slightly at the mention of Rin no Era. Obito shifted his attention to Ryu, sensing he needed to be cautious. He explained that after getting used to his new arm, he had returned to Konoha but heard screams and felt numerous chakra signatures pursuing 2 others. He had witnessed Kakashi stab Rin with his Chidori, aimed at her heart. Naruto contemplated this revelation, recalling the significance of the Chidori. As he removed his Akatsuki cloak, Obito tensed, anticipating an attack. Instead, Naruto revealed his battle armor, exposing a scar resembling a lightning bolt across his chest. Obito inspected the scar, questioning if Kakashi had attempted to kill Naruto as well. Naruto clarified that it had been inflicted by Sasuke Uchiha. Obito quickly pieced together the information, realizing Naruto was Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto commented on Obito's quick deduction, and Obito expressed surprise at Naruto's survival. Naruto quipped that Uzumaki were like cockroaches, hard to kill. Naruto then mentioned the mission in Kiri involving Rin and the Sanbai, which shocked Obito. He speculated on Kakashi's motives for Rin's death, suggesting two possibilities. Either Kakashi killed her to eliminate the beast within her, or he had promised to protect her, leading to her tragic fate. Naruto found the second option more plausible, noting Obito's connection to the ancient power of the first Hokage through the DNA of the Zetsu he had killed. The two men exchanged glances before Naruto voiced a question that had been on his mind. He asked why Obito had controlled Yagura, the fourth Mizukage. Obito explained that Kiri was responsible for Rin's death, despite Kakashi delivering the final blow. He had manipulated Yagura to weaken Kiri's influence against those with bloodlines, as he could not simply kill ordinary shinobi. After the rebels killed Yagura, he had joined Akatsuki. Obito explained that he had used his persona as Madara to deceive Nagato. Naruto pressed for more information, asking how Obito had met Nagato. Obito recounted his travels through the Land of Rain, where he had spotted Nagato's Rinnegan from a distance. He had studied dojutsu during his journeys as Madara and, upon seeing the waves of power, he had used his mask to trick Nagato into believing he was someone else. Naruto was curious about why Obito had chosen to impersonate Madara Uchiha in the first place. Obito shared his childhood struggles within the Uchiha clan, where he had been taught that only an Uchiha could defeat another Uchiha. Despite his efforts to rise above his circumstances, he had always felt like a failure compared to Kakashi, who was seen as the prodigy. His father's harsh words had stung deeply, suggesting that Obito's existence weakened the clan. In his search for understanding, he had read about Madara, a leader and the most powerful among the Uchiha, who had also been treated as an outcast despite his immense power. This had led Obito to admire Madara and draw parallels between their situations, realizing that no matter how high one climbed within the clan, betrayal was always a possibility. Naruto narrowed his eyes, asking what Obito planned to do next. Obito smiled, revealing that he had come to recruit Naruto for his cause. Naruto laughed, which made Obito frown. Naruto recognized Obito's intentions, knowing he aimed to seal the Biju within a statue to create a weapon. Obito confirmed this, still frowning, as Naruto's laughter faded into a smug smile. Naruto firmly declared that he would not join Obito. Instead, he intended to stop him and replace his plan with his own. Obito, arms crossed, questioned what Naruto planned to do with him, suggesting that killing him would be the most popular option, but it wasn't the right place for such an act. Naruto's expression shifted to his usual neutral demeanor as he responded that he wouldn't kill Obito. Instead, he would make him his personal toy, subjecting him to endless mental torment. He spoke with disdain, promising that when he was finished, Obito would be nothing more than a broken, discarded plaything, begging for death, remembered only as a mere stain on the ground beneath Naruto's heel. Naruto set a date and place for their inevitable confrontation, stating that in 6 months, they would meet in a valley large enough for a shinobi battle, where they would face off against each other. Obito's threat against Naruto's plan. Obito proclaimed that only one would reign as the victor and that he would create a weapon to spread hatred in the world. Naruto countered that there was no such thing as peace, only pain, war, and hatred. He envisioned a world without these elements, a perfect world filled with light, devoid of darkness. He urged Obito to train hard over the next 6 months, to return stronger, and to confront him when he was ready. With that, Obito vanished using Kamui, leaving Naruto smiling in his wake, reflecting on how it was the student who had brought down the falsehood. Disclaimer: Naruto and its characters are the property of Masashi Kishimoto. Naruto stood in front of a mirror in his hotel room, preparing for his date with the Mizukage. He would be lying if he said he wasn't nervous. He furrowed his brow. He had faced his opponents without a hint of fear, yet the thought of spending an evening with the striking redhead filled him with anxiety. This feeling was unsettling for him. He had no idea how to act on such occasions. His interactions with women were limited, and he lacked the knowledge of proper etiquette or how to make a woman feel special. Asking Zetsu for advice seemed pointless, as the plant man was essentially a cliché villain. As he tried to recall his past experiences with women, all he could remember was the same outcome: a punch. Fortunately, he had enough sense to dress nicely. Currently, he wore a black business jacket over a white collared shirt, black pants, polished shoes, and a yellow tie that matched his hair, complemented by elegant leather gloves. His usually spiky hair framed his face, and his ponytail fell between his shoulder blades. He had even gone out of his way to buy a bouquet of plum blossoms, thinking it would be a nice gesture since Konan liked flowers. She even wore one in her hair, leading Naruto to believe that all women appreciated them. He checked his reflection again, ensuring everything was in place. Then he recalled his conversation with Obito and how they would face each other in a deadly confrontation in 6 months, as Obito threatened his plans and impersonated the true Madara, which infuriated Naruto. Madara himself had labeled Obito as an imitator who could never live up to a name that carried more weight than his own. But Naruto knew better. One could not claim to be Madara Uchiha without immense power to back it up. He understood that Obito had been emulating Madara ever since witnessing Rin's death, and he realized that Obito was not someone to be underestimated. He needed to train and fast, while also developing his arsenal of jutsu and honing that particular skill he was close to mastering, needing just a bit more time. Obito's psychological case was unique, a tragedy that befell only an Uchiha who lost something dear and replaced it with hatred, a condition known as the Uchiha disease, also referred to as the curse of hatred. Naruto also needed to find a way to turn Obito's pawns against him, but how was the question? If he had Shursui Uchiha's Kodo Amatsukami, convincing them to join his side would be easy. He had hoped to win Konan over, but other matters were diverting his focus. At that moment, Naruto had to concentrate on his date with the Mizukage. The thought of the brown-haired beauty sent a tremor through his hand, which he recognized was not fear. Konan had mentioned before that missions in the Land of Water were not yet complete, so he assumed she had another task after their date. Naruto sighed, reluctant to deactivate his Sharingan for the date. He didn't want to see what lay behind the red. He wondered if her eyes were completely black and empty like Madara's or if they sparkled with the ocean blue of her original counterpart. He was uncertain which would be more unsettling and preferred not to find out. In a flashback, Naruto had just acquired the eternal Mangekyo from his master, Madara. Normally, rehabilitation was necessary to allow the body to adjust to the eyes, but due to Naruto's incredible healing abilities, he didn't have to wait long to use his new eyes. He was training his wind affinity with 1,000 clones by his side, trying to slice through leaves between his palms. It was a challenging task, but Naruto knew it would be worth it in the end. Each day he focused on one of his 3 affinities. Today was wind, tomorrow would be lightning, followed by fire. Then something struck Naruto as he pondered recently. The eyes in his sockets, who did they originally belong to? The original owner paused his training and approached the root-like throne where Madara sat. The ancient Uchiha looked up, sensing his apprentice standing before him, sharing a gaze that seemed to peer into his soul. "Do you need something, my young student?" Madara hissed. He was not the decrepit old man Naruto had imagined. "These eyes, whose were they?" Naruto asked, his voice devoid of emotion. Madara raised an eyebrow at the blonde, intrigued, and since his clones were training, he decided it wouldn't hurt to share. "Those are my eyes," Madara replied. Naruto's expression turned confused. "You said you gave your eyes to another. Whose are these?" Naruto inquired again. "Those are my eyes. The ones I transplanted into Nagato were originally my brother Izuna's. The ones in your sockets were mine before Izuna forced me to take his," Madara explained. "But I thought you went blind before Izuna gave you his eyes," Naruto said. I was never blind. That was merely a rumor within the clan after the village was established, and many Uchiha refused to believe I was a warrior trying to renew our battles with the Senju, Madara continued. He gripped his scythe with intensity, as they called him, the man who stole his brother's eyes. Tobirama, the future Naidame Hokage, was wary of the Uchiha, especially me. I overheard a conversation between Hashirama and Tobirama about the Uchiha situation within the village. At that time, Hashirama wanted me to become Hokage and lead the village as a symbol, proving to everyone that I was not what they believed me to be. This revelation left Naruto breathless, realizing that the first Hokage had wanted Madara to be Hokage. However, because the village was a democracy at the time when the people chose Hashirama as Hokage and when Tobirama became Hokage, he created the military police force and entrusted it to the Uchiha clan as a sign of faith and trust. In reality, this was a way to redirect any bitterness the Uchiha had towards the Senju and channel it positively. However, the police force was only a temporary solution, as the members of my clan believed that the villagers and the Hokage were excluding the Uchiha and stripping away any power the clan had over the village, Madara reflected while recounting the history of the Uchiha clan. Naruto listened with a neutral expression, acknowledging the weight of Madara's words. He considered the implications of using the Mangekyo Sharingan, realizing the toll it took on one's eyes. Madara explained that the eyes in Naruto's sockets were not damaged by the eternal Mangekyo. He elaborated that when someone transplanted the eyes of a closely related Mangekyo user to another, it created the eternal Mangekyo, repairing any damage to the eyes. Naruto, feeling detached, questioned how he could access the eternal Mangekyo when he wasn't related to Madara. Madara clarified that Naruto possessed the eternal Mangekyo due to the blood transfusion he had received, and perhaps the healing factor of the Kyuubi had aided him as well. He explained that, in a way, they were now related because Madara's blood flowed through Naruto's body. In a moment of vulnerability, Naruto found himself bound to a chair, feeling frustrated with his predicament. He wondered how he had ended up in such a situation, recalling how everything had been going well until he was taken hostage and restrained in a dark room. The loss of his shirt felt particularly humiliating. He could have easily defeated his captors by molding his chakra, but the gas in the room had dulled his senses, making it nearly impossible to fight back. In a flashback, Naruto remembered a critical moment when a deadly strike was about to land on him. Just before the fatal blow, something blocked the katana of the IWA ninja. It was a scythe wielded by a priest dressed in black robes and a peculiar mask with pointed ears resembling a fox and 3 eyes. The IWA ninja recoiled under the mask's ominous glow. The priest pushed the IWA ninja back, and with a sweep of his scythe, he unleashed a wave that drained the ninja's chakra, leaving him incapacitated but alive. The other IWA shinobi were uncertain about how to proceed, confused by their comrade's sudden weakness. Naruto, struggling to breathe through the poison gas, focused as much chakra as he could into his right eye, causing a blue ring with the kanji for jewel to appear behind him. An angelic priestess emerged from the ring, adorned in flowing cream robes and translucent ribbons. She, too, wore a mask with fox ears and 3 eyes, but hers was adorned with a red crown-like accessory. The priestess gathered the chakra that had been stolen by the black-robed priest and concentrated it. She formed a brilliant sphere of transparent white chakra and hurled it at the enemy shinobi, sending them flying back into the street, relatively unharmed with only superficial injuries. Naruto fought to maintain consciousness as the jutsu drained his chakra. The gas was wreaking havoc on his control, and the drowsiness it induced was overwhelming. He realized it was foolish to think the chakra signatures outside his hotel room belonged to Kiri shinobi sent by Mei. He had failed to focus his sensory abilities to reveal the location of the shinobi who had thrown the gas into his room. Determined to regain control, Naruto attempted to concentrate on his 2 creations. However, the gas continued to cloud his mind, making him increasingly drowsy. Summoning his remaining strength, he broke free from the hotel room, shattering the walls as he escaped. He landed outside, but his energy was fading fast, and he soon lost consciousness, his 2 priestesses dissipating into smoke. No one in Kiri was able to reach the disturbance quickly enough to determine its cause, and by then, the enemy shinobi had already taken Naruto. When he awoke, he found himself tied to a chair in a dark room, realizing he had been captured by the IWA inhabitants. He wondered where Konan was she trying to rescue him or indifferent to his fate? And where was Zetsu when he needed him most? Deciding to remain calm, Naruto resolved to wait and see what the IWA Nin wanted from him. Perhaps they intended to bring him to IWA to turn him into a vessel for the Sharingan. The stubborn Kage Inoki might want him to join his village, or perhaps it was revenge for the IWA inhabitants he had defeated days earlier. He sighed, preparing himself for whatever fun torture the IWA Nin had in store. Madara had once subjected Naruto to the worst kind of torment by using Tsukuyomi to trap him in a world of endless suffering for days. Zetsu had questioned Madara's sanity at that time, believing it was excessive to keep someone in Tsukuyomi for weeks on end. Yet, the outcome had been remarkable, helping Naruto strengthen his mental fortitude and gain immense pain resistance. His thoughts drifted to one of the techniques of his dojutsu. The Kamayananeo was described by Madara as the greatest battle jutsu in the world. With Naruto, it became possible to create unique beings made entirely of his chakra. This ability was similar to the Susanoo but at a more advanced level. Instead of skeletal soldiers, the beings created from the Kamayananeo resembled shock troops, each with distinct powers. However, there was much more to the Kamayananeo than just creating personal guardians. This ocular ability surpassed even the Tsukuyomi and the forbidden techniques of the Uchiha clan. Naruto had accidentally discovered this exclusive skill when he infused a significant amount of chakra into his right eye while practicing fire release. The result was 9 constructs, each with different forms and abilities. The left eye, however, was even more versatile and powerful, and using both eyes simultaneously with the Kamayananeo was truly a treasure among pearls. As Naruto attempted to focus his chakra, he realized it was being actively suppressed. Concentrating harder, he found the chakra suppression seal at the nape of his neck. From what he knew about Iwagakure, they were at least competent with seals. The chakra suppression seal was created by the Uzumaki clan, Naruto's clan. He understood the advantages and disadvantages of the seal and could use that knowledge to escape, provided someone rescued him before then. The shackles he wore were weak and made of a soft, flexible metal, making it easy for him to break free with his enhanced physical strength. However, he knew that even with taijutsu, he was not at Might Guy's level, the infamous green beast of the hidden leaf. Still, he was confident enough to believe he could take on the sins with one hand. Yet, he recalled his capture, feeling it was pathetic that shinobi from IWA could subdue him. He admitted that only Nagato and possibly Obito could defeat him. Nagato, due to his Rinnegan abilities and battle experience, but the leader of the Akatsuki had a weakness that needed addressing. As for Obito, that was simply because Naruto had overestimated him. Naruto was pulled from his thoughts when a door opened before him. A person entered wearing a brown jacket. They had slightly spiky brown hair and brown eyes. When the ninja looked at Ryu, he mocked the bound blonde. Ryu smiled, feeling annoyed. The IWA ninja squinted at him, scrutinizing the man before him. Despite being tied up like a criminal, Naruto appeared relaxed and unfazed, as if nothing could disturb his contentment. He was well built, with no scars on his body except for a mark over his heart that looked like a lightning strike. He asked if the ninja could please untie him. The IWA ninja looked up to see Naruto smiling at him cheerfully. He introduced himself as Kuri Ganseki, a jonin serving Tsuchikage-sama, but stopped when he noticed Naruto wasn't paying attention, as if he didn't deserve it. Kuri felt a mark of irritation forming on his forehead due to the lack of attention from Naruto. He raised his voice, demanding Naruto acknowledge him. Naruto turned his head, finally giving him some attention, and shrugged in response. Kuri's face flushed with anger, a prominent mark pulsing on his forehead. He accused Naruto of killing his brother, clenching his teeth in rage. Naruto stared back, which seemed to confuse Kuri momentarily. After a sigh, Naruto closed his eyes and began to reflect on who he had killed, only to realize he didn't care. He opened his eyes and spoke, expressing indifference toward Kuri's problems. He stated that he didn't care whom he killed, asserting that Kuri's brother had fulfilled his duty as a shinobi and died honorably, not like a dog. This provoked Kuri, who struck Naruto in the face, trembling with fury. Naruto continued his psychological warfare, trying to discern what the shinobi wanted, assuming it was revenge. He claimed to have killed Kuri's brother just like all the others, stating that none of them were worth his time but that he had enjoyed watching life slip away from them. He lied about the manner of the kill, prompting another blow to his face, confirming his words had struck a nerve. Kuri shouted that his brother had a son, but Naruto merely smiled, unfazed by the revelation. He remarked that he didn't have what Kuri's brother had. Kuri struck Ryu again before storming out of the room. During their exchange, Naruto was sending large amounts of chakra to the suppression seal. Meanwhile, Konan was speaking with the Mizukage about the events that had transpired in Ryu's hotel room. Upon arriving after a mission assigned by the Mizukage, she found the door nearly destroyed and items scattered about, as if a fierce battle had taken place. Yet, Ryu's belongings, including his katana and Akatsuki cloak, remained untouched. The absence of Ryu raised concerns for Konan. Having been with the blonde for some time, she knew he would never leave behind his katana or cloak. So, where was he? Shortly after, the Mizukage's forces arrived to investigate the situation. The Mizukage informed her that her ANBU was looking into what had occurred in the hotel and who might have been responsible. Konan expressed her singular concern about recovering her partner, feeling emotionally detached as she needed answers only Ryu could provide. She had many questions after their date with the Mizukage, but her mission had taken longer than expected, leading to this chaos. The Mizukage revealed that her ANBU had uncovered some pieces of evidence that could lead them to the perpetrators. As she opened a scroll, Konan saw a used container, a gas mask, and a katana. She inspected the gas mask and the container, noting they were used for reconnaissance to capture targets, judging by the model of the container and the gas mask. It was not necessary for a genius to realize that he was linked to the vessel, but the katana had caught Konan's attention. She recognized the same mark on the sword. It was shorter than an average sword, featuring a square guard and a brown handle. Konan informed that the katana was a model typically used by shinobi from Iwagakure. Mei was not surprised by Konan's information. In the past, Iwagakure had utilized Akatsuki, so it was natural for Konan to recognize the sword. However, the question remained, why kidnap Ryu? Iwa had always been a village known for struggling to control its emotions, especially considering the numerous assassination attempts on the Yondaime Hokage after the Third Shinobi World War. Suddenly, Ao burst into the room, sweating and breathing heavily. He reported that they had found an Iwagakure Hitaiate near the crime scene. Konan stated that there were only a few possible explanations for Iwa's involvement, particularly concerning Ryu. One possibility was that the Tsuchikage had ordered his shinobi to capture Ryu, potentially to use him as a vessel for the Sharingan if he possessed it naturally, as she doubted that the Sharingan was a gift from someone like he claimed. Another possibility was that some of the Tsuchikage shinobi had gone against orders and sought to eliminate Ryu out of revenge or because they viewed him as a threat to their village. Mei nodded in agreement, as it sounded like something Iwa would do given their past actions. Mei instructed Ao to have 3 teams of Oinin locate the shinobi who had taken Ryu. Ao confirmed that they had already found a way out of Kiri, and Mei smiled in gratitude as she dismissed him. Meanwhile, Naruto remained seated in the dark room, continuously channeling enormous amounts of chakra into the seal. His clan had created the seal and sold it to other nations, or it had been stolen in Iwa's case. However, most were unaware of the seal's weakness. By focusing large and continuous amounts of chakra into the seal, it would eventually wear down and break, though it would take time for that to happen. He heard a click as the door opened to reveal 4 Iwa nin, all wearing mocking expressions. One of them mentioned that they had time before their leader arrived, while another stated that he wanted Ryu unharmed. Naruto raised an eyebrow at the comment but chose not to react. Another shinobi suggested they would only use medical ninjutsu to heal him, which made Naruto smile. The last shinobi gestured toward Naruto, claiming that he was just an old man tied up, implying that there was nothing to fear. The atmosphere shifted as one of the Nin remarked that this would be fun. 3 men walked along a path toward the land of water. 2 wore distinctive ANBU masks but had different attire from the usual ANBU uniform, each carrying a tanto sheathed on their right shoulders. The third individual walked slowly, appearing frail and using a cane. He inquired whether the Iwagakure shinobi had captured the target. One of the others confirmed that they were currently holding him in a bunker on one of the islands scattered across the land of water and that they should arrive there in a few hours. The man with the cane expressed that as long as the target remained mostly intact, he had no objections. However, another member of the trio questioned whether they could truly trust him. The man with the cane reassured them that they could because they would obtain the Sharingan and a useful pawn, adding that he would have to use that if things did not go according to plan. Unbeknownst to the trio, they were being followed by shinobi wearing demon masks and wielding katanas. One of the trio sensed their presence through chakra and alerted the group. The man with the cane acknowledged the warning and planted his cane into the ground, standing still like a statue. He had not seen combat in a while and viewed this as the perfect opportunity to stretch his muscles. The elderly man began to unwrap the bandages around his right eye, revealing a blood-red Sharingan. He ordered not to interfere, stating that this would not take long. Suddenly, 4 shinobi in dark green bulletproof jackets emerged from the tree line, their katanas drawn and ready for battle. The elderly man performed a series of hand seals, revealing that he had a fully functional right arm hidden beneath his black robe. He took a deep breath and faced the shinobi, who attempted to attack him with crescent-shaped movements like waves of cutting wind. The ninjas in the air could not redirect their trajectory and were cut down by the gusts. They fell to the ground in heaps, one landing near the elderly man with the Sharingan, a katana landing close to his feet. The only remaining ninja gasped in pain from the numerous wounds on his body. The elderly man picked up the katana and held it over the fallen ninjas, questioning whether their target was the elderly Konoha or him personally. The ninja gasped in response, and the man with the bandages swiftly plunged his katana into the shinobi's head, ending his life instantly. A rain of kunai flew from the tree line directly at the hidden Konoha elder. The man used his unwrapped arm to grab the collar of the fallen ninja, using him as a human shield against the kunai. The elderly Sharingan user scanned the trees, selecting his targets. He counted the enemies, noting a total of 17. More kunai flew from the trees with lethal intent. The elderly man continued to use the body as an improvised shield as the kunai struck it while he performed additional hand seals behind the corpse. He then pushed the body aside and aimed his jutsu at the trees. Wind release, vacuum serial waves. The man shouted as he unleashed multiple waves of wind that tore through the trees. Some shinobi barely had time to react before they were swept away by the powerful gusts. The shinobi who managed to escape drew their katanas and charged at the bandaged man. He seized the katana from the head of his human shields and engaged the ninjas in a fierce sword fight. With years of combat experience, he was able to block, dodge, and strike down all the shinobi in his sight, most of them falling before they even realized they had been defeated. He hurled his katana at one shinobi, piercing through and ending the fight instantly. The man formed several hand signs and prepared his jutsu. As he exhaled, he unleashed a barrage of wind bullets at the remaining enemies. The projectiles easily penetrated their protective gear and struck true. 3 shinobi collapsed to the ground, lifeless, while 3 others remained standing. The elder took up his sword once more and faced the shinobi in a deadly game of blades. He dispatched another ninja by stabbing him in the neck. Using the fallen body as a shield, he evaded the attacks of the other 2 shinobi, who struck at the corpse. Seizing the opportunity, the bandaged man swiftly cut through their necks in a rapid and decisive motion. The man, who had once walked alone, watched as the last of his attackers fell to the ground without a single drop of blood staining his wrinkled body. He reflected on the remnants of the black operations of Hanya from the land of woods that they had eliminated in the past. His former traveling companions were well aware of the threats they faced. It had always been this way. The snakes would always seek the slightest opportunity to strike. Now that Hanya had emerged from the shadows, incidents like this would only increase their troubles in many ways, which could prove more problematic for him, as one of his companions noted. The shinobi once belonged to a world of aesthetics, where anonymity was a source of pride. By controlling what was seen and what remained hidden, one could truly strengthen the village and the nation. He expressed his respect for Ryu Yokeis, describing him as everything a shinobi should be in this world: deceptive, cunning, and ruthless. He only allowed the world to see him when he wanted to inspire fear with his power. When he infiltrated the village, he revealed his presence only when necessary, remaining hidden in plain sight. One of the trio informed them that they should reach the bunker in about an hour if they maintained their previous pace. The man expressed his eagerness to meet Yoke-san, believing that with him on their side, he could provide the village with a powerful weapon, one far more exceptional than Kakashi Hatake or even Tsukumo Hatake. He was confident that even Tsunade would not reject the decision, as the value of Yokeis outweighed the loss of many. Meanwhile, Naruto felt nothing as the fist struck his face. The pain was trivial compared to what he had endured at the hands of the civilians. Throughout the beating, he maintained a bothersome smile. He wondered why Zetsu had not contacted him yet. The plant man was loyal to him, so where was he now? If he had not been captured by the ninja's trap, none of this would have happened. But now, he realized that the boat and the gas he had been exposed to did not come from Iwagakure but from Konoha. Someone in the leaf wanted to capture him and had supplied the necessary tools to the enemies. Naruto felt foolish for not seeing it sooner. The IWA ninjas paused their brutal assault to survey their work. Ryu's face was red and swollen, blood trickling from his mouth and nose, and every part of his face bore bruises. His nose was slightly disfigured, and his lips and eyelids were puffy, making him look like a character from a poorly painted canvas. One of the 4 IWA shinobi wondered if Ryu had enough, while another insisted they couldn't let him die, as the mummy needed him. They left the room, promising to tend to Naruto later, unaware that some of Naruto's wounds were already beginning to heal. He still wore that same smile. Zetsu appeared as usual, sliding up from the ground in front of Naruto. The appendage of the Venus flytrap clone opened, revealing the black and white man. Upon seeing Naruto, the white Zetsu's eyes widened slightly in horror, while the black Zetsu remained emotionless, knowing Naruto would heal from the beating in mere moments. Zetsu asked if Naruto was okay, his voice tinged with concern. Naruto's eyes had healed enough for him to see, and he looked at Zetsu with a hint of sarcasm in his expression. He responded with a question that carried a touch of irony. Zetsu admitted that Naruto was not well, prompting a hardened gaze from him. The black Zetsu, feeling a surge of irritation, decided to share what they had discovered. He declared that he had found something which caught Naruto's attention, his eyes widening in surprise and soon transforming into a smile of happiness. He repeated the question, eager to know where it had been all this time. The black Zetsu explained that it was located in a temple within the land of lightning, guarded by monks isolated from society. Naruto felt a surge of excitement and asked if Zetsu could free him. With a cheerful smile still on his face, he was thrilled at the prospect of obtaining a legendary artifact. Zetsu apologized for the delay, ready to assist him. Before either party could act, they heard the click of the door, and Zetsu materialized on the floor as Naruto's injuries had completely healed. When the door opened, it revealed a man wearing a white shirt with a black tunic and a purple obi. He had one arm and seemed to have lost the other a long time ago, along with his right eye, which was hidden by bandages. His spiky black hair, numerous wrinkles, and an X-shaped scar on his chin gave him a formidable appearance. Naruto's eyes widened in surprise. He recognized this man from long ago. In a flashback, 7-year-old Naruto walked through the halls of the Hokage Tower, eager to meet the Hokage, whom he affectionately called Gigi, because he felt like a grandfather to him. The blonde visited the old Kage 3 times a week, as the Hokage had kindly provided him with an apartment and a weekly allowance to live independently. However, Naruto often wondered why the Hokage was interested in him and only him. None of the other orphans had the privilege of meeting the Hokage unless they were in the ninja academy, and even seeing him as a student was rare. He passed by the Hokage's secretary, who made a face at him, but he ignored her and continued toward his Gigi's office. As he stood in front of the door, he heard voices from inside, as if a heated discussion was taking place. The Hokage's voice came through clearly, expressing concern about a certain individual. He stated that the boy was just a child, not a tool. The other voice, belonging to the man now known as Danzo, countered that the boy was not merely a child but a weapon, and under his guidance, he would become the best weapon Konoha had ever produced if he were handed over. The Hokage firmly rejected this idea, insisting that he would not allow the boy's pure heart to be turned into a soulless tool. The tension between the two men was palpable, and Naruto pressed his ear against the door, straining to hear more. Danzo insisted that the boy was a human sacrifice, a necessary part of the shinobi way. The Hokage's response was sharp, filled with venomous intent, as he threatened Danzo to leave before things escalated. With that, Danzo exited the office, leaving behind a lingering sense of foreboding. As Danzo opened the door, he caught sight of Naruto, the subject of their conversation. Naruto shivered slightly under the cold gaze of the bandaged man, feeling an unsettling emptiness emanating from him. Danzo said nothing but left without acknowledging Naruto. Back in the present, Naruto growled inwardly at the thought of Danzo. The man entered the room, the sound of his cane striking the floor echoing ominously. He snapped his fingers, and two men dressed in custom Anbu attire entered, placing a chair directly in front of Naruto. Danzo took a seat, studying Ryu with a calculating gaze, trying to discern something about the blonde. He noted the resemblance between this man and Naruto Uzumaki but dismissed it, as Jiraiya had confirmed that Naruto Uzumaki, the legacy of the fourth Hokage, was dead. Danzo greeted Ryu formally, expressing pleasure at meeting him in person and mentioning he had heard many things about him and his exploits. Naruto's face remained emotionless as he continued to stare at Danzo, not comprehending the man's intentions. However, Danzo could read Ryu well, recognizing him as a shinobi who controlled his emotions and showed no softness. Danzo continued, acknowledging Ryu's power and mastery of the Sharingan, expressing confidence that he would make the right decisions when faced with obstacles. For a brief moment, Naruto sensed a hint of approval from Danzo but maintained his cold stare. Finally, realizing that the old man would not leave without answers, he spoke up. While acknowledging Danzo's compliments, Ryu noted that the elder had yet to introduce himself. Danzo, realizing his oversight, introduced himself as Danzo Shimura, an elder of Konohagakure, before getting to the real reason for his visit. He cautiously extended an offer, stating that it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Naruto narrowed his eyes, intrigued yet wary. Danzo proposed that he join Konoha, abandon the Akatsuki, and serve under him as a root agent, promising to grant him anything he desired in return and to forgive all his past crimes against the village while providing protection from the Akatsuki. Naruto raised an eyebrow at the man, contemplating the offer to join Konoha and become a root agent. He thanked Danzo for the generous offer but politely declined, expressing his disdain for working in a place like Konoha. He sarcastically questioned why he would want to be surrounded by fools likely to trip over their own kunai. Danzo's lips tightened at the insult directed at his village. Realizing that he could not persuade Ryu through conventional means, Danzo resorted to more coercive tactics. He pressed Ryu, suggesting that he could become a significant agent within Root. Ryu firmly stated that he had never indicated a desire to join Konoha, expressing his wish for the village's downfall and the suffering of its people. The Hokage monument would crumble to dust, the leaves would burn in the smoke-filled wind, and the will of fire would be nothing more than a dying ember on the verge of turning to ash. In that moment, Naruto, with a sinister smile, made eye contact with Danzo, causing the elder of Konoha to break into a light sweat. Danzo returned his gaze to Ryu, surprised by the cruelty with which Ryu spoke against Konoha. He had assumed Ryu infiltrated the village solely for the Hiration. If an animal could best describe Ryu Yokeis, it would be a wolf larger than a fox, cunning, treacherous, protective, aggressive, loyal, and powerful. These words encapsulated the wolf known as Ryu Yokeis. Danzo thought frantically about the need to use his most powerful jutsu, realizing that Ryu was too great a threat given how he had dispatched the village's elite. He channeled chakra into his right eye, preparing one of the world's greatest genjutsu, Kodo Amatsukami. One of the old root operatives, a badger, entered the room, catching Danzo off guard. He quickly masked his surprise, but the interruption caused him to accidentally cancel his jutsu. The operative informed him that the IWA ninjas were demanding to see him to discuss payment for their services. Danzo turned slightly to acknowledge his subordinate with a nod before rising from his chair. He stated that it was time to discuss payment as he exited the room, leaving Ryu alone. As Danzo and another root agent walked through the old bunker where Ryu was held, they reflected on its history. The bunker had been used by Kiri years ago but had fallen into disuse after the Second Shinobi World War. Inside a small room, 4 IWA ninjas awaited Danzo around a rectangular table. Upon entering, he took a seat reserved for him. Kuri Gansiki, the apparent leader among the 4, addressed him about the payment. Danzo assured them that they would receive their payment. Suddenly, the throats of the shinobis were swiftly cut by Danzo's subordinates. Danzo noted that while he had hired more IWA shinobi than just these 4, they would need to deal with the situation or allow Yokai-san to handle it and encounter with the wolf. Naruto Uzumaki, known by his alias Ryu Yokais, was creating a special seal to be tattooed on his body. He knelt on the floor of his new hotel room, wearing only a pair of black pants. His previous hotel room had been severely damaged due to the anger of the hotel manager after his kidnapping by IWA ninjas. Multiple sealing symbols were inscribed on his body, converging at the back of his neck. He questioned Zetsu, demanding to know if everything was ready. Zetsu confirmed but expressed confusion about why he was assisting. Naruto explained that he did not want a repeat of his recent kidnapping. Creating advanced seals that could have prevented the incident took time, a luxury he did not have. He felt deeply disappointed in himself for being captured so easily, acknowledging that barrier seals and protections were not easy to create. He described the new seal's design, similar to the chakra seals on his palms, which would activate when he sensed a disturbance in his chakra, breaking him free from genjutsu or jolting him awake if he lost consciousness. Zetsu listened, understanding the complexity of the task. Naruto instructed Zetsu on how to focus the seal on his neck, guiding him through the necessary hand signs. Zetsu complied, placing his hand on Naruto's neck as the symbols flowed toward the designated area. He wondered if this process was painful for Naruto but noted his high pain tolerance from training with Madara. Once the symbols reached the neck, Zetsu removed his hand and observed a sun with curling flames emerging from it. Naruto thanked Zetsu directly and inquired if he had found a suitable training area. Zetsu shook his head, prompting Naruto to sigh. The training ground within the mountain cemetery was still under construction, despite the efforts of many white Zetsu. Zetsu asked what kind of training area Naruto preferred. Naruto expressed a desire for a dark place where sunlight wouldn't interfere with his senses, ideally with varied terrain to adapt to unfavorable conditions, and isolated from society. As he prepared some green tea in the small kitchenette of his hotel room, Zetsu nodded in agreement. However, a question lingered in his mind. He asked why Naruto had not killed Sasuke Uchiha. Naruto regarded Zetsu with a neutral expression while sipping his tea. White Zetsu knew he was being watched closely, which always left him feeling unsettled. The outcome often ended with him on the ground or Naruto responding, though Black Zetsu had nothing to fear. Naruto paused, carefully choosing his words as he spoke about the only person in the world who had a perfectly legitimate reason to kill. He was asked why he had forgiven that person instead of the other way around. Zetsu nodded in acknowledgement. Naruto expressed his desire to face Sasuke Uchiha at the peak of his power, ready for a life-and-death battle like the last time. He craved the thrill of fighting a formidable opponent, the rush of adrenaline coursing through him as sweat dripped from his brow. He explained that he hadn't killed Sasuke because he wanted to, rather he believed Sasuke was still too weak. Until they possessed the same eyes, Sasuke was not worthy of being called his equal. He continued, expressing his disappointment with Sasuke's growth compared to his own. Zetsu noted that Sasuke did not share the same potential as Naruto. Naruto shrugged, shifting the conversation away from Sasuke. He mentioned his surprise that Madara had allowed him to live after discovering certain details, and Zetsu could only theorize why. Just then, the sound of a door opening interrupted them, and Konan entered, dressed in her Akatsuki attire, her expression neutral. She had accepted that Ryu would often speak with Zetsu, as the plant man was a reliable confidant for yokais. However, trust was not immediate between them. She approached Ryu, stating her desire to speak with him alone. Ryu glanced at Zetsu, who began to fade into the ground, leaving them in privacy. Once Zetsu was gone, Konan took a deep breath and confidently stated her wish for Ryu to meet Nagato. Naruto responded that he had met Nagato just 2 weeks prior, which prompted an exasperated sigh from Konan. She clarified that she meant the true Naruto, insisting that Nagato needed to know he was being manipulated by Obito. Naruto remained passive as Konan continued, explaining that Nagato might be under a genjutsu, referencing Obito's ability to control powerful figures like Yagura. He speculated that it was a plausible theory, as it sounded like something he would do. Konan questioned his certainty, and Ryu elaborated, leaving her unsure of how to respond next. Although she was now part of Ryu's plan, she had not been informed of all the details she hoped to learn later. However, she agreed they needed more allies. She inquired if anyone within Akatsuki was working with Obito, and Naruto suggested Kisame as the most likely suspect, given his past connections with Obito. Konan agreed, recognizing Kisame's loyalty to Yagura. Naruto declared he would not meet with Nagato until the situation with Obito was resolved, and for the time being, they would continue acting as regular Akatsuki members. Konan handed Ryu a book, directing him to page 14. He turned to the specified page and saw a photo of himself that Konoha had used. Konan pointed out that the book was from the Land of Lightning, questioning how he had been there while he was with her and the Mizukage in the Land of Water. Naruto sighed, his shoulders slumping as he awkwardly suggested they let things relax for now, still lacking true social interaction and struggling with some expressions. Meanwhile, in Kumogakure, the Raikage's voice echoed throughout the village, filled with fury as he learned that the Kajiro temple had been raided. He slammed his fist down, shattering his desk into pieces, while his assistant Mabui remained unfazed by the chaos around her. The Raikage roared at his right-hand man, demanding to know what had happened. Darui, with his laid-back demeanor, confirmed the raid, and just then, Killer Bee burst through the door, exuberantly greeting his brother. The Raikage, frustrated, scolded him, causing the rapper to retreat in exaggerated dismay. Shifting his focus back to Darui, the Raikage inquired about any survivors from the temple. Darui reported that there was one survivor with minor injuries and that Mabui was investigating their psychological state. The Raikage nodded, maintaining his composure as he asked if they had interrogated the survivor yet. Mabui responded that they were waiting for permission to begin the interview. Mabui spoke calmly. They instructed that the interrogation should begin immediately, expressing a need to find out who possessed the relic that the monks had been protecting or if it had been discovered. He hurriedly left the room with Mabui and Darui following closely behind, while he trailed a bit further back, a noticeable bulge on his cheek. As they moved, it continued to voice his questions. He asked who had discovered that the temple had been invaded by external forces. Darui, along with Mabui and Killer Bee, who had caught up with them, informed him that it was Yujito Ni, who had returned from a mission assigned by. Mabui maintained her composed demeanor as she relayed this information. They inquired about the state of the temple when Yujito found it. Darui explained that most of the monks had been killed, their bodies left in a horrific state, and that Yujito had activated her flare kunai to alert their teams. He mentioned that he was part of one of the teams that had seen the flare. Mabui, curious, questioned how anyone could have found the temple, which was isolated from society, known only to high-level shinobi of Kumogakure. Dismissed the concern, stating that as long as the relic was not in their possession, it was acceptable. The 4 shinobi from Kumo approached their ANBU headquarters and entered the room where the survivor was located. They found Yujito Ni standing outside the door, seemingly waiting for them. She greeted the Raikage with a slight bow, and he nodded in acknowledgement. He noted that Darui had informed him of Yujito's discovery of the disordered monastery. Yujito confirmed that she had also found the sole survivor among the monks, warning them to be cautious as he had suffered severe mental trauma and was easily frightened by the experience. She introduced the survivor, Ikusa, and urged A to be gentle with him. A opened the door and saw a young boy of about 10 years old sitting at a wooden table. The boy was dressed in the standard monk attire, with gray and white hakama and long sleeves, but his obi was light blue, indicating his rank among the monks. A took a seat directly across from Ikusa. He asked Ikusa what had happened at the temple and who had attacked it. The boy struggled to articulate the horror he had witnessed, recalling the brutal scene and the terrifying figure of a man in black armor. He described how he had almost been discovered while hiding and how he had witnessed his father, Takai, face the man, only to see him killed in a brutal manner while protecting the relic he had sworn to guard. Ikusa spoke of the man who had attacked, describing him as wearing black samurai-like armor, a sleeveless long coat with tattered edges, a hood, and 3 silver magatama on his collar. He had blonde hair and red eyes. A's eyes widened in recognition. He had heard of this individual who matched Ikusa's description. He needed more information. He urgently asked if the man had the relic, specifically the Tambajiri no Tsurugi. Ikusa looked into A's eyes, searching for something before confirming that the man had indeed used the sword to kill his father. Tears streamed down the boy's face as he recalled the traumatic event. A felt a wave of sorrow and fear wash over him. Takai had been an old friend, and hearing of his death was devastating. He knew he had to move past this loss, but the knowledge that the dragon now possessed the Tambajiri weighed heavily on him. He instructed Mabui to document everything Ikusa could share about the assailant's abilities, as he needed to update the bingo book. He declared that Ikusa was now a shinobi of Kumo. Asa left the room with Darui following, B continued to practice his moves, while Yujito went her own way. A recognized the fire of vengeance in Ikusa's eyes. The boy was too distraught to see it, but if he wanted to avenge his father, the path of a monk would not grant him that opportunity. Only a shinobi could seek such retribution. Upon entering his office, it retrieved the bingo book and read through the entries about the ninja who had attacked the temple. Each page detailed a man trained to kill, skilled in all aspects of shinobi arts and combat, someone who could rival a kage. If A were to compare shinobi to animals, this man would be a wolf among dogs. Ryu Yokeis, A muttered under his breath. Meanwhile, in Konoha, Tsunade Senju was attending to her duties as Hokage. She was conflicted, as she was about to reveal a significant secret and disappointment to the village regarding a certain young blonde who had passed away. 4 months, she had debated with herself and consulted with Jiraiya, Kakashi, and Shikaku, all advising her to wait until emotions had settled before disclosing the truth. She glanced at a photo of herself with the blonde Uzumaki, both smiling and embracing on the road to Konoha. A wave of nostalgia washed over her, and she felt a tear slip down her cheek. She admitted to herself that she loved the blonde like family, wishing she had done more for him, wishing she had been there, and regretting not recognizing her mistake sooner. She had promised to take care of him, and she had failed to uphold that promise. The necklace she received was indeed cursed, having cost the life of someone important to her. She pressed her fingers against her temples, aware that she needed to tread carefully on treacherous ground. Even the slightest misstep could set off a chain reaction. Sarutobi had hoped to tell Naruto about his promotion to Chunin, and after his passing, she had wished to do so as well. Despite his flaws and not being the sharpest tool in the shed, she recognized Naruto's immense potential. She had never seen such promise in anyone before, not in Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Tsukumo, or even Minato. She believed that one day, Naruto would surpass his grandfather, Hashirama, even without the Kyuubi. A frown crossed her face as she considered the Kyuubi, which had not been seen in years. The chakra was still merging, and the fox had yet to take form. Tsunade had less than 3 years until the Kyuubi reformed. Without figures like Hashirama Senju, Madara Uchiha, or Kushina Uzumaki, capturing the Kyuubi would be impossible. She turned her chair to face her village, noticing that the weather mirrored her current feelings. The sky was completely gray, with clouds enveloping the bright blue like a blanket, dimming the sunlight and hinting at impending rain. The rumble of thunder echoed from the clouds, and she realized the village appeared darker, as if overshadowed by the grayness. The gloomy weather was suffocating. Hamura and Koharu had advised against announcing Naruto's heritage indefinitely, but as Hokage, she felt the people deserved to know that their greatest hero had died, leaving behind a legacy that had been betrayed. Her thoughts burned through her like fire. Jiraiya had chosen to be away from the village when it happened, claiming he already knew how the populace would react. Things would have been easier if the white-haired man had been by her side. She heard a knock at the door and let the visitor in. A certain masked ninja, defying gravity with his silver hair, entered. Kakashi asked if she was going to make the announcement today. Tsunade nodded in response. Kakashi warned her that there would be an uproar, but Tsunade insisted that the people deserved to know the truth and that they had extensive evidence to support it. When Kakashi inquired about Naruto's full heritage, Tsunade stated that would be revealed later, not now. Unbeknownst to them, a third party was observing from the roof. It was time, and Zetsu hoped Naruto had finished his project. Meanwhile, Naruto was drawing seals on a certain piece of clothing, something he had been creating before his father passed away. He had spent the last 6 months juggling his training and crafting the perfect ninja outfit. While he appreciated the utility of his armor, he wanted something that would make him appear more like a true shinobi, as Zetsu had suggested. As he neared completion, Zetsu materialized from the ground, the only visible part of the genetic clone being its Venus flytrap. Zetsu informed Naruto that it was time. Naruto nodded, his expression emotionless, as he removed everything except his boxers. Zetsu simply watched as Naruto began to dress in his new outfit. He now wore sleek black pants that ended just above his heels, paired with knee-high black boots lined with silver and black gloves. However, the most striking feature of his new attire was his cape. The high collar reached near his chin, covering his neck, and it had a zipper that ran from top to bottom, though Naruto left it unzipped for greater mobility. The cape also had silver cords adorned with silver beads hanging from the ends and a chain decoration embellished with 4 cylindrical silver beads that wrapped around his collarbone. Zetsu whistled in admiration, noting Naruto's flair for style. Naruto confirmed that the silver adornments were his special seals for the cape. He explained that the seal around his collar suppressed his chakra, making him appear as a civilian. Only the Byakugan could detect his chakra, and even then, it would only reveal so much. He pointed to the cord on his right. This seal was equipped with a barrier that would activate if any jutsu or weapon was aimed at him, preventing fatal attacks. However, it could only be used once a day, so he still needed to avoid deadly kunai. Then he indicated the cord on his left. This seal freed him from any restrictions that hindered movement and could also nullify the senses of others by producing an invisible shockwave, leaving them unconscious, with the same time limit as the barrier. Zetsu nodded, impressed by Naruto's ingenuity, recognizing that both seals were powerful and useful for many shinobi who might wish to utilize them. At that moment, Konan entered, noticing Zetsu and Naruto discussing the new attire. She inspected Naruto's outfit and had to admit that he had style. She asked if he was going somewhere. Naruto replied that he had some errands to run and instructed Konan to stay behind and handle other missions assigned by the Mizukichi. Konan raised an eyebrow, curious about his plans. She suggested that he could use whatever method he had employed to reach the land of lightning and remain in the land of water simultaneously. She was still intrigued by how that incident had occurred, knowing they weren't shadow clones, as they would be too far from the original. Naruto stated that this was something he needed to do for himself and that it could be fun. Zetsu melded back into the ground, and Naruto and Konan exited the hotel room and stepped into the street. As they walked, Konan observed the back of Naruto's new cape, while Naruto remained still, focused on his mission. The wielder of the Sharingan expressed his thoughts. He was aware that trust was lacking, sensing doubt radiating from Konan like a light. Although she trusted him more than the false Obito, her hesitation lingered. He needed her to trust him if she wanted to assist in defeating Obito. Konan remained silent, watching Ryu as he walked away. He pulled the hood of his cloak over his head, leaving only his nose, mouth, and chin visible. He bid her good morning just before vanishing in a cloud of bats. As the flying mammals surrounded her, she noticed that instead of their usual deep black eyes, they bore crimson Sharingan. The sharp screeches and flapping wings echoed around Konan as she watched the bats fly off into the unknown west. Meanwhile, Itachi Uchiha sat in a forest, seemingly meditating, but his thoughts were troubled by the newest member of Akatsuki, Ryu Yokeis. The former heir of the Uchiha clan felt an unsettling familiarity with Ryu, as if he knew him yet did not truly recognize him. What troubled Itachi most was Ryu's apparent lack of emotion and the way he had threatened Haiden. It felt like a facade of anger. Itachi recalled the Uchiha massacre, where the bodies had been burned to prevent anyone from obtaining the Sharingan. A thought crossed his mind. He had suspected Naruto was alive for years, but that suspicion had faded over time. Now, it seemed that Naruto, the legacy of the Yellow Flash, was indeed alive and among the very organization that once sought to kill him. Itachi pondered how Naruto had survived and grown so powerful, earning the title of S-rank criminal. Could the masked man have brought Naruto back and trained him, the same man who had helped orchestrate the Uchiha massacre? Just then, Itachi noticed his partner Kisame approaching. They set off together toward their next mission, and Itachi pushed aside his thoughts about the masked man and Ryu. Sakura Haruno sat in her room, preparing for an urgent announcement from her mentor, Hokage Tsunade Senju. She had not been informed of the details, only that it was important enough to summon the entire village. Deep down, Sakura felt that it was somehow connected to Naruto. She couldn't explain it, but her heart told her it was about him. Even after 2 years, the pain of losing him clung to her. Sometimes, she awoke from dreams calling his name, the only place she could see him being in her dreams. In those dreams, she wished for reality, but waking up always brought a cold emptiness. As she stood before the mirror, Sakura noticed how much she had changed. The obsessed girl was gone, replaced by a confident and determined woman with a hint of stubbornness. She believed she was a strong kunoichi, having discovered a natural affinity for medical ninjutsu, as if she was born to practice it. Opening the window that led to her balcony, she made her way to the Hokage Tower for the announcement. Konoha appeared somber, as if the village had lost its spirit along with Naruto. Dark clouds gathered, and villagers felt the first drops of rain as they gathered in front of the Hokage Tower. None of them noticed a cloud of bats swirling in the gray sky, circling around a power pole like vultures drawn to a carcass. Suddenly, 2 bats began to collide in a kamikaze-like manner. From their bodies, a figure began to take shape as more bats crashed together. The figure emerged, shrouded in black mist, landing gracefully on the power pole. Dressed in a black cloak with gloves, the figure's hood obscured most of his face, leaving only his nose, mouth, and chin visible. He surveyed the village with blood-red eyes and remarked that the place hadn't changed at all. It remained as repugnant as ever. He never thought he would return, but he was curious to see the villagers' reactions, whether they would hate him more or perhaps show gratitude and pity. As the wind whipped around him, he moved through the crowd, searching for familiar faces. However, observing their reactions was not his only purpose for being there. He intended to do something he had never accomplished during his last visit. Fortunately, the detection barriers surrounding the village mistook him for a civilian due to his enhanced cloak. He recognized several individuals, including 2 fools in green jumpsuits with terrible haircuts, a wild-looking boy with a large white dog and red tattoos on his cheeks, and a chubby boy with long brown hair who struggled with his emotions. There was also a woman with red eyes and dark hair, skilled in genjutsu, who had once called him weak. A girl with dark blue hair and white eyes, lacking real courage or special skills, also came to mind, along with many others. He longed to make them suffer and show them how weak they were compared to him. Anyone who had looked down on him would know pain. But one person made him pause in his search. There was a girl with pink hair wearing a red vest, her headband keeping her hair in place. He could remember something about this girl as if he were drawn to her, but all he could recall was her gaze, looking down on him with an air of superiority. He sat on the electric pole, resting his fist against his cheek, lazily lifting his head, one leg tucked against his chest while the other rested on his knee. Naruto whispered a challenge to the air, urging to see if the will of fire still lived. Below, amidst the crowd, Sakura caught a faint whisper among the murmurs and arguments of the villagers, as if a ghost had spoken. She remembered the words perfectly, "Show me if the will of fire still lives." Turning her head in various directions, she searched for the source of the familiar yet different voice, but found nothing. The light rain falling on her face was a relief. It wasn't a downpour, so most people wouldn't complain. Yet she couldn't help but compare the weather to the day had died. Naruto had had such a profound impact on the village that it seemed to change the very climate. Shaking off her thoughts, Sakura turned her attention to the Hokage Tower. The moment of truth was at hand. Tsunade walked onto the tower, observing the villagers who had gathered to hear the announcement. A swell of guilt filled her heart, but she gathered her courage and faced the crowd. Naruto watched Tsunade from his position, feeling the anticipation build. Tsunade called out to the people of Konohagakure, silencing the crowd and drawing all eyes to her. She declared that today, as their Hokage, she would announce something known only to the elders of the Leaf for the past 15 years. Her voice resonated throughout the hidden village, and Naruto couldn't help but admire her. She truly was a capable leader. She continued, revealing that the news dated back to the attack of the Kyuubi, where the Yondaime Hokage had sacrificed himself to defeat the beast. But, she clarified, this was not entirely true. The Yondaime had not killed the beast. No one could kill a Biju. Instead, he had sealed the malevolent spirit of the fox within the body of a newborn baby who had just entered the world hours earlier. The crowd began to murmur among themselves. Naruto scoffed at the thought of the baby being a mere sacrifice, his eyes narrowing as he observed the Godame. Tsunade announced that the name of this child was Naruto Uzumaki. Many of Naruto's classmates gasped, realizing that their classmate was the host of the fox that had nearly destroyed their village. The younger generation began to contemplate the idea that this baby, Naruto Uzumaki, had saved them, while the older generations frowned, chanting that the demon deserved to die. Naruto reflected on the irony of the situation, noting that it seemed the younger generation possessed more wisdom than their elders, who had double the life experience. He kept his empty gaze fixed on the Hokage, his ears attuned to every word spoken among the civilians. Tsunade continued, revealing that the Yondaime had left behind a legacy, a treasure for everyone, his son, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. Gasps filled the air as many in the crowd began to change their opinions about him rapidly. Naruto smirked, realizing it didn't take long for people to regain their senses. The resemblance between him and the Yondaime was striking, as Jinchuriki were often chosen from the families of their respective kages to minimize the risk of the host abandoning their village. Tsunade emphasized that the Yondaime had not been noble in asking someone else's child to be the host, instead using his own blood, someone more precious to him than Konoha. In that moment, silence fell over the Leaf. Guilt, disappointment, and sadness permeated the atmosphere, but Sakura's sorrow overshadowed them all. Her head hung low, tears streaming from her emerald eyes, as she cried for her part in Naruto's suffering. As others in the crowd shouted that everything their leader said was false, insisting it was impossible for the demon to be the Yondaime's son, their anger was palpable. Naruto could feel it even from outside the village. Tsunade proclaimed that the Yondaime's last wish was for his son to be treated as a hero for harboring the beast within him, protecting the villagers and their families with every breath he took. Yet they allowed their hatred to blind them to the truth. Confusion spread among the villagers, some openly weeping, having seen the resemblance but refusing to acknowledge it. Others roared in denial, convinced that no demon could be born from a Kage. Naruto muttered to himself, contemplating the nature of perception and reality. Many began to lament their failure to the Yondaime and the Sandaime, expressing regret over how they had treated a child. The phrases spread among the villagers like wildfire, and Naruto felt a mix of disgust and amusement. He was appalled by their belief that they could somehow make amends for the pain they had caused him, all the times they had beaten him and thrown stones. He had often wished to escape the daily hatred and anger directed at him, yet he found humor in how the civilians were reacting. He thought about how they had lived in fear of something that should not have been feared, each of them contributing to his pain and suffering, only strengthening his resolve. He wanted to show them that he was more than what they claimed, that he had been denied everything he needed for their petty vengeance. He had intended to choose Naruto as his successor, as he embodied everything a Hokage should be and possessed something they had all abandoned, the will of fire. Tsunade shouted passionately, invoking the legendary ideal of the Shodaime Hokage, a principle Naruto had embraced every day. But she accused them of betraying her grandfather and all the Hokage who had come before her. And now that pure-hearted boy is gone, and you praise and idolize his killer, someone who abandoned the village for power and ran towards someone worse than the Kyuubi, Tsunade exclaimed, tears streaming down her face. It was ironic how they celebrated the death of a child as if it were a miracle, Naruto thought bitterly. He never asked to be a Jinchuriki, never asked to be treated like dirt, as if he were nothing more than trash. He tried to change their perception of him, wanting them to see that he cared for the village. He aspired to be their leader, their next Hokage, because he loved this village more than anything. He would have sacrificed everything for them. The courage he displayed surpassed all the value of gold in this world. He was the embodiment of the will of fire, a physical manifestation of it. As Tsunade spoke, the villagers writhed in pain, recognizing the truth in her words. If one looked closely, Irika could be seen struggling with tears, realizing he too had contributed to Naruto's suffering. Naruto's eyes remained emotionless, but his features betrayed something different. A twisted smile marred his face as his fist clenched in frustration. He felt an overwhelming urge to take revenge on everyone in the village, but he had better things to do. He intended to send a warning. "I believe I've said enough," Tsunade stated, wiping her tears. With that, the villagers departed, their hearts heavy with sorrow. Except for Naruto, who lost his smile, reverting to his usual neutral expression. Then he felt something hit his hood, and as he looked up, raindrops began to fall on his face. Tsunade was not merely angry, she was furious. She had just heard news of another infiltration in the village. She had lost one of her most promising shinobi. The Chunin and the newly promoted Jonin stood before her, their expressions filled with guilt and disappointment. Just a day ago, she had lost the heir of the Aburame clan, Shino, to someone Choji referred to as the Dancing Ghost. It reminded her of the incident with Yokeis just 2 months prior. The problem was that she and no one else knew the identity of this Dancing Ghost. The fact that he had faced Shikamaru, Niji, Choji, Tenten, Lee, Kiba, Akamaru, and Shino all at once indicated he was a powerful Kage-level threat. Moreover, this man had an unprecedented summoning contract. Bats. Kid. Never heard of such a contract. How had he entered the village undetected? Ryu Yokeis had simply slipped in while this man appeared, like a ghost. What made her suspicious was that it happened right after Yokeis breached their defenses. Could the dragon tracks be attracting pests? Was this the first of possibly many infiltrations by their rivals and enemies? She pressed her fingers to her temples in frustration. This could be a beacon for attacks from other villages. She needed to contain the situation before they were threatened with war. What had happened must never see the light of day. She turned her scrutinizing gaze to the 2 shinobi before her. Their heads hung low, guilt etched in their eyes. She demanded to know every detail of what had transpired, her voice laced with authority. Niji and Shikamaru recounted the events leading up to, during, and after their confrontation. Tsunade listened intently, her eyes narrowing as they explained the man's skills and fighting style. She noted silently that the sai was an unusual weapon for combat, and the individual had demonstrated mastery and efficiency in its use. From what she gathered, she noticed a strange similarity in combat between him and Ryu Yokeis. However, it couldn't have been him, as the man's attire did not match Ryu Yokeis' description, who wore samurai-like armor. This man wore a black cloak with silver laces, along with black gloves and boots. She sighed inwardly. She couldn't place this man in the bingo book, it could make Konoha appear weak, and the last thing she needed was enemy ninjas boasting about their village. If Danzo learned of him, he might seize the opportunity to oust her as Hokage. This had to remain a secret. She would inform the shinobi who faced the Dancing Ghost to keep quiet about what happened, but she could not hide it from Shibi Aburame, Shino's father. She needed to create a false cause of death and would require Shibi's assistance. Once she decided on her course of action, she refocused her attention on Shikamaru and Niji. What were you two thinking? She questioned, her tone sharp. Shikamaru and Niji remained silent, lacking the courage to meet her gaze. When this person infiltrated the village, he should have been brought to my attention immediately. Niji lowered his head even further, blaming himself for Shino's death since it had been his plan to confront the attacker. We could have taken the necessary precautions and formulated a plan to capture him. But you went in without assessing the infiltrator's abilities, especially you, Shikamaru, Tsunade continued, fixing her gaze on him. I expected better from you, given your shinobi history. You have the best analytical skills in your graduating class, capable of forming effective strategies against your opponents, yet you didn't use any against this man. Why not? You should have anticipated the possible outcomes. And you, Niji, were not clear either. Niji turned his head in disappointment. You are a newly promoted jonin, so I expected more from you. As a jonin, you are responsible for the safety and lives of your comrades. You were the team leader, so everything that has happened falls on you. I would have preferred if this dancing ghost had escaped without harming anyone. If it weren't for Kurenai and the other shinobi's timely arrival, all of you could have been killed, Tsunade reprimanded. But I suppose I expected too much from both of you, and now you have lost another comrade and friend, she concluded. Both of you hand over your Hitai 8, Tsunade ordered. Both nodded in understanding that the punishment for their actions was necessary. Niji removed his headband, revealing the birdcage seal on his forehead, while Shikamaru took his headband from his uniform. Tsunade declared that they were both suspended from active shinobi duty for a month, allowed to train their skills, but warned that if they left the village, they would be charged with treason and insubordination. They acknowledged her words and exited the room, leaving Tsunade alone. It was essential. They had failed to inform her of the intruder, and had they done so, she could have devised a plan to capture the man and extract all the information he possessed, swiftly and quietly, without casualties. She understood that the death of a shinobi was sometimes necessary, but the loss of her own shinobi within her village was something entirely different. Frustration and anger coursed through her as she massaged her temples. She had faced Hanzo of the Salamander, a man recognized as one of the most powerful shinobi in the world. Thanks to their teamwork and strategies, she, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya had survived. Had she confronted him alone, and if they had been a cohesive team, the Sannin would have fallen in battle, and they would have been forgotten. She faced another issue as well. Kakashi was right. There was a silent uproar among the civilian population that refused to believe Naruto was the son of the fourth Hokage. Most, if not all, had flocked to the hospital to confront her about it. They sought proof of her claims, but of course, they found the opposite, and their opinions remained unchanged. They still regarded him as the demon. Was this truly the village that her grandfather and Madara Uchiha had envisioned? Was this the village for which the previous Hokage had fought and died? Minato had sacrificed his life and the happiness of his children for the village, and he would do it again in a heartbeat. What had her sensei said about the will of fire? What had Orochimaru said about the village and its ideals? Was the Sannin truly fallen? The will of fire was dwindling to embers. Why were her shinobi fighting? They had abandoned one of their own to a traitor rooted in the lineage of their clans, and yet that traitor cared nothing for the village, and still, today, he was praised. Then there were the issues surrounding the deaths of 3 council families. Their funerals would be held later that day. Although she felt a quiet satisfaction that Marekio Omida and his family were gone, the man had received what was coming to him, and his dreadful painting was reason enough for his downfall. She also assumed that the ghost of the dance had taken him and the other council families. Perhaps that was why Shino would have a quiet funeral. His body would be cremated to ensure that the village and the secrets of his clan did not fall into the hands of their enemies. Tsunade turned her chair to face the village, a habit of hers. It was raining again. Seemed to rain more since Naruto's death. A dark feeling began to swell within her, as if something terrible was about to happen and she would be powerless to stop it. It was not fear. She recognized that. It was not anger or hatred either. It was discomfort. She could literally feel that something horrific was approaching, and it would affect everyone in the village. This sensation felt like someone familiar was setting fire to her home. What? She opened one of her drawers and pulled out a lottery ticket. She had a hunch, and this was the only way to prove it. And there it was. She had won, possessing the lucky numbers. Now she had plenty of money to gamble. Not only that, but she had won all the other lottery tickets in the draw. With her luck, something dreadful was on the horizon. She thought to herself that she felt as if something was coming. She could sense it, but it felt empty, devoid of emotion or color. Something was approaching, and they would all suffer for it. In the mountain cemetery, within a dark shack, a man sat on a stone throne, overlooking a cliff, with a massive lotus flower towering over the mountains. Above the flower was a large, decaying statue, hands bent and legs crossed. The man wore a black cloak with silver laces, black gloves, and black shoes lined with silver. The cloak was zipped from the neck to the waist. His arms rested on the throne's armrests, and his hood was down, revealing his shining golden hair and blood-red eyes. At that moment, he was intensely observing a peculiar branch growing from one of the flower's petals. It was a living clone of Madara Uchiha, cultivated since before Madara's death. With this, the giant lotus tree would now spawn and grow the black Zetsu along with the white Zetsu, using chakra extracted from a body that once belonged to the Kyuubi. He continued to gaze at the strange clone of Madara, but his thoughts were not on it. They were on something else, a jutsu that he found extremely irritating: the Hiraishin, the flying thunder god. It was one of the finest jutsu developed in the world, created by the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, and perfected by the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. The man seated on the throne was Naruto Uzumaki, son of the fourth Hokage and student of Madara Uchiha. He was the most powerful individual outside the Uchiha clan to wield the Sharingan and the legitimate heir of the Uzumaki clan. He reflected on the jutsu that had earned his father the title of the Yellow Flash. The Hiraishin was a masterpiece in his mind, allowing the user to teleport to any marked location with a speed that surpassed lightning. You couldn't blink before falling victim to that jutsu. Yet, the bearer of the blonde Sharingan was furious. It must have taken years for the second Hokage to create the jutsu and even more for his father to perfect it. For Naruto, it would take years just to learn it, and the one thing he lacked was patience. He despised waiting for anything, hated when people paused in their speeches, or when they took too long to decide what food to buy. However, lacking the patience to develop the jutsu, he decided to create his own space-time ninjutsu. He was already contemplating it, aiming to combine the speed of the Hiraishin with the versatility of Obito's teleportation. Naruto could see it now. Such a jutsu would be considered art in the eyes of Deidara and Sasori. After his brief encounter with his false masters and witnessing their teleportation twice, Naruto analyzed the technique. He concluded that, while it lacked the speed of the Hiraishin, it was more versatile because it didn't require a predetermined location based on a jutsu formula. There he was, observing Madara's clone and planning his new jutsu. It would take some time, but he could always use that ability to be in two places at once to think more about it. He decided to stay at his base and work on his space-time ninjutsu, which would also give him the opportunity to meet with Kisame and another member of the Akatsuki. Naruto called out to Zetsu while continuing to gaze emotionlessly at Madara's statue. The black and white man materialized from the ground, appearing beside Naruto's throne. Naruto ordered Zetsu to bring him a clone. The multicolored Zetsu nodded and sent a silent signal to a random clone, as all Zetsu were mentally linked. A random white Zetsu clone appeared from the ground, kneeling before Naruto. Naruto instructed the Zetsu to lift its head. The Zetsu complied, but instead of seeing his master's face, it was met with a swift strike that ended its existence. Naruto held the Tanbajiri in his right hand as he looked at the fallen Zetsu. He placed his foot on the shoulder of the Zetsu and effortlessly lifted the sword from its body. The lifeless form collapsed forward, landing heavily on the concrete floor. Naruto plunged the Tanbajiri into the ground, and his eternal Mangekyo began to spin like a wheel. He commanded more Zetsu corpses to appear, and 2 more Zetsu materialized. Naruto gripped the Tanbajiri and, with a single swing, severed the heads of both Zetsu, their heads rolling across the ground. The Mangekyo continued to spin. Naruto needed Zetsu's assistance to develop this jutsu in a location with limited space. He also instructed Zetsu to contact Konan and inform her that his personal business would be delayed. Both departed the Zetsu cemetery, with Zetsu merging back into the ground and Naruto transforming into a cloud of bats. The blonde arrived in a small part of a forest, where several trees were close together but still wide enough for travel and acrobatic maneuvers. Meanwhile, Kisame Hashigaki, the monster of the hidden mist, was indulging in some shrimp and crabs he had brought while traveling through the land of grass with Itachi. He was currently seated in a small seafood shop next to an inn. However, he was alone, fully aware that Itachi was suffering from an incurable illness that was slowly killing him, although various medications could prolong his life. Itachi was resting in his room at the inn, and the sunset on the horizon marked the end of the day. Kisame could be described as a master of battle. He loved to fight and would not hesitate to start one when the opportunity arose, but Itachi's warnings kept him calm. As his thoughts wandered to the rest of the Akatsuki, he found some members likable. He disliked Haiden and his foolish religion. He respected Sasori for his thirst for battle and for defeating the third Kazekage, which was no small feat, even with Orochimaru's. Deidara annoyed him, especially when Sasori argued about who was the greatest artist among them. Kisame had no appreciation for art. He found Kazu tolerable. He liked money, something everyone except Haiden cherished. As for Konan, he was unsure what to think. They rarely interacted, and when they did, it was only a few words, leaving him neutral towards her. Zetsu puzzled him as well. He would readily admit to respecting pain, but like Konan, he felt neutral towards him, considering him a pawn of Obito, someone Kisame was working with. Then there was Ryu, who he liked the most next to Itachi. Ryu made him laugh, and despite their limited conversations during Akatsuki meetings, Kisame appreciated his personality and how he made Haiden seem foolish. Yet, Kisame sensed that Ryu was incredibly strong. The only way to test his strength would be through a battle between the shark and the wolf. Kisame then felt a presence sitting across from him at the table. When he looked up, he saw a man wearing a black cloak with silver laces, black gloves, and silver-lined shoes. His hood was up, concealing most of his face except for his chin, mouth, and nose. Kisame, clearly agitated, asked if the man wanted something. The figure replied affirmatively, lowering his hood to reveal spiky blonde hair styled in a low ponytail, with bandages wrapped around the middle. His hair framed his face, and some strands fell between his eyes, which were narrow and slightly rounded. He had a defined jawline and a slightly round face. However, he possessed a pair of Sharingan in his eye sockets, the same eyes as Itachi, eyes that enveloped darkness and reflected hatred. It didn't take long for Kisame to recognize him, though the figure seemed familiar. He couldn't be that person since he was dead, leaving only one answer. Kisame greeted Ryu Yokes with a smile, exposing his shark-like teeth, surprised to see his fellow Akatsuki member. Ryu politely asked how Kisame's day had been. Kisame, sensing the urgency, questioned what Ryu wanted, skipping the pleasantries he had learned to avoid with other shinobi. Naruto, who had been observing, praised Kisame's astuteness. At that moment, a waitress approached to serve Naruto some green tea, which would arrive shortly. They sat in silence for a few minutes, with Kisame continuing to eat shrimp and crabs while Ryu waited for his order. Now, Naruto was sipping his green tea, while Kisame waited patiently. Naruto began to speak, revealing that he knew everything about Kisame. The shark-like man was unsure whether to frown or feel violated. "I know what you did during the bloodline purges," Naruto stated. He continued, "I also know that someone approached you claiming to be someone they are not." Kisame widened his eyes slightly. "Trust me when I say this. The person you are working with is nothing more than a bitter loser who thinks they can parade around with a name they cannot live up to." Kisame narrowed his eyes at Naruto, questioning what this person was insinuating. As if reading his mind, Naruto pressed on. "After you eliminated Fuguki Suikazan, the fourth Mizukage approached you and praised you for getting rid of a traitor and protecting your village. However, the fourth was nothing more than a puppet. The true puppet master approached you with his toy." Naruto spoke with deep authority. Kisame's eyes widened at this revelation. And now I warn you, that man is not who he claims to be. You may think he is, but he used your own beliefs to manipulate his cause. What do you think will happen once he has finished with his plans? Kisame did not respond immediately, contemplating Naruto's words. There was some truth in what he was saying. Toby had spoken of creating a weapon that would eliminate all lies in the world, or so he had told Kisame. Yet, the Shark Man sensed ulterior motives behind Toby's intentions, though he couldn't quite pinpoint them. The world was indeed filled with lies and false promises from many he had trusted, leading him astray. He had finally broken under pressure when he killed Fuguki. Toby had offered him a choice, and he had chosen to follow. But was the masked man's promise of an end to all lies just another empty promise? Was Toby deceiving him? He will betray you, Naruto declared, capturing Kisame's attention. The Shark Man looked up to see his companion sipping his green tea. The one you are working with, his name is Obito Uchiha. He will betray you. He set down his cup and poured himself more tea. He is nothing more than a bitter loser who made friends and now wishes for everyone to feel his wrath by creating a weapon using the power of the tailed beasts, where everyone would live in terror and lies, and betrayal would run rampant. Naruto continued. He is just a child throwing tantrums, refusing to see the truth, and his anger grows day by day. You are nothing more than his tool, and once you break, he will discard you like any other broken toy. Naruto sipped his tea, looking Kisame directly in the eyes as he cast a silent genjutsu, designed to extract information from the target. So, Obito, you have affinities connected to fire and earth release, a master of genjutsu, considerable skill in weapon techniques, some sealing ability, clearly high chakra reserves above that of a Kage, and experience in taijutsu, with a space-time ninjutsu unlike any other called Kamui. Not much information after that, Naruto thought, taking a sip of his tea in a gesture of victory. Kisame stammered, struggling to reconcile what he had heard with everything he knew about Toby, yet it sounded true, there were no lies on Naruto's lips. Bad. Naruto replied. You could say that. For now. He continued, Kisame, this world is sick. Chained by a disease known as hatred. I want to eliminate this disease by creating a world where none of that exists, a perfect world where betrayal and deception never occur. Only truth and love, with nothing to corrupt those pure things. What makes you think I should believe or trust you? Kisame accused, narrowing his eyes. But Naruto's emotionless face revealed nothing. Because of one simple fact, Naruto responded. I am Madara Uchiha, he whispered. You have blonde hair, Kisame retorted, recovering from his shock rather quickly. And you have blue skin and gills. Then, even if you were Madara, how can I know I can still trust you? The other guy also claimed to be Madara, Kisame said, a smile forming as he found this amusing. The prospects sounded better than those of Obito, and he looked forward to a fight. He loved to battle and wanted to see Ryu in action considering all the hype surrounding him. How about a wager? Naruto suggested, piquing Kisame's interest. We have a battle, no rules, no restrictions, no interference, just a one-on-one fight between us. Kisame smiled, unsure whether to believe Ryu or not. What if we add more stakes to the pot? Kisame replied. If you win, I will join your plan and abandon that Obito whatever. If I win, well, I really just want to feed your chakra to Samahata. Very well, Naruto said. Let's have this fight in an hour. There's a clearing not far from here. It's not too small and big enough for our battle while being far enough away to avoid drawing attention. Kisame nodded, and Naruto vanished in a cloud of bats, leaving Kisame alone in the seafood restaurant, contemplating the bill for his and Naruto's orders. Meanwhile, another Naruto stood in a forest with the main body of Zetsu beside him. So, what will this jutsu do? Zetsu asked. Naruto looked at Zetsu, puzzling the plant man. This jutsu will push the limits of time to their utmost extent. Teleporting something is easy, teleporting yourself is another annoying obstacle. This jutsu will literally bend time to my will. I already have the idea for it, now I just need to implement it, Naruto clarified. Zetsu seemed to almost sigh. Whenever Naruto had an idea for a jutsu, he did not stop until it was completed and mastered. He still had that stubbornness from his time as a Jinchuriki. He was as stubborn as a rock and would not give up once he set his mind to something. I will use Hiraishin and Obito's Kamui as a base. The speed of Hiraishin and the versatility of Kamui will be crucial factors, and the Rauten no Yoroi, lightning release armor, provides the overall concept and appearance of the technique. Naruto continued as Zetsu absorbed this information. Naruto began to gather his chakra, forming a shield around his body in such large quantities that it became visible. This was going to take some time. A jutsu of this scale would take years to create and develop. What Naruto was demonstrating to Zetsu was the initial development of the technique. He had just begun to grasp the concept, focusing his chakra around his surroundings and doing something remarkable. Zetsu observed in silence as Naruto enveloped himself in chakra, then quickly cut off the flow. Black Zetsu could already see what the blonde was attempting. Suddenly, he heard Naruto shout out the name of his technique. With a burst of energy, Naruto unleashed the Shadow Clone Jutsu, creating a multitude of shadow clones, each beginning to work on shields. They practiced with their chakra layers, effortlessly putting them on and taking them off, the movements becoming second nature. The sky was dark with the arrival of night, and the moon shone brightly over the shadowy crevices of the world. The light was soft, like the gentle touch of a woman caressing each shadow. Clouds obscured the sky, their dark forms hiding the celestial candles known as stars, which always followed the moon like loyal subjects. The wind howled through the trees, and the leaves created a melodious sound reminiscent of a lullaby. It had been just one day since Naruto's confrontation with Kisame Hoshigaki, the renowned swordsman of the mist, who had agreed to fight another member of the Akatsuki organization. Ryu Yokeis, or perhaps better known by his true name, Naruto Uzumaki. During the battle, Naruto had held back. He enjoyed fighting strong opponents who could invigorate him. Typically, he preferred quick and easy battles, dispatching foes without wasting chakra. However, with an abundance of chakra, he felt a natural urge to release it. Both fighters had felt the surge of adrenaline coursing through their bodies. Their clash was exhilarating. Naruto had harmonized his power to match Kisame's. But as with all things, boredom eventually set in. When the moon rose above the horizon, signaling its reign over the world, the fight fell silent. Kisame was overwhelmed by a beast known as Yokeis, influenced by the moon's power. The Yabana Basaka Henkan, or beastly berserker transformation, was not a transformation into a werewolf. Rather, Naruto gained bestial attributes and a wild personality. Scales began to emerge, favoring Naruto as the beast within him broke free. Kisame was swiftly and easily defeated by the wielder of the Sharingan. The Shark Man was fortunate to be alive, thanks to his loyal sword, Samahata, which healed him and kept him alive. Ryu had left a scroll for Kisame, who had agreed to join Naruto in his plan to create an illusion that would eradicate all evil. Kisame had previously served a survivor of the Uchiha clan named Obito, who had manipulated the Yonde Mizukage to purge the Kekkei Genkai of Kirigakure. Obito had confronted Naruto and even went so far as to ask him to join his plan. However, Naruto had refused, as Obito's dreams did not align with his own, and he bore a name that Naruto held dear. Therefore, in 5 months, the two waterbound players would have a death match in a valley south of the Temple of Fire, which trained ninja monks. The valley was flat and perfect, as Naruto believed the battle would be titanic, reminiscent of the legendary clash between Hashirama and Madara. But Naruto himself was uncertain about what he would do between that moment and now. He was meditating on a high rock, attempting to achieve something extremely challenging, controlling the Yabana Basaka Henken mode. The features that identified the beast mode were easily distinguishable. His ears were pointed, and his fangs were bared, resembling those of a beast. His hair was wild and chaotic, breaking free from the bindings of his ponytail. The whites of his eyes had turned black, and his pupils widened, with an X-shaped scar appearing between his eyes, extending to his cheekbones and hairline. His eyes were closed as he concentrated, resisting the temptation to attack anything that made a sound. Zetsu was hiding behind a tree, needing to speak with Naruto about a blue-haired companion and the Shark Man, as well as the assistance from Sasori. He needed to understand Naruto's plans concerning the 5 great shinobi nations and how he could contribute to the Moon Eye plan. However, at that moment, even the slightest action could provoke the blonde to attack. Controlling emotions was one thing, controlling instincts was entirely different. Naruto struggled to manage it but could still direct it, albeit slightly, if Kisama's condition was any indication. Yet, directing it required immense mental strength and willpower. Zetsu decided to play it safe and approached Naruto slowly. If he was careful, he might leave with only a lost arm. Predicting aggressive behavior from animals was like trying to go east and west simultaneously. It was impossible to know how Naruto would react. He stepped away from the tree he had been hiding behind, planning each step toward the blonde. He saw the man sitting in a lotus position on a high rock in a small clearing. The blonde couldn't use shadow clones to further enhance his control over the beast mode, as creating more clones would only distract him from focusing on controlling his instincts. The white half of Zetsu seemed to sweat with anxiety over his actions at that moment, while the black half breathed deeply, fearing the confrontation with the beast's fangs. It felt like agonizing hours had passed as the plant man stood before the meditating Naruto, who was too absorbed in his current manifestation. Zetsu made sure to remain silent to avoid provoking the beast. In a hushed tone, the white half of Zetsu called out to Naruto. Instantly, Naruto's eyes opened, and his gaze pierced through Zetsu like a blade. Instead of the Sharingan, Zetsu was met with orange amber eyes, their slits staring back at him. Zetsu was unsure if this was Naruto's true eye color before the transplant or a result of the beast mode. Zetsu could feel a palpable aura of danger surrounding him at that moment. It was suffocating, not an intent to kill, but rather Naruto's personal aura. Any other man would likely have been paralyzed by fear. Zetsu felt the tension in the air as he attempted to discuss their plans, but he was interrupted by a low growl emanating from Naruto. The urgency of the situation was palpable, especially as Naruto activated his Sharingan. Things were not going according to Zetsu's plan. The moon would soon set, forcing Naruto to revert from his beastly form. Zetsu suggested they inform Konan about the current situation and their intentions. The chosen heir of Madara rose from his meditative position, clenching his right fist, ready to confront Zetsu. The plant man instinctively bent slightly, preparing to evade the impending attack. Zetsu, visibly shaken, stammered, hoping to de-escalate the situation. He quickly tried to suppress the beast's presence within him. Naruto had learned to control his transformation, but reverting to his normal state came with a significant drawback. It left him utterly exhausted from the strain on his body and mind. Breathing heavily, Naruto reflected on another day with little progress in mastering the beast mode, despite his efforts to control it. Zetsu sighed in relief, grateful that Naruto was not in a killing mood at that moment. As Naruto jumped down from the high rock, he held his face in his hands, trying to calm himself, feeling as if he were waking up from a long night's sleep. The hallways were painted a pale white, and the room was filled with the scent of medicine. The bright lights above shone intensely, blinding anyone who dared to look at them. There were no windows to escape the light, only the sterile white room with a single bed that also served as an operating table for experiments and procedures. The bed linens were soft and white, perfect for anyone to rest upon. The pillow was new and fluffy, allowing for easy elevation and sweet dreams. One would expect the room to be empty, except for a woman with blue hair sitting on the bed. She wore a revealing navy blue tunic with a large hem that exposed her arms, back, and sides, along with her midriff, which had piercings around her navel. Her navy blue pants doubled as shoes, and she wore white fingerless gloves that reached her biceps, covering most of her arms. Beautiful blue flowers adorned her left side, and a small blue origami flower was pinned in her hair. She had arrived at the base her host and companion had dubbed the Mountain Cemetery, due to the large skeletal remains of creatures scattered around the perimeter. If she were honest with herself, she felt a bit anxious. She was about to undergo a procedure involving the cells and blood of a nearly extinct but powerful clan, the Uzumaki. She knew very little about the clan, other than that red hair was particularly common among them, which she had heard from her host, who had been more than kind in answering her questions. He assured her that the procedure was harmless and that the effects would be too significant to ignore. Her body would become stronger than ever, and her chakra, already powerful, would receive a substantial boost. Not only that, but her lifespan would dramatically increase, though it might not be as great as those Uzumaki born with it. However, considering how far she had come in her life, she would likely live as long as anyone else. She heard the sound of the only door in the room opening, revealing her host and companion, Ryu Yokeis. He had also discarded his Akatsuki cloak in favor of a completely black cape. In his left hand he held what appeared to be a hospital gown. He informed her that it was for her and asked her to change. After the incident with the wolf earlier in the week, she understood that some things he said were not what he truly meant. She gave him a knowing look, recognizing that there were things men often did not see. Turning away, she extended her left hand for the hospital gown, waiting for her to take it. She heard the sound of clothing falling and felt the gown being removed from her. She knew that looking at him could lead to embarrassment. She was aware that the instinct of desire was a powerful one, and it was something that could easily overwhelm anyone. In a past state of heightened instinct, he had relied solely on his primal urges to fight. The need to reproduce was ingrained in every individual, and controlling those impulses was one of the most challenging things to achieve. As she reflected on this, she realized that humans could be among the cruelest beasts, having evolved little beyond their base instincts. Yet, she also knew that love could exist even in a world filled with hatred, much like the elderly man who had gifted him the Shiromikaren no Tsurugi. Madara had told him that love and hate were instincts, that it was instinctual to love and to hate simultaneously. He had yet to find love outside of his paternal affection for Madara. Although he harbored hatred for everyone in the Hidden Leaf Village and knew that his revenge was always out of reach, he was aware of what that revenge entailed. She noticed him looking at her again as she folded away her previous clothing. He mentioned that he would have his Zetsu attend to her needs and advised her to stay hydrated before the procedure. As he prepared for the final stages, he glanced back to see her looking down with unease. He paused and formed a familiar hand seal, creating a shadow clone that quickly left the room to get ready. He took a chair from one corner of the room and positioned it near her bed. The blue-haired woman regarded him with curiosity. He noted that she seemed uncomfortable and explained that Zetsu was not the best company, noisy, bothersome, and unpleasant. Even he found them unlikable, but they had their uses, so he would stay with her instead. Rather than reprimanding him for what she might see as a sign of comfort, which usually made her feel weak and useless, she accepted his presence. She could see that he cared for her, even if she did not fully understand the extent. Instead, she smiled softly, a gesture that felt strange yet fitting. When she had first met Ryu, he had been a cold, indifferent person who showed no emotion. He was cruel and efficient in his duties, viewing those around him as mere puppets or objects to manipulate. Recently, however, she had begun to notice a change in his behavior and demeanor. Although he was much less cruel, he no longer toyed with his opponents unless they were strong. If they were strong, he liked to test his skills, which Konan believed was a compliment as it demonstrated their worth. He also spoke more and was more open about his thoughts. He was more cooperative and listened to her at times. However, she still had not seen him smile genuinely, apart from a twisted, unsettling grin. Somehow, he valued friendship, even though he believed it was a long process requiring mutual trust and understanding. She knew that every time Ryu blushed, it meant his instincts were heightened, a natural urge that was as instinctive as walking and talking. Pushing thoughts of her partner aside, she focused on the upcoming medical procedure. At least she felt comfortable with Ryu by her side. Meanwhile, Naruto's shadow clone had several vials and jars in front of him on a small desk. He was mixing and swirling blood in a small container, combining it into a single, cohesive substance. He sent his Zetsu to the land of water to access the damaged hospital that still stood, collecting blood samples gathered by various clan members. Although some of the blood was old and diluted, some still had life in them, and he was able to revitalize them with his own life force. He knew that after the procedure, Konan would need physical therapy to adapt to her new body, unlike him, whose healing factor and natural heritage made recovery easier. So, he planned to exercise with her to help her reach her physical goals. He would also teach her kenjutsu, which would aid in her physical therapy. Naruto channeled all the blood collected from the Uzumaki clan into a blood bag. It was time to begin the operation. The shadow clone returned to the private room with an intravenous injection and a blood bag. The real Naruto supported Konan as she relaxed in a resting position. The clone traced Konan's left arm and vein, tapping her finger to stimulate blood flow. Then he inserted the 4 into her arm and allowed the blood to drip into her vein. Konan watched as the blood flowed into her, realizing it was too late to change her mind. She felt a twinge of anxiety at the sight of the red liquid. She clenched her fist but stopped when she felt Naruto's hand over hers. His gaze was the most genuine she had seen. His red eyes were wide open, full of life. At least, that's what she thought. She tried to calm her anxiety and focus on completing the procedure. Naruto did his best to comfort her, even though he wasn't particularly good at it. A couple of hours later, Konan was sleeping in the same bed, with Naruto watching over her like a statue. The next day, Konan stood on her feet and immediately felt different, as if a great weight had been lifted from her core. As Ryu had said, her chakra levels surged, making her stronger and more resilient. Her health and healing improved significantly, allowing her to recover from serious injuries in a few days and minor ones in just hours. Now, Konan and Ryu stood facing each other, ready to begin physical therapy. They didn't need to say anything. Their fists would communicate for them. It was a practice session to ensure no one got hurt. When Konan punched Naruto in the head, he countered with a palm strike and attempted to elbow her in the collarbone, but she stopped and signaled for a restart. Their training began anew. With his Sharingan eyes, Naruto could read and predict all of Konan's movements. She was quite skilled in taijutsu, managing to keep up with him and his attacks. As their sparring continued, the intensity increased, and after several hours of training, Konan was still going strong, not out of breath. Naruto declared that it was enough, abruptly ending their combat practice. He reminded her of his earlier interest in kenjutsu, to which Konan nodded in agreement. Naruto produced 2 bakken, wooden swords, and tossed one to Konan, who caught it firmly. She questioned him about the wooden sword, to which he replied that his father had told him a master with a wooden stick should always defeat a novice with a steel sword. He fell into a traditional kenjutsu stance, and Konan mirrored him until Naruto pointed out that her foot positioning was off. They practiced for an hour, leaving Konan with numerous bruises and feeling quite sore. She realized she needed wooden swords, otherwise she would be in serious trouble. Naruto commented that her training was lacking. Konan couldn't argue, as he spoke the truth. He explained that her foot positioning made it easy for her to be knocked down like a domino, and she was too focused on tracking his sword instead of observing his body. He emphasized that she needed to see her weapon as an extension of herself. If this were a real fight, she would have been defeated. Naruto reassured her that as her teacher, he would help her as much as possible. He walked behind her, placing his hands gently on her back. Konan felt the firm warmth of Ryu and noticed their closeness. She blushed but quickly concealed it, using his guidance to learn the correct stance. Now they stood facing each other in the same training field. Naruto explained that his father had described kenjutsu as embodying the 5 elements, with each person representing a different nature. He referred to himself as wind and lightning, embodying ferocity and speed, ensuring his opponents had no time to counterattack due to his aggressive and swift strikes. They would fight again, and if Naruto saw a mistake, he would de-espion her. He raised his sword once more, employing a training method similar to what Madara had used with him in kenjutsu, but instead of striking Konan on the head with a stick, he would merely tap her on the body. The kenjutsu sparring resumed, with Konan being outmatched by her more experienced mentor. Throughout the week, Naruto taught Konan the shadow clone technique to enhance and accelerate her training. Thanks to her renewed chakra levels, she could maintain and balance a significant number of clones, though not quite as many as Naruto. It was still impressive. Every day, the clones of Ryu and Konan practiced kenjutsu while their real selves focused on Konan's sealing techniques. Unlike her kenjutsu skills, she excelled in fuinjutsu. There were moments when Naruto had to guide her by placing his hands over hers to show her the correct movements. As the week progressed, Konan flourished under Ryu's guidance. She managed to maintain her clones and defend herself against Ryu's, although dissipating her clones often left her with a headache that Naruto would heal with his medical ninjutsu. Naruto observed the unique kenjutsu style that Konan was developing and found it impressive. Her slender frame and speed gave her an advantage, and her inexperience made her unpredictable an asset in the shinobi world. He himself was known for being highly unpredictable. Konan's style was closely related to water. Her movements were fluid and swift like the wind. Her stance was distinct from Naruto's, who would crouch, anticipating his opponent's attack with his legs evenly spaced and his sword aimed at the enemy, ready to react to shuriken and kunai at any moment. In contrast, Konan kept her feet together, forcing her to move in short, rapid bursts, and she could levitate with her paper, potentially countering any weaknesses. She extended her sword toward the ground, preferring a one-handed style compared to Naruto's two-handed grip or his use of one hand for the tambajiri. Her posture appeared somewhat rigid, but this was deceptive. Her slender build allowed her to evade attacks or transform into her paper form. Her sealing ability, while not on par with Mido Uzumaki or Naruto, was impressive. She could replicate Naruto's wrist seals, though she needed a piece of clothing instead of having them on her skin. To enhance her skills, she infused more seals into her birthday teko. Perhaps she inherited this ability from being close to Nagato, who was also an Uzumaki. Now, Konan and Naruto stood facing each other in the same field. Naruto unsheathed the Tanbajiri no Tsurugi, while Konan revealed the Shiromikaren. He had to be cautious. The Tanbajiri could cut through almost anything, except for the Shiromikaren. Konan was aware of the Shiromikaren's abilities, which made everything it touched as fragile as snow, including skin and bones. They both fell into their respective stances and charged at each other. Their swords clashed, creating a shower of sparks, Naruto's fierce style meeting Konan's fluid grace. Naruto swept at her feet in an attempt to knock her down, but she leaped into the air. Using the momentum, he aimed to stab her, but she blocked the attack with the flat side of the Shiromikaren. They separated and charged again. Konan attempted to strike Naruto's left side, but he predicted her move with his Sharingan, ready to block. Instead, he saw her empty hand pass by him. He quickly maneuvered to intercept her, narrowly avoiding a serious injury to his side. Konan gritted her teeth as she saw him break through her defense, gripping the hilt of her sword and bringing it down to the ground. Following up, he tried to stab her, but she dodged, attempting a vertical cut. She narrowly missed the Shiromikaren, and if she hadn't moved, half of her face would have been sliced in two. She threw 3 shuriken at Naruto, who deflected them with his own sword. After deflecting the shuriken, Konan realized her opponent had vanished. Using the reflective side of the Shiromikaren, she spotted Naruto rushing behind her, ready to stab her from behind. She spun her body to avoid the move, angling her arm to cut Naruto diagonally across the chest and shoulder, causing blood to splash and pool on the ground. Konan smiled briefly before her grin faded as Naruto exploded into a cloud of smoke, revealing he had been fighting a shadow clone. She heard applause behind her and turned to see Naruto watching her with a neutral expression. "Well, if you defeated my shadow clone, it certainly means you're at an expert level in kenjutsu. We made incredible progress with the shadow clone technique. This has significantly reduced the time needed for your training," he remarked, offering praise. Konan sealed the Shiromikaren into her teko, and both of them headed to the mountain cemetery to gather supplies in preparation for their next mission. As Konan prepared to leave for her upcoming mission, she donned her Akatsuki cloak and adjusted her new hairpins until someone knocked on the door of her room. She welcomed the visitor and was not surprised to see Ryu waiting for her in his Akatsuki attire. "I wish to talk to you about Obito," Ryu began the conversation. Konan had anticipated this, knowing he was well informed about the Uchiha pretender. "His dojutsu, the Sharingan, is powerful. I believe he possesses the Mangekyo Sharingan," she replied cooperatively. "From what I know, he is well versed in fire techniques, but what you should be most concerned about is his nearly invincible technique. I don't know its name, but I know it is a massive space-time ninjutsu, possibly even surpassing Hiraishin. With it, he can send parts of his body to a dimensional plane while leaving an image of himself behind. As he sent his body into the air, he became intangible, allowing all attacks to pass through him like a ghost. However, he could only maintain this intangibility for 5 minutes, and he could reset the time limit by returning to a solid state. Therefore, continuous attacks would be crucial for his defeat. If someone could touch him and hold on, even while he was intangible, they too would become intangible with him, enabling them to attack. He would also attempt to absorb them into his dimension, which was the only time he became solid and could be attacked. Konan explained this in detail, with Naruto absorbing all the information. He understood that the Kamenju no Yuki, 9 masked beasts of valor, would be invaluable for the fight, along with his other technique, Kamainaneo. Naruto acknowledged the information, knowing it would be useful. Before he could leave, Zetsu appeared, revealing his multicolored form as he opened his Venus flytrap-like extension. He informed them that the leader had summoned them both. Konan and Naruto performed the ram seal and closed their eyes, their minds transported while leaving their bodies behind. They awoke in a dark cave filled with stalactites and stalagmites, with a small lantern flickering in the center. They were not alone. Nagato was present, acting through Yahiko's body. Nagato expressed his pleasure at their presence and mentioned a mission that suited their unique talents. He congratulated them on their successful tasks in the Land of Water, acknowledging the gratitude sent by the Mizukichi, especially to Ryu. He explained that Akatsuki had recently been contacted by a politician from the Land of Wind, who demanded their best agents for a task. He could not send Haiden and Kazu, as they would draw too much attention, and Deidara and Sasori were unsuitable due to Sasori's past with the Land of Wind. Itachi and Kisame were occupied with another mission. Since the politician requested the best, he would send them to complete the mission, expressing his immense faith in their abilities and urging them to maintain the standard. Just before leaving, he reminded Ryu to check page 23. Nagato's astral form departed, and Naruto and Konan followed shortly after. Back in their own bodies, Naruto caught a glimpse of Zetsu holding a bingo book. He took the book from Zetsu's hands and turned to page 3, staring at it as if expecting it to burst into flames. Konan leaned over to take a look, noting that Ryu had many rewards, even more than Kazu. The page displayed in large black letters read, Ryu Yokeis, wanted for actions against the Godai Mizukichi, Mei Terumi. Naruto cursed under his breath, not wanting to think about the price listed, which had far too many zeros. Ryu Yokeis was now an officially wanted international criminal in 4 countries. In a fit of frustration, he channeled chakra into his right eye and used Amaterasu on the bingo book, reducing it to ashes in seconds. He dropped the burning book and exited the base, followed by a smiling Zetsu merging into the ground and a slightly amused Konan, who found the situation amusing. At the entrance of the mountain cemetery, Naruto waited for his companion to prepare. He felt satisfied with his progress in sealing techniques, considering it a challenging aspect of shinobi arts, although he had faith in her. However, he found himself questioning his beliefs at that moment. He recalled what the kind old man had told him. Initially, he had refused to believe that random acts of kindness could hold back powerful forces like hatred. But perhaps the old man was right. Maybe there was hope in the world, and sometimes the simplest things were the hardest to understand. He reflected on the nature of kindness and generosity, wondering if it was human nature to treat others as they wished to be treated. Why did people act in the name of love rather than hatred? These questions floated in Naruto's mind like balloons ready to burst. He also noticed a change in his overall demeanor. He was less aggressive and more neutral, even apologizing for minor things. He pondered why he chose to live in such a cruel world and felt that experiencing emotions was almost surreal, as if he had lost the qualities that made him human. Yet he could not deny the warmth he felt, a sensation akin to spring, blossoming like a flower in the sunlight. He realized that this feeling was triggered by an external source. It was small yet warm, delicate like a butterfly but full of life. He had felt it when he gave Konan her birthday gifts. Her smile stirred something within him, a tiny spark that nonetheless existed. He struggled to comprehend this feeling, as emotions had always seemed unreal to him. The only time he had expressed emotion was when trying to convey what he wanted to feel through anger. But this new sensation made him savor life once more. He had been a vessel, born to be a Jinchuriki, and now the prison that held the beast was empty. All the qualities of his mask had faded away. The only time he had felt anything was in relation to Madara. He could still love and hate as those were instincts, just like walking and talking. Madara was the father Naruto had longed for, no matter how strange that might sound. The man watched him, feeling annoyed when Naruto was upset, and even angrier when Naruto was angry. Was this what being a father was supposed to be? In his life, even more than his now-forgotten dream of becoming Hokage, Naruto wished for a family of his own, especially since he had none during his childhood. Yet, the concept of having children, beyond mere survival, was something Naruto struggled to understand. They were loud, unruly, and often caused trouble, like little monsters. In Kirigakure, he had seen siblings fight each other as if they were mortal enemies, and when their parents asked them not to do something, they did it anyway, no matter how many times they were told not to. No, he was just being hypocritical. Everyone had their flaws that made one want to shout at them. Children were no exception. However, feeling something new was a different experience for the blonde. He would have to hide his face a bit more, as the people of the Land of Wind were more astute than most other nations, their cunning minds something to be wary of. He heard footsteps approaching from behind and didn't need to turn his head to sense Konan's chakra coming closer. When it came to sensory abilities, Naruto was better than Madara. Unlike Madara, who had not chosen to strengthen his rare gift, he could not distinguish chakra signatures very well. However, due to all his encounters with Hashirama Senju, he could feel his rival's chakra signature anywhere. Naruto sensed that Konan had a unique quality to her chakra. Of course, she now had the charismatic feel of Uzumaki chakra, but hers was soft like flower petals and warm like the morning sun. Madara had told him that everyone's chakra had a different feeling, and very few words could describe it. Konan asked if they were leaving her. Expression no longer neutral. Naruto nodded and summoned the Suzaku, the vermilion bird, using Kamainaneo. He jumped onto the back of the Suzaku, raising an eyebrow from Konan, who did not transform into a cloud of bats for travel. She ordered him to get on from her seated position on the bird. Konan felt uncertain about what was happening, and her insecurity only grew as the giant red bird looked at her with coal-black eyes. She politely declined and closed her eyes, trying not to look at the bird. Naruto, on the other hand, dismounted and helped Konan onto the bird, which earned him a startled shout from the blue-haired woman. He firmly placed her on the bird, her back pressed against his chest. With a mental command from his master, the Suzaku shot into the sky. Konan had flown before, but never at this speed or height. The rush of air hitting her face felt like bricks being thrown at her repeatedly. She clung tightly to the bird's feathers like a desperate child, hoping not to fall. The bird soared higher and higher into the air. Konan closed her eyes, afraid of the speed at which they were flying, too preoccupied with her own worries to look back at the man behind her. Usually, her hair would whip around wildly, with some strands hitting her face. She could sense danger approaching, sometimes feeling that the man behind her had a few loose screws. Faster and faster, quicker than the wind, the Suzaku pierced through the atmosphere. She sensed her end coming, but only for a moment. Nothing came except a feeling of contentment. When she opened her eyes, she saw the Suzaku gliding smoothly above the clouds. She knew it was early morning, but the sun shone brightly over the clouds, transforming the shapeless white forms into hues of red and gold. It was spectacular, true beauty before her eyes. For a moment, she envied Kumogakure, waking up to such a display. She looked up at the sun, captivated. The warm rays enveloped her, bathing her in light and purifying every part of her body affected by the cold. What she believed she was witnessing was art in its truest form, the natural beauty and wonder of the world. No words could describe what she felt at that moment. The sun and the golden clouds made her feel as if nothing in the world could ruin this moment. She glanced over her shoulder to see Ryu gazing at the sun, and for a brief moment, she swore she saw a flash of ocean blue cross his eyes. Blue, the color reflecting the sky. But as quickly as it appeared, it was replaced by Naruto's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan in his right eye, while his left remained the normal Sharingan. The sunlight glinted off his golden hair, which seemed to hold every shade of yellow, bright like the sun. Ironically, given where they were, yellow was a truly special color for her. It could convey so many positive emotions. An image could say 1,000 words, and while a color might offer few, each was significant. The light hit her skin, making her shine like diamonds and other jewels. She was soft like feathers but firm when needed. One could explore every inch of someone and still find only half of what they sought. She nestled closer into his chest, discovering that he did not push her away or move, too focused on the light before them. He whispered to her, apologizing for being late but knowing she wanted to do something special for her birthday. It was the best he could give her. He wished her a happy birthday. Konan felt the euphoria radiating from him, vast and powerful like the sun. She remarked that it was almost like a painting, her eyes still fixed on the light. He replied that the sky was its canvas. His father once told him that everything in this world is different, like the leaves among the trees, the stones among the mountains, the mist on the eve, the sand on the beaches, and the clouds in the sky. Everything is different, even people. However, there was one thing that never changed in their world. They see it every day, yet they do not think about it. It is open and free like birds in the wind, unrestrained by law or order, vaster than the ocean, yet invisible like the future. Konan softly wondered what he meant. Naruto, with a small smile, responded that it was the sky untouchable like a dream. Many people dream of touching it one day, and like the sky, everyone has a destiny, a sky of their own. Konan thought that perhaps the reason he felt incomplete was that he was waiting for someone to paint the canvas that he was. However, seeing everything Ryu had done for her, whether intentional or not, made her feel grateful. He was kind, yet she could not see it even with his eyes. Such kindness was hard to find in the world today. Sometimes, one does not need to smile to convey hidden feelings. Actions alone can illuminate a broken heart. She thought to herself that he was the most beautiful man she had ever known. She understood that it would be a long journey to melt the frozen heart of Ryu Yosuke's. Yet, with each step, she felt that any hateful man could become someone worthy of love. The two shinobi and the giant red bird soared through the clouds, simply enjoying the morning moment. Naruto wrapped his arm around Konan's waist. She felt a whisper from him, urging her to wait. Konan was unsure of what he meant, but she soon received her answer as the red bird dove into the clouds, flipping upside down, and they found themselves flying in an inverted position. As she looked at the clouds beneath her, she stretched out her arm and brushed against the white gusts in the sky, feeling their softness. Then, the bird completely plunged into the white ocean of the sky. Konan felt the rush of air against her face, savoring every moment. Briefly, she wondered where they were now, but the current experience captured her attention. The clouds finally parted to reveal land and sky. She looked down to see rivers cutting through the land like knives. They flew over the land of rivers, bordering the land of fire and the land of wind, even spotting a tiny hidden village that was not very high on the food chain. Suddenly, the Suzuki yanked Konan from Naruto's shoulders, wrapping its claws around her arms. The red-haired shinobi gasped at the sudden action and glanced at her blonde companion. Then, the Suzaku dove toward the ground at unimaginable speeds, getting closer and closer to the earth. Konan remained calm, knowing nothing bad would happen. The ground rushed up to meet them, but with a sudden burst, the Suzaku opened its wings just in time before they hit the riverbed. Gently and slowly, the giant bird lowered Konan's feet to the water's surface, allowing her to glide across it with a little help from chakra in her souls. Konan had not felt such an adrenaline rush in years too many to count. She felt the Suzaku's claws release her as she skated over the water. She ducked under a branch that would have struck her face, and her presence startled a flock of doves that now flew alongside her. Something hard pressed against her back as she noticed the fox mask of the bird nudging her, along with a slightly smiling Ryu riding on its back. He urged her to go faster, and the bird's wings beat with renewed vigor and speed. Konan could see the end of the river, which turned out to be a waterfall. She looked back to see that the bird had vanished, leaving only the doves flying beside her. Her heart raced with excitement, feeling more alive than ever. She reached the end of the river with the grace of a swan, leaping from the water with her arms open and eyes closed, taking in everything around her. As she opened her eyes, she turned her body toward where Ryu and his giant bird flew beneath her, ready to catch her. She landed somewhat on the bird but was having too much fun to worry. The bird cawed in victory, or at least she believed it did, as she heard the flapping of its wings and the wind rushing in her ears. They were now heading toward the land of wind at a steady pace. Meanwhile, in the land of waves, someone was searching for someone else. This person was Sojiki Bearer, the strongest ninja in Iwagakure alongside Inoki, known for his speed and instinctive fighting style. Sojiki was a dangerous individual for anyone who knew him. A veteran of the Third Shinobi World War, he had even faced the Yondaime Hokage when he was a jonin. However, he did not emerge from the battles unscathed. He lost his right eye and bore a large, irregular scar running down his left cheek just beneath his left eye. Sojiki had dark hair streaked with gray, tied back in a long ponytail, golden eyes, and raised eyebrows. He wore the standard bulletproof jacket of Iwagakure without the collar, paired with brown pants and simple brown ninja sandals. He donned a long, sleeveless purple coat with two tails and a tattered red scarf trailing behind his neck. His arms were covered with chainmail armor, and he wore black gloves missing the thumb and index fingers. His brown belt held two sheaths containing custom kunai launchers. The kunai launchers had a unique appearance, featuring a purple ring that was white at the top of the handle, with 3 spikes aligned around the ring. The barrels of the launchers were long, thin pyramids in lavender, tapering to a point. The handle was purple, with a thick, curved guard lined with 6 thin, diamond-shaped spikes with silver edges. These were indeed seals containing countless needles, like kunai, capable of absorbing chakra. Sojiki had one on each side of his waist. He was currently walking through a district in the land of waves, having heard that someone had spotted his target in this particular area. It was challenging since most people had never seen him, and his face was never revealed. The only clue Sojiki had was a photo from the Konoha bingo book, which didn't reveal much. He approached random people, asking if they had seen this individual. He called out to a woman in a grocery store, who turned to him with curious eyes. He showed her the photo and asked if she had seen someone named Ryu Yokase. The woman shook her head, stating she hadn't seen anyone like that before and moved on. This was Sojiki's routine, asking someone about his target or attempting to flirt with a girl, only to be rejected, swallowing his disappointment, and then indulging in his favorite food, a bagel. One of the quirks of the IWA shinobi was that he humorously became sad or depressed when he failed a mission, which often affected those around him. He also enjoyed listening to people, which sometimes landed him in trouble. As he walked down the road, he noticed a unique shop. This was the last store he needed to visit on the street, an armory. He hoped the elderly shopkeeper might have seen the person he was looking for. He called out disrespectfully to the old man behind the counter, who looked up at the IWA shinobi standing at the door with his hands on his hips. The kind shopkeeper asked how he could help. Sojiki showed him the photo and inquired if he recognized the individual. The old man hummed thoughtfully while inspecting the picture, certain he had seen this person before but couldn't recall where. Sojiki clarified that the name was Ryu Yokase, describing him as tall and blonde. Suddenly, something clicked in the old man's mind. He confirmed that someone fitting that description had indeed been in the store recently. Sojiki eagerly pressed for details, and the man explained that he had sold a nice sword to that person, who had headed west. Feeling disheartened by the prospect of traveling further, Sojiki murmured his thanks and let his arms drop to his sides. Just then, a voice, monotone and bored with a hint of superiority, interrupted him. Sojiki quickly reached for his kunai launcher and aimed it at the source of the voice. It belonged to a tall, elegant man with a slightly androgynous appearance, long pink hair adorned with frills, and striking blue eyes. He wore the standard Konoha bulletproof jacket with a pink band around his waist, a short green shirt, black gloves with pink stains, and a long pink apron that reached his feet. His right arm was covered in a tattoo of numerous pink flowers, and he wore basic ninja sandals with the Konoha Hittite on his forehead. Sojiki recognized Toge Busshu, an old rival from Konoha, and noted that it had been a while since they last met. He kept his kunai aimed at Toge, wary of his intentions. Toge casually mentioned that he had a friendly business proposal. Sojiki, skeptical, remarked that when Toge referred to friendly, it usually meant he was up to something. Toge admitted that they had a common enemy, prompting Sojiki to lower his weapon slightly. Toge explained that their mutual target was Ryu Yokeis. Sojiki, feeling smug, claimed he had figured that out quickly. Toge, with a hint of sarcasm, confirmed it, causing Sojiki to raise an eyebrow. Toge continued, expressing his annoyance at Sojiki's attitude and revealing that Konoha had the most information about Yokeis, suggesting he could share what he knew. As they walked together, Toge described Yokeis as a highly trained killing machine, devoid of emotions or morals, skilled in various combat forms and shinobi techniques. He warned that Yokeis was an opportunistic predator who would exploit any sign of weakness. Sojiki listened intently as Toge detailed Yokeis' abilities, noting his affinities for wind, fire, and lightning as well as his mastery of genjutsu and taijutsu. Toge emphasized that Yokeis was not to be underestimated, capable of infiltrating even the most secure areas and controlling multiple beasts, akin to Suna's puppetry. Sojiki noted that Yokeis hailed from Suna, but Toge clarified that his origins remained unknown. Sojiki confidently proclaimed that he would handle Yokeis without issue, dismissing Toge's warnings about the challenges ahead. Toge cautioned him not to underestimate the threat, reminding him that Yokeis might possess other undisclosed abilities. Sojiki arrogantly claimed that only the Kages and the Yondaime Hokage could defeat him, believing Yokeis would not compare to such powerful figures. Toge warned him not to come crawling back when things went awry, to which Sojiki nonchalantly replied about his coat being covered in blood. Sojiki mentioned as both shinobi went their separate ways. After their brief moment of tranquility, Naruto and Konan were soaring toward the Land of Wind on the Suzaku, known for its deserts and the scorching heat that could drain moisture from the body in mere hours. The Land of Wind presented a harsh terrain and relentless climate. Many had perished in the deserts due to lack of water or by taking the wrong turn along the way. Rain was a rarity, and sandstorms were common. If one were to get caught in a storm, even their bones might not be found when people searched for them. To adapt to these conditions, the inhabitants of the land built cities atop the oases that stood out among the dunes and valleys. Naruto found it hard to comprehend how the people of this land could endure such an environment. This was his first visit to the Land of Wind, and his initial impression was less than favorable, finding it unremarkable and lacking in creativity. However, he had a mission to fulfill, so he decided to endure it. The capital came into view. The capital of the Land of Wind was adorned with numerous spiral towers and creatively designed buildings, topped with pointed domes of various bright colors. Palm trees lined the streets, and rivers flowed through the city, returning to the oasis. The sight of rivers and lakes in a desert was almost unbelievable, yet here they were before him. Understanding that a bird like the Suzaku would likely attract attention, Naruto dismissed it and began to descend toward the ground with Konan at his side. He used chakra on the soles of his feet to cushion their landing, and the sand absorbed much of the impact. They needed to meet with the nobles at their residence, where Naruto would inform them about their mission. As they walked through the streets with Konan beside him, Naruto observed the daily lives of the citizens. He was somewhat puzzled by the attire of the locals, who wore layered garments in colors ranging from gold to purple, turbans to shield themselves from the blazing sun, and cloaks and furs not seen elsewhere. As a foreigner, Naruto had little knowledge of the clothing and customs of the Land of Wind. He glanced at Konan, noticing she had stopped to gaze at their destination, the noble's house. The residence stood 3 stories tall, adorned with colors of the rainbow and homey comforts. Not a speck of sand could be found in the well-furnished house, leading many to assume it was cleaned constantly, as it gleamed like gold. It had the stereotypical appearance he associated with the architecture of the capital of the Land of Wind. The 2 members of Akatsuki entered without a word, crossing the threshold to meet their client. As soon as their dirty boots met the polished floor of the mansion, servants scurried about like beetles, eager to clean up any mess before their master could see it. Naruto and Konan remained silent, except for one servant who approached them to inform them that their master was waiting. The servant led them to a specific room in the mansion where the lord of the house awaited. Upon entering, they noticed various tapestries and carpets lining the walls and floor, displaying a multitude of colors and shades. The scent of incense filled the air, slightly obscuring their vision. Seated on a carpet and smoking from a kizaru, a large, rotund man with squinted eyes and a barely visible small nose greeted them. He sported a thin mustache that curled upward and a small pointed goatee, dressed in green robes with a cream-colored kimono underneath, adorned with a small pearl necklace. The man acknowledged their arrival and gestured for Naruto and Konan to present themselves. They complied without hesitation, taking their seats before him. He welcomed them into his home, introducing himself as Gekisho and expressing his honor at their presence. He mentioned feeling privileged to host a high-level shinobi and inquired if they would like a meal after their long journey, though both shinobi politely declined, which did not offend him. Konan expressed her gratitude, introducing herself and her companion, Ryu Yokes. Gekisho recognized Ryu's name, having heard it whispered among the courts and streets. However, Naruto remained silent, showing no indication that he had heard Gekisho's words. Gekisho then shifted the conversation to the details of their mission. He explained that the Land of Wind, specifically Sunagakure, had been experiencing a political and economic decline since Dato, the current daimyo, took office. Dato was described as a religious lunatic and hedonist, denying Sunagakure access to funds and missions while draining the village of its wealth. Gekisho expressed his concern that the shinobi and citizens would soon face bankruptcy, a situation that could not and must not happen. Ryu interjected, gaining the attention of both Konan and Gekisho. He articulated the dire implications of Sunagakure's disarmament, noting that the Land of Wind would lack protection from external forces. Their allies, Konoha and the Land of Fire, could not intervene due to political constraints, and the shinobi of Sunagakure, losing their jobs and missions, would inevitably turn to Iwagakure, strengthening its military power. He warned that Inoki, the Sandaime Tsuchikage, might seize the opportunity to invade the Land of Wind, expanding Iwagakure's influence and potentially transforming the remnants of Sunagakure into a second Iwagakure, along with a new military force in the form of a third Biju. With this newfound power and weaponry, Iwagakure could later invade other nations, further extending its dominance, leaving only Kumo and its nearly perfect Jinchuriki capable of rivaling them. As Kiri and Konoha held Biju under their control, those villages would quickly fall. Gekisho asked if he could repeat what he had said, causing Naruto's blonde eyebrow to twitch in annoyance. Later, as Naruto and Konan left the capital, Konan remarked that he didn't have to repeat his words verbatim. Naruto expressed his wish he had known that earlier. Konan still couldn't believe their mission, a hint of hesitation in her voice. In a flashback, after Gekisho had repeated himself, Naruto was about to hear the details of their mission. Gekisho lied about the situation but acknowledged that Ryu was right about one thing. If they lost Sunagakure, the Land of Wind would follow. The only way to protect the Land of Wind was for a new daimyo to take the throne. If either he or his rival took the seat, the Land of Wind would not suffer. Even if he didn't become daimyo, his competitor, who was also a friend, would take over. They shared many ideals and had known each other for a long time. However, for that to happen, Dato needed to be eliminated. Konan raised her eyebrows at the thought of killing a daimyo. Naruto felt indifferent. From his perspective, they would be doing the country a favor. Gekisho explained that Dato was heading to Sunagakure for an inspection and would take a few days to arrive. During that time, he needed to die. If they saw him and he was placed in the bingo book, there would be nothing they could do to excuse their actions. However, they had permission to eliminate any shinobi or civilians in their way, though Gekisho preferred minimal casualties. Naruto and Konan nodded and left the mansion, determined to carry out their mission. The wind whipped up the sand around the area, blinding anyone caught in it. The dust obscured the sun and darkened the light, making navigation through the Land of Wind a mystery to all. Walking through the storm was dreadful, especially for the shinobi carrying the litter containing the daimyo, who was comfortably fanning himself in his seat, oblivious to the danger. The amateur shinobi failed to detect the presence of two others watching them from within the storm. Naruto instructed Konan to attract their attention while he took care of the daimyo. As Konan moved away, Naruto cancelled his wind jutsu that had been stirring up the dust and approached the shinobi and the daimyo with grace. Temari shouted to Kankuro that the storm was dispersing, and Kankuro noted that it felt unnatural. He ordered everyone to be on alert as whispers spread among the shinobi. They readied themselves for an attack, placing the daimyo's litter on the sand. As the dust cleared, Temari and Kankuro spotted a figure in black boots and a flowing black cloak adorned with red clouds. The person wore a mask resembling a threatening skull, white on one side with 10 red stripes covering almost the entire left side, sharp teeth, and a pointed chin. The figure stood with arms crossed, appearing relaxed as if not taking the shinobi seriously. The Suna ninjas drew their kunai and prepared for battle, some appearing nervous while others seemed confident. Kankuro questioned who was there, and Naruto seized the moment to establish his reputation in Suna by revealing his name. The name, Ryu Yoke's, sent a wave of fear through the shinobi, as they were all familiar with the legendary feats of the Night Wind Dragon. They were not eager to face him in battle, yet as Suna shinobi, they would not fail their mission unless it was their last option. Temari warned him to back off or they would have no choice but to use lethal force, while preparing her giant folding fan. Deep down, she doubted they could confront such a renowned shinobi, but with their strength, perhaps they stood a chance. Naruto dismissed their threats, channeling chakra into his left eye to prepare one of his most powerful jutsu, known as the Absolute Offense. This versatile and formidable technique was feared and respected even by Madara himself. He whispered the name of the jutsu, and gray ash began to rise from the sand behind him, swirling like waves and tides. Billions of ash particles filled the air, nearly blocking out the sun. Temari exclaimed in shock at the sight of the ash, recognizing it as an undiscovered Kekkei Genkai. Each particle was actually a tiny blade, and while a single particle might cause little harm, being attacked by billions of them would be devastating. Naruto could control the ash mentally, and with a flick of his hand, the ash would double its speed in combat. One inexperienced shinobi questioned where the ash came from, but before he could process it, Naruto commanded the ash to fly toward the shinobi. Some foolishly attempted to slice through the particles with their kunai, unaware that the blades were too small to target effectively, and the sheer number of them only compounded their error. Engrossed in their futile attempts, they failed to notice the real danger they were in. Naruto warned them not to breathe in the ash. The foolish shinobi looked at him in confusion until they began to feel pain in their lungs, coughing up blood and collapsing to their knees. Using the ash blades, Naruto attacked their bodies from within, causing internal damage. Temari and Kankuro watched in shock at the display of power, realizing that breathing in the ash would lead to death. Temari commanded everyone to cover their mouths and noses, and the Suna shinobi complied without hesitation, using masks and turbans, knowing the danger was far from over. Naruto decided to take a more direct approach and prepared to attack the shinobi with the ash. Some fell onto the spiked blades of ash, while Temari protected others using her fan to create pockets of air and currents of wind. No matter how much wind she conjured, the ash continued its relentless assault. Naruto sensed a shinobi approaching from his left and turned to see a burly figure ready to strike with a punch. However, the ash was not only offensive but also defensive. As the shinobi lunged to attack, a small wall of ash formed, shielding Naruto from the blow while simultaneously slicing through the shinobi's fist, worsening his injury. The man clutched his bleeding hand with his other arm, inspecting the damage. Naruto mentally commanded his ash to coil around the shinobi's arm like a serpent. The ash tightened, devastating the ninja's arm and leaving only a bloody remnant that fell to the ground, staining the sand. Not finished with his prey, Naruto ordered the ash to eliminate the shinobi completely. It wrapped around the ninja's body, leaving only small fragments behind, with even more blood soaking the sand beneath their feet. Naruto turned his gaze to the remaining shinobi and saw two rushing toward him, kunai drawn, clearly unaware of the fate that had befallen their companion. Ryu had his ash swirling toward the shinobi, ready to deliver the same fate. The ninjas halted abruptly, fear gripping them as they could literally see death approaching. Suddenly, the ground trembled and shook around them, unsettling the very core of the earth. "Kurohi, Salamander!" Kankuro shouted as his puppet, known as Salamander, emerged from the ground, protecting the two shinobi from Ryu's ash attack. Kankuro thought to himself that Salamander's tough armor could shield them from such assaults, ensuring their safety as long as they remained there. Naruto gathered most of his ash back to his side, knowing he could breach the puppet's defenses with more ash. However, he had neither the time nor the patience for that. "Haitun, Fujin," Naruto declared, extending his gloved palm toward the sky as he gathered and compressed ash into 3 palm-sized spheres that spun around each other like planets orbiting a sun. The 3 spheres condensed, shrinking to half the size of Naruto's palm. Haitun, Fujin was the manipulation of the Earth's ash, allowing Naruto to form and condense it into weapons that could easily penetrate steel, with the added benefit of burning and cauterizing any victim upon contact. It shared the same foundation as Enten, Kagetsuchi, applying transformation to the ash. With the condensed ash spheres hovering above his palm, Naruto flexed his arm toward the puppet. The small spheres shot forth at unimaginable speeds, easily piercing through the puppet's defenses and burning their way through the armor. The shinobi inside trembled at the sight of the 2 spheres, which suddenly stopped in midair, floating ominously before them. Naruto snapped his fingers, releasing the tension within the spheres, which transformed into spikes protruding from the puppet, now drenched in blood. This action rendered the salamander puppet useless. The hooded and masked figure reminded him of the ash and the countless leaves clustered together to resemble a cloud. Kankuro gritted his teeth at the destruction of one of his puppets and the loss of his comrades. He pulled out 2 sealing scrolls containing the rest of his puppets. Meanwhile, Naruto condensed more ash, creating 5 small ash spheres. "Kankuro, don't fight him alone. He hasn't even moved from his position since we started this fight." Temari warned her foolish younger brother. But no one listened as the shinobi around them supported Kankuro. The ninja drew kunai with explosive tags attached and explosive ball. Kankuro summoned his other 2 puppets, Crow and Black Ant, using chakra threads to control their movements. "Alright, surround him and use wind jutsu and explosive tags to keep the ash at bay," Kankuro commanded, and the Suna ninja roared in approval as they attacked Naruto, whose emotionless face remained hidden behind his mask. He watched as the ninja dodged their attacks, and with Kankuro's puppets advancing on his position, he had to commend them for their defense against his ash. However, he was deliberately holding back to observe their tactics and flush out the last hidden Suna shinobi near the daimyo. "Surround him and unleash all the explosives you have," Kankuro ordered as he prepared his 2 puppets to capture Ryu. Every shinobi launched their explosives at Naruto, who used Haitun, Fujin to shield himself, forming a protective barrier around him. Explosion after explosion erupted, and the ninjas witnessed an intense display of firepower directed at their opponent. When the chaos subsided, a thick cloud of dust obscured their view, preventing them from seeing the outcome of their relentless assault. Temari squinted, hoping to catch a glimpse of Kankuro, but it was in vain. The shield protecting Ryu showed no signs of damage. The shinobi outside began to sweat, their view blocked by the ash dome surrounding their enemy. Instead, they saw the ash dome morph into the shape of spears, and to their horror, they realized there was no one inside the ash barrier. Before they could comprehend, the spears shot forward, piercing through the bodies of the ninjas and continuing onward, striking directly at the ranks of shinobi. Their blood stained the ground, mingling with the sand. Temari searched frantically around her, but the situation was dire. Only a few ninjas remained among the 7. They would be easy targets now. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw one of his companions searching the area, and behind him stood Ryu Yokeis with a kunai in hand. Temari warned the ninja about the danger approaching from behind, but it was too late. Naruto turned his gaze to see someone he never expected to encounter so soon, yet he felt a strong urge to capture and eliminate for his own objectives. It was Gaara of the Sand, standing proudly like an eagle ready to defend the skies. Naruto fixed his eyes on the Jinchuriki. At that moment, an opportunity presented itself to further the Moon Eye plan by extracting the Ichibi from Gaara and sealing it within the Geto Mazo. Although this was not his primary goal, they would capture the Ichibi later when the Biju hunt began. Without saying a word, Naruto threw the kunai at Gaara, but the sand shield appeared just in time to deflect it. The speed of Gaara's sand was as impressive as ever, and Naruto felt a surge of determination. Suddenly, a cloud of ash appeared behind him, concealing his movements as he evaded the attack from Kankuro and the now-fallen shinobi. According to the old saying, the best defense is a good offense, and right now, both offense and defense were locked in a fierce standoff. Gaara's sand against Naruto's ash. How was he going to get out of this? Currently, the blonde was trapped between two individuals he knew all too well from his past. Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin and the sage of Myaboke, stood as the strongest of the Sannin and his former mentor. The other was Kanomaru Sarutobi, the grandson of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. During their time together, Kanomaru had idolized Naruto, seeing him as an older brother figure. They had shared a mentor-student bond, and Naruto had imparted ideals that would shape the young boy's future. It remained uncertain whether those teachings had stuck with Kanomaru over the years. Naruto found himself in a precarious situation. Without his mask to conceal his identity or his chakra cloak to hide his chakra signature, both Jiraiya and Kanomaru would recognize him instantly or at least take some time to deduce who he was. Lacking his whisker marks, he bore a striking resemblance to the fourth Hokage, with subtle differences inherited from his mother. His eyes were round yet narrow, his face rounder than his parents', and his chin narrower. His hair was slightly less spiky but still the same golden color. Currently, he had a genjutsu over his eyes, masking his Sharingan to avoid alarming anyone, as only a handful of people in the world possessed that eye, and its color was now a deep sea green, almost blue. He knew that any sudden movements would surely attract the attention of Jiraiya and Kanomaru. If he used his invisibility jutsu, it would only complicate matters further, as they would either catch him or witness him disappearing. If he moved too slowly, it would have the same effect, drawing their attention as they might think he was lagging behind. At that moment, a thin layer of steam covered the onsen, obscuring visibility, but it would only last until the steam cleared, revealing him. If his hair weren't spiky, it wouldn't matter, as Madara had a similar hair color. Knowing that Jiraiya and Kanomaru were not the sharpest when it came to genjutsu, he decided to cast a double-layered genjutsu on himself and another on the two of them. Using his talent for genjutsu, Naruto wove seals beneath the steaming water and discreetly placed the two under a genjutsu. Then, using his Sharingan, he reflected his own image in the water to cast a genjutsu on himself, creating a double-layered illusion to enhance his disguise. The Sharingan required direct eye contact to ensnare someone in a genjutsu, and doing so would reveal his identity. The last thing he needed was for Konohagakure to come after him or to be pursued while he continued his plans. The people of the Leaf Village were tenacious when it came to interfering in others' affairs, with a determination akin to that of pit bulls. He also knew that Jiraiya was the former mentor of Konan from Zetsu, who was keeping an eye on Madara's investment, Nagato and his Rinnegan. If Jiraiya discovered that Konan was a member of the Akatsuki, he would expel her without knowing her true identity. The genjutsu altered Naruto's appearance, changing his blonde hair to sleek black, now glistening with droplets of water. His skin tone darkened to a bronze hue, and his eyes transformed into a deep, vacant gray. He wondered if this would be enough to fool the white-haired pervert. He doubted it, but it would buy him some time to make a realistic exit from the onsen, which was, in reality, an escape from the two Konoha ninjas. If the village discovered he was alive and the one who had taken down Shino Aburame, they would imprison him, indoctrinating him with their almost fanatical ideals of the will of fire. Or they would send countless assassins after him, who would be celebrated for having truly killed the demon. As Jiraiya relaxed in the water, he reminisced about taking Naruto to a hot spring like this one. They had even allowed mixed bathing, but at that moment, he couldn't think of such things. Opening old wounds would only cause him more pain. He felt guilty for scolding Kakashi all those years ago when he himself had been no better. The least he could have done was be present in Naruto's life and tell him that he was his godfather. It would have comforted the blonde to know that there were people who cared for him. The living relatives of Naruto were also guilty for not being there for the young boy. Knowing he had a family that loved him would have made Naruto's life much easier. They were too caught up in their own problems to notice that a child was suffering, alone, and denied everything he needed. If only there were a way to go back and change all of that. No, it was impossible. Naruto was gone, and nothing could bring him back. He had promised his student and his wife that he would take care of the child, but he had failed. He had been too busy chasing after women to realize it. Looking back on his life, it was filled with mistakes. That was all he had done, make mistakes. Continuously rejected by Tsunade, unable to save his best friend from a dark path, unable to save the 3 orphans he trained from death, not being family to his only family, and failing to save his master, the 3rd Hokage, or his student, the 4th Hokage, and unable to save Naruto from his best friend. If Jiraiya were to describe himself, he would call himself a failure. The only thing he had done well was train his disciples to die before he could. Turning his head to the right to look at Konohamaru, he saw the young boy training under the old man, as he owed it to Sarutobi, and Tsunade had allowed it, having nicknamed him Monkey Boy. The Sannin wondered if he could do things right with this student. Perhaps he could fulfill Naruto's dream of becoming Hokage. Besides, people would approve of such a thing. Deciding not to dwell on it, Jiraiya simply returned to the water. However, there were some handsome men in the onsen, and one to his right caught his attention. He had black hair and gray eyes, with skin that glowed like bronze. Perhaps he could include this person in his future books. The man also had perfectly shiny and smooth hair. Jiraiya wondered how someone could have such a skin tone and physique. Was this guy a male model? He moved a little closer to the man to extract his secrets. Naruto felt Jiraiya's chakra signature drawing closer to him, on high alert and ready to defend himself. If anyone saw him, they would say it was in self-defense. But the former mentor would not harm Jiraiya if he got in his way. The young man greeted Jiraiya cheerfully, unaware of who he was speaking to. He decided to play the role of an ordinary man without shinobi knowledge or history. Jiraiya, oblivious to the truth, asked how he managed to have such soft and shiny hair, running his fingers through Naruto's shoulder-length strands. Naruto replied that he didn't use shampoo or conditioner, it was all natural, which was true. Jiraiya was astonished by the man's claim. How could hair like that exist? Perfect, the white-haired man hoped. To use this secret to impress Tsunade. Curious, Jiraiya continued to ask how Naruto achieved such a perfect tan. Naruto paused, trying to think of a convincing excuse. He had to be quick, as Jiraiya could see through the genjutsu placed on them. He finally said he had fallen asleep on a beach and woke up like this. Jiraiya was amazed by the simplicity of it all. He called out to Konohamaru, eager to use the man's strategy. Konohamaru questioned why they would go to the beach, suggesting they should head to Suna instead. Jiraiya insisted he wanted to tan, just like Naruto. Konohamaru retorted that if Jiraiya was only trying to impress girls, he was mistaken, as no one liked tans these days. Jiraiya admitted he wanted a tan to impress the girls even more with his masculinity, striking one of his ridiculous poses that made the young Sarutobi cringe. Naruto sighed inwardly. The old pervert never changed, no matter how much time passed or who died. He needed to leave soon and had to find a way to contact Konan. However, if he headed to the women's onsen, he would likely lose a very precious friend. He could use the Kamainaneo, Pureza de los Divinos sauces to create perfect copies of himself that reflected his power and intelligence. He could do that, but it might attract attention. The best option at that moment was to let everything unfold, dragging out the act as discreetly as possible. Jiraiya innocently asked what had brought Naruto to this humble abode. Naruto narrowed his eyes, suspecting Jiraiya had an ulterior motive. He replied that he was a traveling merchant specializing in jewelry and had recently made a prosperous sale in the Land of Wind. Jiraiya commented on how fortunate he was to have left, as the Land of Wind had been facing problems recently. As they spoke, Naruto felt an inexplicable resonance, as if something was calling to him from his dreams. At the same time, A flash of pain coursed through Konohamaru, who held his head, trying to ease the discomfort. He had no idea what was happening. One moment he was fine, and the next he felt intense pain. Naruto observed the scene, realizing he was surrounded by fools, one a pervert and the other a clueless young man. The two children from Konoha were making things easier for him, so at least Jiraiya wouldn't be affecting Konan in the short term. He wondered if she was having fun. It didn't matter at that moment, he needed to escape. As he pulled away from his thoughts, he noticed the two ninjas discussing something that seemed trivial from his perspective. Believing that the two shinobi wouldn't be leaving anytime soon, he decided to surrender and uncover his true intentions, specifically wanting to know about Konohamaru's dreams and ideals. Was he like him? He could sense a deep-seated hatred within the boy, clouded by feelings of admiration and a goal and ambition to achieve something great. Naruto feigned curiosity as he observed the two. They had come after an intense day of training and combat missions, Konohamaru boasted, eager to impress. Naruto questioned the purpose of their training, struggling to understand how anyone could grow stronger without a motivating goal. Konohamaru confidently declared that he trained to become Hokage. Naruto raised an eyebrow at this, realizing through narrowed eyes that Konohamaru was sincere. He recalled the times when he had shouted in the streets about becoming Hokage, something that seemed an impossible dream for anyone else. He pressed further, asking why Konohamaru wanted to be Hokage. Anyone who dreamed of such a title usually had something to prove to others and themselves. The desire to be Hokage stemmed from a need to be recognized, to be seen with admiration rather than disdain. He longed to wear the funny hat of the elder Hokage. Sarutobi had taught him long ago that a Hokage must treat the villagers like family, that every home was their home, and the shinobi were their arms and commands. If Hiruzen had truly been a great Hokage, he wouldn't have died. A Hokage had to make decisions and take actions that might not be pleasant but were best for the village. Perhaps he was right, perhaps he was just an old fool. It didn't matter now. Initially, Konohamaru had wanted to be Hokage to make a name for himself, to be recognized as Konohamaru Sarutobi rather than just the honorable grandson of the third Hokage. It was frustrating not to be acknowledged for who he was, which fueled his desire for the Hokage seat. However, he confessed that he didn't know the first thing about being Hokage until someone came along, someone who was like a mentor and an older brother to him. Ryu whispered, asking who that person was. Konohamaru replied that it was Naruto Uzumaki, the son of the fourth Hokage. Naruto had anticipated this answer, though he was filled with conflicting emotions about the fourth. He had a desire for vengeance, but since the Yondaime was already gone, that desire could not manifest. Instead, he chose to listen to Sarutobi. Konohamaru shared that he once believed there were shortcuts to becoming Hokage, but Naruto had taught him otherwise, that the title was earned, not taken by will. It required hard work and perseverance. Naruto had shown him that through determination and enduring pain, one could achieve greatness. They had become rivals for the Hokage seat, and when the time came, they would fight for it. Konohamaru's goal was to surpass Naruto. Naruto thought to himself that Konohamaru sounded wise. He had never expected his mask to have such an adverse effect on the young Sarutobi. The hatred he felt was power, but true power came from nothing. Power was born from emptiness, filling the void when it existed. Everything originated from nothing and would eventually return to that state. Konohamaru corrected himself, saying that Naruto was indeed a wise person. With Naruto gone, Konohamaru had vowed to fulfill his promise to Sakura and bring Sasuke back to the village, relatively intact. Jiraiya, listening to their conversation, wore a pained expression. Konohamaru was right. Naruto had the potential to be the best Hokage the village had ever seen, even more than the previous ones. He should have become Hokage, should have had a family with someone he loved, and one day passed the hat to someone worthy. Naruto had taught Konohamaru lessons that Jiraiya could not. He had a unique charisma that influenced those around him, the power to change people for the better. Like Zabuza and Haku, Gaara the Kazekage, and Tsunade, he had even changed Konohamaru. He needed little time or words to forge lasting friendships with almost everyone around him, friendships that could still be felt to this day. He had the power to change the world with his words, turning enemies into allies simply by being present. For Jiraiya, that was the greatest power in the world. Ryu questioned Konohamaru about his desire to become Hokage, especially now that Naruto was gone. This made Konohamaru reflect on his motivations. Why was he pursuing this dream? He struggled to articulate his reason, feeling it slip away just as he was about to grasp it. He admitted that since Naruto's death, he only wanted to grow stronger to continue his legacy, but not necessarily to become Hokage. Naruto found this interesting, suggesting that Naruto Uzumaki had been close to him. Konohamaru nodded in agreement. Naruto then offered a piece of advice, which Konohamaru listened to intently. He urged him to forget about Naruto, explaining that holding onto that pain would only lead to more suffering. By following his legacy or clinging to his memory, you will only experience more pain. He is dead and will remain dead, Naruto stated, his voice firm. Konohamaru's face twisted with anger at Naruto's words, unable to accept the harsh truth. If you gain power in his name, it will only bring you harm. What good is your power to him if he is gone? He cannot use it, nor can he gain power. Naruto Uzumaki is a nobody. His face and will turn to dust, and his memory will be etched on the tombstone of an empty grave, Naruto continued, delivering a lecture. Emerging from the water, Naruto wrapped a towel around his body and headed toward the men's lockers. If you let go of the past, you will not suffer. If you move away from the pain, you will be free like a bird in the sky, he added. Konohamaru's glare remained fixed on the back of Naruto's head, his anger palpable. Jiraiya, who had been listening with concern, remarked that some things were easier said than done, and it was hard to forget the cheerful blonde. After changing clothes, Naruto prepared to leave. He pulled up the hood of his black cloak and bit his arm, drawing blood that dripped down. He slammed his hand against the ground, summoning a bat with large eyes and sharp fangs. From his wrist seals, he gathered ink and a pen, quickly writing a message for Konan. Go and deliver this message quickly, he instructed the small flying mammal, which screeched loudly as it darted through the hallways, avoiding maids and servants. Meanwhile, Konan was enjoying the hot springs with other members of her group. Nothing could disturb her at that moment. Ryu was behaving himself, and the warm waters soothed her muscles. Just then, she felt something furry land on her shoulder. Choosing not to panic, she turned her head slowly to see a bat squeaking loudly. Attached to its leg was a note with her name on it. Recognizing only one person who could summon bats, Konan untied the note, which exploded in a puff of smoke as it returned home. The note contained only 3 hastily written words: "Run. Enemy. Here." Conan's eyes widened at the message, and she looked around, only seeing other women. However, the deceptive appearances made her frown as she crumpled the note and noticed the subtlety of her clothing and weapons sealed in scrolls in the women's lockers. She quickly dressed and found Ryu, who was wearing his black cloak. "You need to leave," Naruto urged. "Why do I have to go?" Konan questioned sharply. "Because you carry something within you that is so powerful it could destroy an entire nation if unleashed," Naruto replied, his eternal Mangekyo activated. He performed a one-handed seal, and the head of a wolf pup emerged from Konan's mouth, causing her to cough slightly. The wolf's right eye was entirely red, adorned with the 3-bladed design of the Mangekyo Sharingan. A blue mandala appeared behind Konan, revealing the kanji for vermilion, and the Suzaku emerged from its confinement, landing beside her. The wolf pup returned to Konan's stomach, who was still coughing from the experience. Naruto lifted her by the arms and placed her on the red bird. Those eyes crave death and yearn for war. You must protect them, Naruto instructed. He was right. Konan understood that she had to safeguard the world from the destruction that could arise from the 7 techniques of Kamaenaneo. Fly to Amigakure. You will be safe there. Don't think of me as a weak woman, Konan retorted, frustrated by the stereotype that women were not as strong as men. I have never thought of you as weak or unable to defend yourself. But those eyes, my eyes, must be kept safe. I can trust no one but you, which is why I have left them with you, Naruto said, causing Konan's eyes to widen. He grasped her arm. I will be fine, he assured her, and with a mental command, he made the Suzaku soar toward Amigakure, where she would be safe from the Konoha ninja. He pulled up the hood of his cloak, ready to escape, but he sensed Jiraiya's chakra standing behind him. "You know, Akatsuki is hard to find, but encountering you here is quite ironic," Jiraiya remarked, observing the back of Naruto's cloak. "I wonder where your companion is." "They must have escaped," he said seriously, eyeing the hooded Akatsuki member. Jiraiya noticed the seals inscribed on a black cloak resting in the men's lockers. Although the seals were too complex for him to decipher, Jiraiya, a master of seals, could instantly tell they were powerful. Naruto always kept a spare Akatsuki cloak in case he lost the other one. It was Naruto's carelessness that ultimately revealed his identity, a rookie mistake. Jiraiya recognized the genjutsu placed on the man and tried to dispel it, only to find another genjutsu on the Akatsuki member meant to keep his identity hidden. Naruto silently cursed Madara, thinking about how the old man had said that a prepared person might not end up dead. He discreetly released some chakra from his wrist seal, preparing to confront Jiraiya. "Get ready to feel my fist," shouted a high-pitched voice as Konohamaru charged at Ryu. Naruto glanced over his shoulder and saw Konohamaru running toward him with his fist drawn back, ready to strike. However, to Naruto, Konohamaru moved as slowly as a slug, and his Sharingan could easily predict the boy's next move. In response, Naruto executed a tornado kick that struck Konohamaru's face, creating a loud crack as several of the young Sarutobi's teeth shattered. The impact caused Konohamaru's eyes to widen, and he spat out a few strands of saliva. Jiraiya, completely taken aback by Konohamaru's foolishness, had to witness his disciple being defeated with a single blow, a simple kick. Konohamaru fell unconscious as his face hit the ground, the spot where Naruto's boot had struck smoldering and turning red. Naruto thought he hadn't kicked Konohamaru that hard. Using the flashbangs in his hand, he smashed them against the ground, causing Jiraiya to shield his eyes from the blinding light and the ringing sound. When he looked back at Ryu, he found him and dashed into the forest. Jiraiya was the man for whom a shadow clone had been created to protect Konohamaru while pursuing a member of Akatsuki. After a few minutes of rapid pursuit, Jiraiya and Naruto, who were not using their chakra to enhance their movements, finally caught up to the man. Ryu grabbed Naruto by the shoulder and threw him a considerable distance. In quick response, Naruto bent in midair, landing on the trunk of a tree, redirecting his momentum as he launched himself back toward Jiraiya, crashing into the tree in the process. He aimed a punch at Jiraiya's face, but the Sannin caught his fist and attempted to slam him to the ground. However, as Ryu landed on his feet and kicked Jiraiya's knee, the Sannin stumbled, allowing Naruto to follow up with a strike to Jiraiya's face that sent him rolling on the ground, grimacing in pain. Naruto pursued Jiraiya, eager to continue his assault. As Jiraiya recovered from Ryu's attacks, he positioned himself defensively, ready to counter the hooded man if necessary. Naruto dispelled the genjutsu over his body and quickly removed the mask from his skull, placing it over his face to conceal his identity. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow at this but chose not to dwell on it. Jiraiya charged at his opponent, executing a flying kick aimed at the masked man. Naruto ducked beneath him, attempting to strike Jiraiya in a vulnerable area. However, Jiraiya spun in midair, catching the man's arm with surprising flexibility. Landing on the ground, Jiraiya tried to slam the Akatsuki member down, but Naruto landed on his feet instead, throwing the Sannin over his shoulder and into a tree, leaving a significant dent in the wood. Jiraiya gritted his teeth, realizing why he was struggling in this taijutsu battle. He could see Sharingan eyes staring back at him through the holes in the mask. It was no surprise. This was Ryu Yokkei's or Itachi Uchiha, though he had a feeling it was the former. With the Sharingan predicting his movements, Jiraiya knew he couldn't win using only taijutsu. He understood that genjutsu would be ineffective, as the Sharingan could see chakra and pierce through illusions, except for enhanced senjutsu genjutsu or other Sharingan genjutsu. Therefore, he had no choice but to resort to ninjutsu. From his extensive combat experience, Jiraiya recognized that Ryu Yokkei's was faster than him. Remembering the lessons from the Sandaime about shinobi like this, he knew he had to restrict his movements. Knowing that Earth Release would be more effective against Yokkei's and that he was a natural user of Lightning Release, Jiraiya decided to use Earth-based techniques to capture and immobilize his opponent, leaving him nearly defenseless. However, he needed to ensnare yokais for it to work. He would have to expend a lot of chakra to keep the Akatsuki member in place, but if successful, they would gain valuable information about Akatsuki's motives, base, and movements. Jiraiya formed a single hand seal, preparing to use an earth release technique to keep Ryu on the run while setting up the trap. Earth release. Earth spike helped Jiraiya as he slammed his hands against the ground, causing the earth to rise up like a servant obeying its master. Naruto, sensing something rising beneath him, stepped back just before a rock spike could impale him. He leaped into the air as another earth spike shot up from the ground. It was like a game of cat and mouse, with Naruto dodging the earth spikes while they pursued him, puncturing the ground. Jiraiya, knowing this was his chance, prepared another earth release technique to trap the Akatsuki member. Earth release. Underworld Swamp was called out by Jiraiya, and as Ryu landed to avoid another earth spike, he felt his left leg becoming ensnared by the soft substance. Looking down through the Sharingan, he perceived the mud swallowing his leg as if it were food. His right leg was not free either, as it too was consumed by the mud. He felt himself sinking and knew that struggling would only waste his energy. The blonde began forming seals to escape the mud, realizing he couldn't break free using taijutsu. The Kamayananeo had its weaknesses, as each jutsu could only be used a limited number of times per day, sometimes just once, like the 9 masked beasts of valor. Then he sensed more chakra pouring into the earth and saw massive jaws made of earth ready to crush him like an insect. Earth release. Devouring earth was declared by Jiraiya as he watched the gigantic jaws of earth poised to pulverize the man. He held back this technique, knowing he needed Ryu alive, or at least what he wanted at that moment. But this was a good opportunity. Naruto halted the seals for the jutsu he intended to use in favor of another that was more necessary. He formed new seals, channeling his chakra to prepare a lightning release technique. Lightning release. Thunder Palm was unleashed as Naruto gathered chakra in the palms of his hands. Just as the earth jaws were about to close in on him, arcs of lightning shot from Naruto's palms, traveling through the earth and splitting it apart. Jiraiya understood that this fight would not be easy. He assumed that the reports and rumors surrounding Ryu were accurate, indicating he had a nature akin to fire and lightning. Jiraiya counted his blessings, knowing that yokais did not have an affinity for water, as lightning and water were Jiraiya's weaknesses, along with perhaps women and their attributes. Maybe the fight would end if Naruto used his CC technique. Perhaps he could use the most powerful version that had once defeated Madara. Naruto had created an enhanced version of the Oiroke no Jutsu to play a prank on Madara. This had become one of his favorite pastimes since the old Uchiha had been the target of many of Naruto's jokes. Even when Naruto used the Raiten, Kaminaria Inazuma no Keiken no Chohimitsu no Shin no Kyakudo no Itami wa Ian ni Toki Kukina Uchujujutsu no Shuryo Hecho Ian ni Kyokusuru, the humor it brought to Naruto was immeasurable, especially when he recalled how Madara flopped around like a fish on land when he was shocked. It turned out that the old Uchiha was a bit of a pervert, as almost every time he fell victim to Naruto's Oiroke no Jutsu, it initially failed because Madara claimed he was above such tricks. However, he was ultimately defeated by the most powerful jutsu known to mankind, Harimu no Jutsu. The old goat nearly lost consciousness from embarrassment when Naruto tried it on him. Naruto performed a few more hand seals and extended his hand toward Jiraiya. He unleashed the Raiten, Hekarekirean Shigekiha, creating a vortex of lightning with a lion's head in the center that sped toward Jiraiya with tremendous force. Jiraiya barely had time to duck and evade the lightning, thanks to his extensive battle experience. However, some of the lightning grazed his arm, leaving it completely numb and useless. The Sannin gritted his teeth at his opponent, even as he found himself waist-deep in mud. Now that his arm was incapacitated, Jiraiya would have to rely on one-handed seals, which he wasn't particularly skilled at, though he had a good understanding of them. He questioned whether it would be enough. Using a simple jutsu that required few seals but was strong enough to defeat his opponent, Jiraiya unleashed the Gaon no Jutsu, expelling a massive jet of flames aimed at Ryu, who was still trapped in the mud. In retaliation, Naruto performed the same jutsu, and their flames collided. Knowing he needed to escape the mud, Naruto devised a clever plan. He lowered the intensity of his flames, allowing Jiraiya to dominate them until they were close to his position. He could feel the heat, but it was worth it as he began to see the effects. The mud around him started to solidify as the moisture evaporated from the heat of the fire. If this meant escape, he would endure it. The mud began to crack and break apart. He could feel his legs moving beneath the sludge. When he sensed that the mud had become mere dirt, he would break free. Now able to move, he pumped more chakra into his jutsu, overpowering Jiraiya and turning the sage's technique against him. Jiraiya was overwhelmed by the flames, engulfed in the fire. Naruto cancelled his jutsu and looked at the now burning remains of his former mentor, someone he did not hold dear. He felt no remorse, especially since he had just removed a significant asset from Konoha. Emerging from the crackling earth, he sensed something was off. The fiery mess in his view revealed that the flames were actually consuming a log that Jiraiya had used as a replacement. Expanding his senses to locate his former teacher, Naruto focused his perception and was surprised to find Jiraiya's chakra signature behind him. He turned his masked head to see Jiraiya preparing to strike him with his only good arm. Even in his 50s, Jiraiya remained a deadly and dangerous opponent who should never be underestimated. Naruto recalled their first encounter and how difficult it had been to convince himself that the man before him was strong. Jiraiya believed he had victory within his grasp. His fist drew closer, ready to strike Ryu, but then he felt something sharp pierce his chest. Looking down, Jiraiya saw a black blade embedded in his torso, just below his ribcage, fortunate not to have been struck in the heart. However, new problems arose with a sword lodged in his chest. He coughed blood, his breathing becoming ragged. He should have known about Yokkei's sealing abilities. The man literally had a trick up his sleeve. Jiraiya fell to his knees, coughing up more blood. He was not in the best shape, having taken some hits from Yokkei's taijutsu, crashing into a tree and losing control of his left arm. Naruto withdrew his sword, the Tambajiri no Tsurugi, from Jiraiya's chest, who coughed as blood flowed from his wound. He looked up to see Ryu preparing to slice him vertically, likely intending to split Jiraiya's skull in half. But when Jiraiya gazed into Yokkei's eyes, he saw nothing but emptiness and a yearning for something great and powerful. In all his years, Jiraiya had never encountered eyes like those. They said eyes conveyed emotions, but there were none in those eyes, only a void, like an empty vase waiting to be filled with flowers. Jiraiya had heard rumors of such eyes, belonging to someone who had lost everything in a moment of impulse, whether it was something important or not. There was another rumor surrounding those eyes, someone who had been consumed by a thirst for revenge throughout their life, always waiting to exact vengeance on those who had earned their wrath. But those eyes were windows that screamed to others that revenge could never be achieved, no matter how hard one tried. Those with such eyes left the world with nothing behind. Whatever had happened to this man was truly scarring, as one could see through those eyes that his revenge would always remain just out of reach. Perhaps that was why he joined Akatsuki, to give himself a purpose in life, as those with such eyes were rarely found. Jiraiya recalled a similar set of sky-blue eyes that always seemed to gaze intently. Maybe this was a punishment for his failures, for not being what he was supposed to be, a familiar figure to a suffering child. Naruto tried to savor the moment, contemplating the end of someone who had done wrong and denied it. He wanted to end this person's life. Oh yes, he wanted to relish it. Yet, why did this act taste like iron in his mouth? What he was doing didn't feel right, as if the moment was not meant for such an act. But if he killed Jiraiya, he would send a message and weaken Konoha. It was true that he no longer felt anything for Jiraiya. He felt no hesitation, almost as if he didn't want to carry out the act. But why was it so difficult? He had taken many lives before, shattering families and friendships. Why was this different? Why was it so hard to kill a man when it had been so easy before? Then it struck him. The pain he was inflicting on Jiraiya was not the pain he craved. It was the pain inflicted by the truth. The truth that everything happening was what the blondes did: murder, espionage, crime, and chaos. He wanted Jiraiya to feel the agony of knowing it was him, the one who had made the world bleed. However, logic took over, and knowing that his revenge could never be fulfilled, Naruto raised his sword above Jiraiya, ready to end it. Jiraiya could only watch as the black blade descended, slicing through the air. For both men, time slowed as the Tambajiri no Tsurugi approached. Jiraiya's skull. The katana radiated an aura that could cut through anything, making it unpredictable and deadly without needing to touch its target. Jiraiya closed his eyes, awaiting his end. Suddenly he felt 2 chakra signatures rushing toward him with inhuman speed. For the briefest moment, he wondered who they were, but just as Naruto's sword was about to strike, he received his answer when 2 feet, wrapped in orange, collided with the left side of his face, producing a loud crack. Dynamic entry was shouted by 2 voices belonging to the feet. Jiraiya, stunned by what had occurred, felt his forehead protector fall from his head, a small cut appearing on his brow where the aura of the blade had grazed his skin. Naruto was sent flying from the ground, his body soaring through the air before crashing into a tree, which splintered upon impact. He hit another tree, merely breaking its bark. His body collapsed to the ground, lying face down as he contemplated his next move. There were only 2 fools in this hellish world who would wear such ridiculous clothing, and they were the only 2 who would shout their attack names to the heavens, proclaiming their youth. He thought of the 2 green monsters from his past. There was no doubt in his mind that it was them. Standing before Jiraiya were Might Guy and Rock Lee, striking their characteristic strong fist pose with palms raised and feet together. Naruto lamented being surrounded by such foolishness as he rose from the ground. He noticed his skull mask was broken and beginning to fall apart, revealing bruises on his left cheek shaped like feet. His healing factor was already working on the bruises, but he also had a cut on his lip that was bleeding. He discarded the mask and pulled the hood of his cloak tighter to conceal his features. Wiping the blood with the sleeve of his cloak, he stood tall and stared at the 2 Konoha ninjas, who were joined by Niji Hyuga, tending to Jiraiya. Guy asked how things had gone, his voice firm despite his pain and blood loss. They had encountered a shadow clone and Konohamaru on their way back from a mission. Tenten had volunteered to stay behind to tend to Konohamaru, and now they were here to defeat their enemy with the power of their youth, Guy proclaimed in his usual enthusiastic manner, causing Niji and Jiraiya to exhale in disbelief. Lee echoed Guy's sentiments, declaring they would overcome their enemy with the power of their youth flowing through their veins. Yes, Guy affirmed, they would give the world their youth, and with taijutsu, they would surpass any challenge. He struck a pose, his teeth shining for a moment, leaving everyone in awe of their brightness. Jiraiya warned them to be careful, as Naruto was a member of Akatsuki. However, none of them heard Jiraiya's warning. Guy continued to watch Naruto's feet for any slight movement. Meanwhile, Niji and Lee's eyes widened in shock upon recognizing the cloak worn by the man. It was the same one worn by the Phantom of the Dance, the man who had killed Shino. Niji stammered, recalling the last time he faced this person, nearly losing his life. He was still suspended, but since Team Guy needed Niji's experience for their mission, he had been allowed to participate. Lee simply nodded in agreement,